Oulton Park, over 70 years of motorsport heritage, nestle within the grounds of the former Oulton estate. 10 miles east of Chester, the circuit is deep within the heart of Cheshire, with woodland, wildlife and water residing on the grounds. Unlike many other UK circuits, Oulton Park's layout has remained largely unchanged since its opening in 1953, making it an old-school, fast, undulating and challenging circuit. Because of this, Oulton Park is a driver's favourite, as it rewards skill, confidence and courage. Cascades, for instance, a fast and narrow approach over the crest of the hill, through the slight kink on the right, down into the deep braking zone before the left-hander. You need to have total commitment and trust in your car that you're going to stop in time, as well as trust in your tyres that you're not going to break traction at this critical corner. Shell Oils is a driver favourite, a steep cambered corner that rewards additional speed and faith in physics. Your car is pushed into the road here, suspension under stress, and with your tyres having a good contact patch with the tarmac, it means here a minimum speed apex can reach upwards of 50 miles an hour. After the chicane and hilltop, you come down the hill to find Knickerbrook. What used to be a fast right-hander has been transformed into one of the most optimal overtaking opportunities on the circuit. Preceded by the straight with a huge elevation change, they find this braking zone, which is their best opportunity to overtake their opponents. But they have to be careful, because these curves, they can catch you out. Druids is a favourite for drivers and fans alike. This hugely quick double apex right-hander has a bumpy approach and requires total commitment from a driver and their car. One tiny slip or a mile an hour too fast and you're greeted by this gravel trap, in which we've seen many big names get caught out over the years, and once you're in it, there's no getting out of it. And it's not just the circuit that will bring us a fantastic day of racing. With a great variety of championships on show, there's something here for everyone. The weather could also play a huge part in this, with rain predicted throughout the day. So sit back, grab a cup of coffee, because this is Oulton Park.
And a beautiful day at Oulton Park. Perhaps not, but I suppose this place in Cheshire is no stranger to a bit of the wet stuff. That Kieran Mogg giving us a cracking viewpoint of so many of the classic corners around this wonderful circuit. It's a real driver's favourite, and we're going to be hearing from Kieran Mogg a little bit later on in the day as well, with response to all of the races. Welcome, whether you're here at the track or whether you are maybe at home with a hot cup of cocoa. That's possibly the better bet at this time of the morning. I'm Johnny Palmer, with you all day, and I'm delighted to say that we are joined, I was going to say last minute, but I think this has been arranged for a few months now. Multiple Group B stock hatch, classic stock hatch champion Pip Hammond, and occasional commentator, it has to be said. You've done this a few times in the past.
A couple of times I've stood in here and there. It's first time for me on a full day, so that's a treat for everybody else and for yourself to carry me along. But I'm looking forward to this. It's among the more challenging conditions you could possibly have at one of the more challenging circuits that we go to. So this is going to be a real test of everybody today.
It's one of those unforgiving circuits. There's not a great deal of wiggle room if you do get it wrong, and it's very easy. I mean, as we came to air, it's possibly the worst the rain has been this morning. I know there was a lot overnight as well, and it's tricky for the Enduro cars, the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship cars, to have really got to the end of that session. It's going to be wet probably all day, I would have thought. Some of the cars run with treaded tyres ordinarily anyway, but yeah, when you get it wrong, you tend to know about it at Oulton Park.
Absolutely. I mean, there's some fairly deep gravel around, but as we've seen this morning in some of the qualifying sessions, it's not stopped everybody reaching the barriers. So it's, the circuit do a good job. It's as safe as it can possibly be. It's up to the drivers to keep themselves where they need to be on the track. But again, in these conditions, different tracks, different surfaces in places as well. The grip level changes every lap, every corner. So a lot of skill required to get around today.
I always tend to say thank you to the marshals at the end of the day when they're stepping down from post, but we really should say thank you to them right now, because they've been there from just before 8:30 this morning with changeable conditions, and now when the rain is really coming down, the orange outfits adorned with hoods, it's a bit grim, but we know you all love it, and you're doing it totally, giving up your day free of charge. We can't do this stuff without you, so thank you so much for being part of our day as well. So we have on the bill Toyota MR2 Championship, which will be the first race of the day, in fact, the Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship, but also action from the Mazda 7 Championship, the Classic Stock Hatch with Mighty Mini Championship, with the long distance to Giwa Club Enduro for 100 minutes too. But the MR2s have been sitting in the assembly area for a little bit of time. They will certainly know by driving to pit out from the assembly area that it's a lot wetter than it was this morning for these cars, and there will be one installation lap, so that will give us time to run through the grid. These cars qualifying earlier this morning. So it is Stratton on the left side of the front row with Ed Brook alongside, then Trainer and Lockwood with Andy Ruthven in 5th position, then the 78 car of Mew in 6th place. Times quite far spread actually, 2:16 was the quickest. Baranovsky and Nichols on the 4th row, and therefore 7th and 8th. Sylvester and Aldridge next up, then Leadbitter and Heron completing the first 12. Howarth and Auger, Crow and Stoner, and then Crossley and Laverty in the 83 and 12 cars, 17th and 18th. I will insert first names as soon as I find the relevant pages. And then Dales, O'Brien, Williams and Collins will complete a 22-car field. So cars that qualified earlier this morning in halfway house conditions. They're basically all MR2 roadsters, with Neil Stratton taking the pole position by 0.6 of a second over Scott Edbrook, and Sean Trainer, Adam Lockwood on the 2nd row. But I mean, a gap of 30 seconds actually separated the field. That was illustrative of, you were here nice and early this morning, I know, Pip, earlier than I have to say. Lots of rain water, although it had stopped. I mean, when I got here, it wasn't still raining, but the track was very, very greasy. It's about bravery, but knowing that you've got a busy day ahead, so you don't want to do anything stupid in qualifying.
Absolutely. I mean, the field spread there, you've got a bit of an outlier, Martin Collins, who I think the only MR2 championship that could be wrapped up. Martin Collins is the sole Class A for the Mark 1 wedge shapes. I think above there and into the top 5, we've got a mix of classes with Andrew Ruth in the top Class B car. The conditions have worsened since the MR2s were out this morning, and these are some of the trickiest cars to drive. Mid-engine, rear-wheel drive, not particularly treaded tyres. So you'll see some real driving on show here. We've got Sean Trainer there, who possibly would have expected to be on pole. He's won 4 races this year. Has had to give best to Neil Stratton today, who's looking to chalk up a few more wins this season, having been more consistent through the championship in points. But it's nice and close between the Class C cars, so hopefully they'll keep it clean and make a good race of it.
So you just get this one chance to look at the track, although there may be a decision about an extra rolling lap because they haven't actually seen the start-finish line. They'll get there in a minute. Neil Stratton leading the championship then after a number of good results. Sean Trainer just a point behind, mind you, and Jim Mew, who will start from 6th position in this race, 10 back from Stratton in those Group C cars. But as you've mentioned, wins already for Sean Trainer at the start of the year at Brands Hatch. We also had an Andy Ruthven win at Silverstone. Then 3 on the bounce for Adam Lockwood. Jim Mew was top of the podium in North Wales and Anglesey. And then Sean Trainer finding a bit more form again. I mean, he never really lost it, but 2 wins at the start and 2 wins most recently at Silverstone International. So bookending what races we've had so far. We've got these 2 at Oulton Park, and then when they complete the season at Donington. But Sean Trainer on 386 points after drop scores. So remember that the drop scores have to be taken into account, and actually Trainer leads from Adam Lockwood by 6 points. So it's slightly less narrow and actually puts a different driver in front on that basis. I hate drop scores, but I do realise why they're there. From a calculation point of view, it's a bit of a nightmare. This is to be the race start, though. So 15 minutes. It still says formation in our screen. So
it looks very wet on the pit wall side of the grid there as well, wetter than where the driving line would have been on the
Yeah, so the red lights are on, and in fact 15 minutes of race time starts to tick by as they head side by side down towards the first corner, and it is the yellow 84 car then with the better of the two starts marginally as they head down the avenue for the first time. But in fact, Neil Stratton's going to lose the lead, and that was Scott Edbrook using that ever so slightly drier line to driver's left. Plus, of course, as he went two abreast through the first corner, that's a slightly shallower angle then to be attacking the avenue in Denton's. Cascades, a very apt name for today. And yeah, Stratton then, who is well placed in the championship, probably didn't want to push things too hard in the first few corners, concedes the lead for the time being. The difficulty for him now is, though, the spray. So you've got no traction, that's the same for all, but you desperately want to be leading a race like this. Yeah,
it looks a little bit dry around this part of the circuit, but there was a big moment there at Shell Oils for the leader, who had one at the island as well, so they're definitely pushing. It's going to be interesting as they get to this chicane for the first time, because again, they've had a look at the conditions at sort of walking pace, but here we go at race speeds. They're sliding around in the MR2s there. As I say, very difficult balance with the mid-engine in these conditions, and they're doing a great job to hang on to it.
Sure are. And as they head over to the there was a big squirm as well on the brakes there for Edbrook, but he just about controlled it. Two abreast further back, and one's going to have to go straight on. That is Lockwood, who will zigzag his way through the plastic blocks. They're deliberately placed there so you don't take an advantage going up the hill, and feeds back in relatively easily. I think one or two were aware of what was going on, so gave him the track space to rejoin. So on into Druids, again a big movement around. It's almost as if Scott Edbrook is more comfortable with the car doing that, but it's not the fastest way to go into Druids, and now he's going to be under real pressure from Neil Stratton in the yellow 84.
That's right. I mean, he does have the best of the visibility, but he is the test vehicle for the conditions. Obviously, Stratton's got the advantage of seeing how Edbrook's car reacts as he arrives at Druids, which is the most treacherous corner around here when it's wet. Really, really difficult part of the track.
One or two others trying slightly different lines. That's more in an effort to get out of some spray, I think, and just work out where on earth you are on the track as they cross the line for the first time. So that lap time from a starting position 2:25, we should be able to get 7 or 8 seconds off that, but how hard do they want to push? Considerably slower laps. Well, having said that, yeah, they will be slower than this morning with more standing water here and there as Neil Stratton continues to pressurise. Maybe just sitting in Scott Edbrook's mirrors will do the trick eventually. But Edbrook, having had that moment leaving Shell Oil's hairpin, then there was a squirm going into Knickerbrook. Car looked well out of shape at Druids too. So, but he's all the time been able to take that in his stride, which has been very impressive. This the view at Shell Oil's hairpin. Leaders absolutely together. Third position, though, is slightly more distant, and Sean Trainor's going to be thinking about the championship there in the all-white number 27. But this battle for the lead is surely going to run to the finish.
Yeah, Stratton's squaring the exits off nicely to try and get out of the corners. But Edbrook's arriving so much quicker. That's that squirm you see, because he's just extending the distance on entry a little bit and saving himself mid-corner. So it's an interesting battle between the two, and two very different styles. We've got a good battle on for fifth as well between Ruthven and Lockwood. Lockwood looking down the inside at the chicane. Hopefully he'll get it stopped this time. Big squirm for both cars on the way in. Looks like Lockwood's got that done.
Yeah, he does. So diving down the inside of Ruthven, who couldn't close the door as it got too late into Knickerbrook, and will be concentrating on trying to get a good drive then up Clay Hill. But that's really tough when the power is delivered through the rear axle. Car constantly wanting to turn itself around. Bit of curb taken there, I noticed, by Sean Trainor as he turned left at Water Tower. And now they're sliding their way out of Druids as well, but there was more of a slide for the race leader. So again, he's going to be under pressure, Scott Edbrook, who puts the car over to the right-hand side from his perspective, left as we look at it. And can Neil Stratton go all the way around the outside at Lodge Corner to take the lead back again? He started from pole position. They're giving each other racing room just about as they go past the closest marshal point in the country to a racetrack. Deer Leap. Now into Old Hall they go again, and he held on to it in fairness. Scott Edbrook, it looked like, oh, I was going to say the game was up. Well, it is now. Sideways and facing the wrong way, and Trainer does get through, but that is not a nice place to be sitting, Pete Hammond.
Not at all. It looks like it. Yeah, he's got it going now. Hopefully he can get it loop round and rejoin. It looked a brave entry. He was trying to remake the move on Stratton into the first corner there. Oh, it looks like he's gone round again, and we're going now. So
yeah,
he's maybe did a second pirouette there. I think we lost it on the feed, but it's a shame because that was a good battle there. But we'll see if Trainer can close the gap now, and what sort of time Stratton can do unimpeded.
Well, it's a very well-presented car from Scott Edbrook, so all he was doing was showing the spectators down at Old Hall every single angle of that car possible, and he did it twice. But yeah, I could tell that car, whether that was through setup or just general driving style, it was teetering on the edge, and maybe there was every chance that it was going to go and snap eventually. Neil Stratton's, it might be his driving style, just looks a little more applicable or suitable for today's conditions. There's no doubt about Scott Edbrook's pace, mind you. They were only separated by 0.6 of a second. So he's fallen, I think, to the back of the pack now, but should still be able to make progress in the just under 9 minutes that remain. Looking at the fight between Jim Mew now in number 78. So this is the first of the two cars. He's scrapping with Adam Lockwood, who started from fourth. The white lines, and particularly the curbs, are not really the place to be in this race, just purely because some of them will be like ice.
Yeah, Lockwood was quite brave on the exit there, so it looks like he's got some pace in this bit of a recovery after missing the chicane earlier, but he's putting the car in some risky spots to try and make it happen. I appreciate he'll probably be driving a little bit frustrated after that earlier error, but it looks like he's lining up a move here on Mew down to Old Hall. And I like this outside line round here. It looks a little bit...
He likes it as well, but he couldn't actually get there because Jim Mew was well aware and was sort of within his rights to open the steering a little bit there, because that's the natural racing line. But it did put two wheels briefly on the grass for Adam Lockwood. Exit at Lodge is good though, because they're going to arrive at Old Hall absolutely together, and there might even be a change.
Well, that is close. It's a brave dive from Lockwood. He's going to have to shed a lot of speed there to make the apex, but the Mew's out wide, so that might have done it on the run to Denton, still side by side. No, Lockwood's just nipped in ahead.
Yeah, so Lockwood getting that place back again from Jim Mew. Now that Neil Stratton, I won't say was gifted the lead, because he was challenging for it and trying to put Scott Edbrook under that pressure, but now that Stratton is the leader, he hasn't got it all his own way. Sean Trainer is steadily reeling him in from second, 1.8 seconds the gap as they cross the line at the start of this lap, which is lap 4. And actually the margin exiting Cascades appeared to be quite a bit tighter than it is now as they head out of Shell Oils, that steeply banked corner. Starting to pair off a little bit, so you've got the Lockwood versus Mew scrap, and then Ruthven and Baranovsky. Not mentioned Andrew Baranovsky a great deal, but car number 10, who started from 7th position. And actually, these four could find one another in the next few laps. They're not that far away.
No, they seem to be closing up. Lockwood should be able to make a little break here after the progress he's made, but certainly the Mew, Ruthven and Baranovsky should come together nicely as a scrap. Ruthven defending there at the chicane. Not sure if it's any harder with the Mark IIs being that little bit heavier, whether they're a bit more of a handful in the wet. But Baranovsky's closing up there through the chicane, and we'll see what the difference is in the run up the hill. A lot of curb on the exit for Baranovsky, but handled it well.
Excellent racing again, regardless of the conditions. Always the case with the 750 Motor Club, back for a second time this year at the Oulton Park International Circuit. And this equivalent meeting last year, unfortunately, didn't quite get to the end of it because of a passing, or we hoped was passing, thunderstorm. There was a great deal of lightning in the air, which rather canned the last few races. That gap, as you signalled to me, is definitely coming down now, though, as they all cross the line at the end of lap 4 between Neil Stratton and Sean Trainer. Well, Stratton seemed pretty comfortable, and I thought would actually open the gap up again. But Trainer, if anything, has worked out now where all the grip is and is definitely able to lap a little bit quicker here and there. In fact, he's just put in a new fastest lap of the race. Somebody very sideways there. That's Timothy Heron arriving into Lodge. Did he make the corner? Yes. but it's almost as if there's not just two wheels steering on that car. The back end very nearly snapping past the front, but well controlled, and that is the fight for 7th, 8th and 9th positions.
Just seeing Ed Brooks' progress back through the field. It looked like he was steaming up actually, as I saw out the window. Hopefully he's still got forward vision, but the driver's side of that car looked like a solid grey wall. So hopefully you can still see what he's doing.
Splendid isolation sometimes might do you a bit of a favour just to focus the mind. So there's the blue car of Heron. Actually, he crossed the line in 10th place, and at close quarters, who have we got in behind? Leadbitter and the recovering Scott Edbrook. So he has got back up to 12th place after that spin, and then possibly another half spin coming out of the first corner. Daunting place to be sitting, and yes, Edbrook now around the outside of Leadbetter to gain another position back. Ian Leadbetter, I'm sure, is conscious of what had happened to Edbrook, who's now going to try and do Timothy Heron on the brakes, and he popped up on the curb there at the first chicane of the lap. Again, door handle to door handle out of Britain's and over. Heading towards Knickerbrook. So Edbrook got the bit between his teeth. He just needs to be careful here not to push things too hard and have another off. Oh, did that around the outside. Terrific. Ian Leadbetter. So it was Leadbetter who was under pressure. But yeah, braking later, slightly shallower corner at the turn into Knickerbrook, and managed to fend off Edbrook, who is charging hard to get back towards the top 6.
Fantastic bit of driving, that very opportune. Just relied on the other two keeping an eye on each other and not on their left. So great overtake from Leadbetter there. Here we go.
That's still the same guys, isn't it? Leadbetter at Druids, Edbrook in the next one in the sequence, and up ahead of them is Howarth, sort of on his own at the moment. Jeff Howarth in 13th spot, and that's because these three cars are, well, having fun with one another, but as you've got three cars scrapping away, they're not lapping as quickly as they might on their own. That is a good exit, though, heading out of Lodge and across the grid hatchings. So Edbrook will eventually get the better of Leadbetter, but it took a bit of time. And again, he's on a real gritty part of the circuit. This is precisely where he had his moment, and he nearly loses it again. My word.
He was very, very dicey on the entry there. Did well to make it to the exit of the corner.
Slow lost the place again, ultimately, to Leadbetter, and that's still the fight for 10th and 11th spot. Ahead of them, as mentioned, was the Jeff Howarth car, and he's in 9th. And then if Edbrook can get ahead of Howarth, and got people like Andrew Baranovsky to scrap with as well, but they're all going great guns themselves. 1.5 seconds the difference between Neil Stratton and Sean Traynor. Side by side again. We've been here before with Edbrook preferring that higher line, which you can run through Shell Oils because it is so cambered, and Edbrook gets the place as long as he can get it stopped at Britain's.
Yeah, sideways again on the way in, and he's fed Leadbetter in there a little bit, just encouraged him to go a bit later on the brakes. Looked like there's a bit of frustration between the two, which around Shell Oils, maybe a little bit of contact. But the leaders right together now. It's a big slide for Stratton. Trainer's right on his tail.
Yeah, it was 1.5 seconds. It's probably 0.5 a second, maybe even less than that now. So right in the middle of the road goes Neil Stratton in his defensive process.
Yeah, big drive out of here for Traynor.
Took no curb, and that's the better bet for me, rather than Stratton, who was two wheels on it, and he doesn't have the straight line speed, possibly as a consequence of that. Who's going to be braver on the brakes into Old Hall?
Stratton's very deep.
Yeah, and that's where all the water is. But he's done okay there. Oh, a love tap as they exit down Denton's, down the avenue and into the kink at Denton's. Then they drop out of our sight into Cascades, and you would fancy certainly the 84 car, but having said that, No, able to go with a bit more speed into that rapid left-hander that takes them onto Island Straight, and we have another leader. So Sean Traynor, who is well placed in the championship, as mentioned, now out front from Neil Stratton, who's clearly not going to take this lying down, but he has been struggling as well. If anything, Traynor in the wet stuff has looked the quicker of the 3 cars that we've seen at the front.
Yeah, and he's timed that well. I should say we're on the last lap here, only 9 seconds to go on the timer, so Traynor leading, approaching the first chicane. I saw Ed Brook looking again down the inside of somebody at turn 1. He certainly the bravery award for the race. Traynor's nice and tidy through the chicane. He's kept it neat on the exit, so that gap's just going to grow, maybe 3 or 4 car lengths. Take the pressure off at the next braking zone.
That pass from Ed Brook was probably on Jeff Howarth, which would have been for 9th position. So Sean Traynor in a rich vein of form right now. I don't want to speak too soon, but it could be a good run of results for him, coming off the back of 2 wins at the Silverstone International circuit and the start of the year, the wins in Kent at Brands Hatch, and no stranger to the podium away from those results as well.
They're just approaching the part of the track where Stratton was very quick versus Ed Brook before through Druids, so we'll just keep an eye on that battle. Traynor's gone in hotter, certainly. Let's see on the exit. I think he's kept that gap nicely through there, Traynor. That looks like, if he keeps it nice and tidy through this last corner, that'll be win number 5.
Yeah, well, Traynor's looked confident in the braking area for Lodge, regardless of the route he needed to take into it. Although on the brakes, getting very close indeed is Neil Stratton. He's not been able to get alongside, though. So it is looking like it's going to be 3 from 3. The hat-trick of victories for Sean Traynor. That'll be 5 for the season. And the 2 will draw level just after the checkered flag to hopefully exchange pleasantries and say cracking race. Neil Stratton couldn't do a great deal about that, but it was just clean enough for me. There was a touch coming out of Old Hall when they eventually did change positions. The podium will be completed by Adam Lockwood, who crosses the line now. Then you've got Jim Mew in number 78 ahead of Andy Ruthven, and Andrew Baranowski in the points as well in 6th place. 7th position to Very Aldridge. Then you've got Sylvester Howarth and Ed Brook on the recovery drive, crossing the line now in 10th place. Hugely frustrating for him, I'm sure, because he had good speed, but whether, as I say, it was to do with the bias of the car, it just looked very unstable across the piece. But sometimes that's what drivers want.
Yeah, I mean, he'll have got all the feedback he wanted in that race, that's for sure, from the car. Good drive for Timothy Herron there as well, 3rd place in Class B. Yeah, Ed Brook was maybe just a little bit calmer for race 2. Clearly got the speed, led a lot of the race early doors. Maybe driving a little bit frustrated in the second half of the race there.
Yeah, so the winner in Class B was Andy Ruthven, so congratulations to him with the Class B podium completed with the Aldridge MR2 and Herron, as you mentioned. So they were 5th, 7th and 9th respectively. Not 9th, 12th position for Herron. And they're still coming across the line, in fact, to complete their 15 minutes of racing. 15 minutes is the general scope of things today, with the exception being the 100-minute race for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. But we have 2 more races before the 15-minute lunch break. And here is the result. So Sean Traynor with 3 wins in a row, 5 wins for the season in total, winning by 0.2 of a second over Neil Stratton. Adam Lockwood completing the podium with Jim Mew in behind. Then Andy Ruthven was 5th but wins Class B. Andrew Baranowski ahead of Very Aldridge in the 2nd place Class B car. Dan Sylvester, Scott Edbrook and Jeff Howarth completing the top 10, with in 12th position the 3rd placed Timothy Herron Class B car. And beyond the 14 positions, Martin Auger finished in 15th place ahead of Jason Crossley, another Class B car of Aaron Lafferty. 17th, Richard Dales, Tim O'Brien, Patrick Stoner, Andy Williams and Martin Collins finished the race as well. And he the only Class A car in the field, applying his trade nicely. As I was mentioning, a couple of more races to go before the lunch break. There's also the 15-minute Vauxhall Motorsport demonstration as well. This whole meeting, I noticed on the tickets issued, is known as Vox Valves. So hence your Vauxhall Nova Sport t-shirt, Pit Hammond. Is that a car you've raced then, the white Nova, or is that just a kind of random car?
No, it's the little story behind the shirt is we have an office Secret Santa t-shirts where we're going down to Kieran.
Thank you very much. Yes, we can see here Sean Trainer and Neil Stratton having a conversation. Sean, if I could just jump in a second, you look like you were quite far behind at that point. You really put your foot down.
Yeah, I was gaining. I thought I'm pulling him in a little bit, and then the steering column adjuster decided to come undone, and the steering wheel dropped, and I lost about a second on that lap, so I dropped back a bit, and I thought that's it, it's gone. And then I started to pull him back in a little bit, but he was sort of still holding just enough, and coming out the last corner, he just got it a bit sideways, and I got a good run and managed to hold it up the inside for the first corner, and I still didn't think it was done then because I looked and he was still there.
But obviously you two had a great battle on track, and obviously with the wet weather as well, his cars were skating around. It must have been quite difficult to try and keep it pointing in the right direction.
But the trouble is, it seems that you go through and you think, cool, there was a lot of grip, so you go a little bit harder the next time, and the grip just don't seem to be there the next time round. So it's quite easy to chuck it all away. I think who's the lad who was leading at the beginning? Who's the lad that was leading at the beginning? Scott. And he was driving a blinder, to be fair, and then all of a sudden he tried to cake up the inside of Neil on the first corner, and I see the puddle come up, and the next thing he went round, I thought, right, no, that's it, ease off a little bit.
No, it was definitely a tricky race. Obviously, one more race later, can you do it again?
That's the plan, but like I say, I mean, if I can hang around in the top three in these conditions, I'll be a happy man.
Well, congratulations. Let's have a quick chat with Neil. Neil, you've had two battles for the lead with two different people on that one.
I have. You don't get that often, do you? No, a good battle with Scott to begin with. A bit of a shame that he lost it in turn one, but no, I could just see Sean come in. I was like, just don't make a mistake, don't make a mistake. And I did get a little bit of a loss of rear end out of the first chicane, and then he was right with me. And then he just got a bit closer, and he got past, so.
Well, hopefully, obviously, race two later on. We've got to go, but yeah, good luck and congratulations on P2.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, very quickly, we've just been told to move on very quickly, but P3, you were P5 at the sort of midpoint of the race, but P3 towards the end. That was a good climb.
I made an awful start. I didn't give enough revs. I thought, no, we'll go with no wheel spin, but yeah, pretty much sort of stopped on the line. But yeah, good race, managed to get through them. I couldn't have caught these two, so I was just sort of held on my own, really. You know, I would say it was a boring race, but in these conditions, it's never boring. So,
no, absolutely. Well, good luck for race two, and congratulations on P3.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, that's the first race done. So back up to comms for the second race.
Moving rapidly on then with the 750 Motor Club here at Oulton Park with race 2 of the day. We've got 9 races in total, but this is the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship. Again, it's going to be for 15 minutes and a chance for the cars, well, drivers more specifically, to work out precisely where the grip is or isn't compared to when they were last on the circuit. Rain-wise, no, it is still coming down at a fair rate. But drainage here at Oulton Park, when it stays manageable, is actually pretty good because it's, as I mentioned at the top of the day, no stranger to a bit of the wet stuff. There's no coincidence why it is so green here. And the Mazda Championship at Martin West, when you don't factor in drop scores, is leading by 22 points over Craig Land. We got some late information that Craig, for reasons totally out of his control, cannot be here at Oulton Park, unfortunately, so that may well open up the championship towards Martin West. These cars qualifying earlier on today, and Martin West took the pole position with a 2:11.622. He'll be joined on the front row by Ben Powney. Then it's Benjamin Dade and Tom Collar, Lucas Batt and David Bowen on the third row. In behind, Martin Shelton and Imran Khan. will be slightly ahead on row 4 of Ayrton Rogers and Mark Crawford. Then it's Matt Graux and Callum Barnes, Ian Wells and Lewis Ward in behind. Ross Lorham and David Mason come next, with on row 9 Jack Chapman and Luke Mason. Lewis Penstone Smith, Lee Rogers in the 219s, and struggling a touch earlier in the day, Chris Southall and Simon Walker, but they may well have made some changes leading into this 15-minute race. We need to certainly wish Craig Land all the best and hope that he's back racing soon, but this is a real shame that he can't be here for the final races. No, we do still have 2 more after Oulton Park, heading to Mallory in Leicestershire beyond that point of the season. So still 4 races to go, and therefore, even if there's a storming weekend or day for Martin West, all may not be lost. But even with 2 races to go, Martin West could win the championship this weekend if he scores a first and a second, or 2 wins, and that'll be because of the drop scores. So 332 is not necessarily taken into account, because looking further down, no notes about drop scores actually. I must also say thank you so much to Joshua Barrett, who wanted to be here but does live quite some distance away, and I know he's got a busy day at Silverstone planned tomorrow as well. So rather than heading all the way up to Cheshire from Norfolk to then go back to Silverstone, he's not here, but he is keeping us up to date. We are underway as well, with potential here for the Martin West car to perform very strongly indeed. Into Old Hall Corner they go, 15 minutes on the clock, and it looked to be, have we got problems coming through Old Hall? Yes, we've got a spinner. But amazingly, Pip Hammond, everybody avoided the spinning car. Can't identify that at the moment. Hopefully we'll do in just a tick though.
Yeah, that was a heart-in-mouth moment there. It's still under yellows. The car has got going again, so we'll try and identify that shortly. But meanwhile, we've got a lead battle approaching Island, and it looks like that's West on the outside. So that's a brave move round there. It's a very quick corner, even in these conditions. Especially as you don't know what it's like at race speed. So if that was Martin West, he made it unbelievably. It's very easy to run out wide through Island, hit the grass, hit the gravel, and then either go into the barrier on the right or indeed the left. But he shut all that out of his mind, and potentially now is into the race lead. That is Martin West in the all-black car that leads the way then from Ben Powney. I think that's Ben in second position. Oh, no, actually, it might be Benjamin Dade. It is Dade in number 17. So that means that Powney's back to third and is just about holding on to third position, with possibly Tom Collar challenging. Somebody else is backwards now. Mason.
Yeah. And that was... Where did Mason start then? At 16th position. Look, strange place to lose it there, whether it was a moment that then rippled all the way up the hill, but it could have been a lose out of Britain's, and rolling backwards down the track over Hilltop.
It's been a good first lap here from Carl. Oh, we've lost the leader.
West is off. I did wonder whether that might be too wide, and into the gravel, and well, he's kept the momentum going. Don't dig in, keep that going if you possibly can. The rear wheels are almost at the base of the stones. He's got it out, in fairness. That's excellent driving, and it was very easy there for the red mist to descend and just throw the thing into the gravel and not be seen again. So incredibly, we had local yellows. They should be able to clear now, and Martin West lost a hatful of places, but at least he's still in the race. Yeah, the Mazda-powered traction engine dug itself out there. Yeah, it's a good effort to get out. Oh, we've lost another. That's not Martin West, but it is another black car, which is the 88 of Chris Southall. And Southall trying to work his way out as well, which he will do. Been a big first lap there for number 21, Imran Khan, who's up to 4th from 8th on the grid. That's a good effort there. That's a car that's not been in the top 5 a great deal this year, so he's obviously relishing these. No, it's someone else at least. Yeah, the Gulf-like colours of... Oh, it has made the barrier, number 66. Lucas Batt. So Lucas nose in, but not too big a connection, so he is able to locate reverse and start to get going. That tells you just how treacherous it is, though. Looking out of our commentary position at pit out, there is an awful lot of rainfall on the pit road and also the racetrack beyond that. So if you see cars that are still on the track, they're doing an incredible job. Benjamin Dade, it was actually who led across the line from Ben Powney because of that incident with Martin West. And West, where did he come through? 15th place after that off at Druids. So Dade had the road open up for him, but no longer did he have Martin West to try and judge the conditions from. That was a little bit similar to what was going on in the Toyota MR2 race earlier on. This is the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship then. We've had 4 of the 15 minutes.
And a breathless 4 minutes it's been. I mean, you could see in the previous race, the driving line sort of dried out a little bit on the start-finish straight, but it's almost completely sheened up all the way across. It's a good lead, this, for Dade. He's pulled a little gap there. He looked like he might be the more confident of the 2 leaders prior to West's mistake, so it'd be interesting to see if the others can keep up. The big slide for Powney on the exit of Druids.
Looking back through the wins that we've had so far this year after visits to Croft, Castlecombe, Cadwell and Brands Hatch, it's either been Martin West or Craig Land predominantly. There were 2 wins though for Tom Collar at Cadwell Park, but Ben Dade hasn't won a race. Ben Powney hasn't won a race, so we could have a completely different result in this one, but there is a long way to go yet, so shouldn't count any chickens.
Big lock up for Khan on the way into turn 1. That's 3rd place gone as well. Number 22, Tom Collier in the gravel. See if he can. He's kept it in play. He's back on the track. Maybe not lost too much there. Still in 4th.
Well, Khan's just done the fastest lap of the race. That was the first racing lap, in fairness, but he's clearly carrying some good speed with a 2:16.3. That is 2/10 quicker than anybody ahead of him.
Yeah, they're all struggling with that first corner there. Certainly with Khan, I don't think his front right wheel turned for about 400 yards, so he did well to keep it on.
Massive understeer for everybody. These cars don't weigh a great deal, and when they're not able to go as fast as they would like, then there's no downforce for how much that counts, I suppose, but they're relying entirely on the mechanical grip. It's very easy for the cars to pop up onto the top of the water surface and aquaplane towards the gravel trap. Martin West will speak one of the first to that. So here's Dade in the all-white, followed by Ben Powney. They're at Britain's, and plenty of curb taken for Tom Collar in... did you say Collar at the moment?
Yeah,
so he's lost places. So that might be Imran Khan now in 3rd position.
Yeah, they're running the livery off the 90s rotary Mazda Le Mans car, the orange and green on that one. So, yeah, he took loads of curb there. Whether he's found that actually bumping over that gives you a bit more grip, just in the circumstances. These cars will certainly be sliding around all over on top of the surface because, again, they're a racing tyre, but there's not a load of tread to them. We've got a battle down there. That's Martin West recovery continuing, passing number 5. That's just gone. Wells down at the chicane.
Yeah.
It's still sideways at Knickerbrook. He's at maybe another frustrated drive here. A lot sliding the car around a lot. Inevitable in these conditions, in these layouts with the cars and the rear axle is quite a basic thing. So there's not a lot of traction available.
But I kind of got a feeling for driving styles from the earlier Toyota MR2 race, in fairness, so sort of used to now cars being well out of shape, and we may not call it all the time because it sort of normalises it after a little while, but it's still a bonkers way to be circulating and off the road in a big way. At Old Hall Corner was Ben Powney. So Powney unable to get the car stopped. We were talking about aquaplaning, and there are deliberately tyres and also big foam barriers, and Ben Powney showing signs of being able to clamber out of that car, which is excellent news, and actually upwardly mobile as well. So hopefully he may be a bit sore and a bit shaken, but good to see that he's able to get out of there. And now at Lodge gravel trap, there's another one that has landed there in the stones, which is number 73. That's Simon Walker, who started from 22nd position. So yellows on the approach to Old Hall. If this continues, Pete, there might be a decision from the race director as to whether we should be continuing or perhaps to throw the safety car. But for the time being, well, certainly Benjamin Dade will be happy for things to continue because he's on course for his first win of the season.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. The safety car's not twitched yet, so it looks like we might just be covering this on the yellows. I don't think they're going to be able to do anything about that car right now, so hopefully we'll be able to continue the race just under caution. It'd be a shame to lose this close lead battle that we've got to a safety car, but obviously the safety of these things does have to come first.
Only because where Ben Powney has fallen off the road and into the barriers, it's very easy for another car to go in that direction, of course, but you could argue he's gone slightly earlier than normally incidents at Old Hall happen, so you might have made it a bit further around the corner. Plus the fact that after a few laps with the double waved yellows that will stay out, everybody knows that that car's there, so you can't overtake. You need to be, well, with the double waved yellow, that's slow down and be prepared to stop, strictly speaking. And still the decision to continue green everywhere else. Here's the 17 car then of Benjamin Dade, and it is now the 21 car of Imran Khan, who's come up from 8th position. Now, remember that a couple of the cars that started ahead of him have had moments, both cars on the front row, in fact, Martin West and Ben Powney. Tom Collar is also, Collar had his incident as well, didn't he? So this is almost the last of the runners, if you like. 22 is Collar, so he's still there in 3rd position in fairness, and trying to hang on to the coattails of Imran Khan, but Khan is the most upwardly mobile.
Yeah, it's been a while getting the car competitive for Khan, but he's a successful driver, 2019 Club Enduro champion and a race winner in Classic Stock Hatch back in the day, so it's coming good for him now. He's always preferred these rear-wheel drive cars to the little front-wheel drive Fiesta that he used to drive, so certainly the conditions are playing into it, but he's adapted really well.
5 minutes to survive for Benjamin Dade and Imran Khan. Khan's 1.4 seconds away from the race leader. Tom Collar, who has got a quick car, he was quicker this morning than Imran Khan. And what was the distance between he and Dade, who leads the race? Only 0.2 of a second. So, and there's that a lead change. I think it may well be. That's Collar coming through in 3rd position. So just waiting for the leaders. If this, are they ahead? Yeah, okay, fine. It's just these cars look very similar there. Collar is there in the 22, and then it is the 25 in behind David Bowen. But in front of these cars, it's still the white of Dade leading Imran Khan. So apologies for the slight confusion there. There's the 17 car that leads the way, and Imran Khan in the 1991 Mazda Le Mans winning tribute colours. Here off the road is Mark Crawford, but that's more of a mechanical drama, I would think. Car starts to roll back briefly, but he's able to apply the handbrake. But that is the other thing, because water to this extent is going to wreak havoc with things like electronics.
Yeah, these are Mazda 1800 engines, and all the ECU and everything has to be grafted across as well, and none of it's used to being out in the open. So it'll be a bit of a voyage of discovery for a lot of these drivers if they haven't had a lot of wet running. Got a big understeer for Collar on the way in there, but he handled it comfortably. Oh no, that's a spin and get going again, number 8.
Jack Chapman, who possibly lost it on the brakes. We didn't see the initial part of the incident. But again, worrying times when you have got a stopped car in spray. Yellow flags clearly are going to be waved rapidly, as they still are, by the way, at Old Hall Corner. So still no overtaking permitted because of Ben Powney's car, which is into the barrier. Did look like quite a bit of damage might have been done to the front of that car, but thankfully Ben was able to step away unaided.
The Martin West recovery drive continues apace. Another fastest lap there. He's a second quicker than anyone else on the track, and back up to 5th place. So
Martin recovering from that first lap incident where he understeered off at Druids, but did amazingly well to keep the momentum through the gravel. Gravel at the best of times is not ideal to be driving through, but when it's wet, it's, I suppose, compacts a little less, and therefore you can drive through it. But he ran the risk of digging those rear wheels, the rear axle, into the gravel. Did incredibly well to then recover out of Druids 2 and back up to 5th. So you've got the 3 leaders here. So Dade, Khan and Collar. Then Bowen's a bit more distant, isn't he? Yeah, 8 seconds or so back. And there's every possibility that Bowen could be challenged by Martin West in the closing stages, as Imran Khan is very sideways on the approach to Knicker Brook now.
Yeah, just dropped a wheel onto the white line on the entry there. He'll just give himself a little scare, and that's let Collar. Oh, Collar's gone round again.
Collar off the road at Knickerbrook this time. So he's now looking to try and locate first gear, but also a safe place to rejoin. That will elevate Martin West another position. So Bowen goes through, West goes through. That's for now third and fourth places. Martin West is the fastest driver on the track, 2:15.4 he was able to do. Again, a squirrely moment on the approach to Old Hall Corner for somebody in the middle order, but the race leader's about to tick off another lap, and this will begin the final lap of this 15-minute race for Benjamin Dade, who is well aware of the whereabouts of Imran Khan, possibly closer than he's ever been. The distance between them is 0.4 of a second as they cross the line, but there's no overtaking at the first corner. That doesn't stop Imran Khan from closing the gap, of course, and he can get right on the rear bumper of Benjamin Dade, who was wiggling his way out of Old Hall. Now Khan desperate to get out of the spray and possibly dive bomb into Cascade at the last possible moment. Who's going to appear first? It is the white car of Benjamin Dade, but he's going to have to work for it on the final lap.
Yeah, that was a big entry there from Khan. Locked up the fronts again. It's a tricky balance to get these cars set up for braking. Obviously, there isn't a braking system built for this car. It's all bits that you try and set up for yourself. He's very close on the approach to Island, though. Doesn't seem to be phased by the spray as they approach Shell Oils. Watch Imran take a high line here. The Days of Thunder line up around the white line at the top. He's tried that a few times now, and it just seems to help him off the exit of the corner.
Neither of these drivers have won a race so far. They're desperate to do it. And the question is it going to be too much for them to ask, and is it going to end in tears for both? I sincerely hope not, because it's been a superb race to this point and very clean. But if Imran Khan has got a chance, I think really he's not going to be close enough this time into Hislops. So his only opportunity now will be at Lodge, I would suggest, assuming Ben Dade can keep it clean and neat and tidy through these three corners. The chicane at Hislops, the corner at Knickerbrook, and for the final time they'll head up Clay Hill. I fear for Imran here that he might be just a bit too far away, but he does like Druids.
Yeah, there was a Dade was flirting with the edge of the track there, very close, but no risk, no reward. On the approach to Druids here, nice and tidy, doesn't squirm on the way in. It's on Khan to make the gap there. He's fighting the car around on the exit of Druids. Maybe just lost a touch of momentum on the approach to the final corner.
Still lots of water being kicked up by Benjamin Dade. That might be deliberate to make the process for Imran Khan as difficult as possible. But he has slowed the car, has Dade, sufficiently. They'll head through Deer Leap, and a new, different winner. It was always going to be, depending on who won this race, and it'll be Benjamin Dade to take the opener in the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship by 0.6 of a second ahead of Imran Khan, who was seeking his first win of 2025. Third position completed by the recovering Martin West, and I think he'll be very, very happy with that, considering it keeps his points tally continuing. And they're big off now just as he crossed the line for Bowen, but he has finished the race. He didn't make the barrier, did he? But just two wheels on the grass. Well, that's the way to celebrate a top 5 finish, I suppose, in style. It could have gone a lot more wrong than that. But David Bowen, who didn't have the speed of the top 3, I think he'll admit that, was about 8 seconds adrift, was swallowed up by Martin West, but yeah, almost did a top 5 victory donut there right in front of us.
Yeah, that's the old PlayStation handbrake finish, isn't it? But luckily for David, he's kept it going, and he's back underway now, so he can at least it wasn't live on YouTube for everyone to see.
Well, that's true. Yeah, just brush that under the carpet, eh? Which is probably what the marshals are going to have to do with the earth that has been brought onto the straight as well, as if it wasn't as difficult to negotiate already. But there's now quite a bit of mud on the racing line, which may have to be addressed. Plus, there's the repair work at Old Hall Corner for a sorry-looking Ben Powney's car. Not until it's brought out of the tyres and the recticel barriers will Ben be able to assess that damage and work out whether he can be racing later on. I'm interested in now how long there is until the second race, billed for a 4:30 start. So he's got the best part of 4 hours in order to sort that car out. But yeah, that race, as a wet race so often will produce, it is somewhat out of the mould. But Martin West, it was important in Craig Land's absence, and as I mentioned, not in Craig's control that, and we're wishing you well, Craig. Hopefully you were able to watch along with us. But Martin West, with Craig not here, wanted points, and third place will be good enough for that. Yeah,
I mean, he can't be displeased with getting all the way back up to third place there. Again, he'll be kicking himself over the initial mistake for sure, but it gave us a great race between the top two, Dade and Khan, two drivers who hadn't even been on the podium yet this season, battling for the win. So a great show there. And the Powney accident, we've got the results here now. Benjamin Dade likes to flag pretty much. A little battle with Martin West ahead of Imran Khan with by far a best finish for him in that car, and Martin West completing the top three.
And with thanks to Josh Barrett, Ben Dade's never won a race before. So best result came last year with a third, which was also in the wet. Imran Khan was going for his first ever podium. So that's a tick in the box as well. Martin West recovering to third. Then Ayrton Rogers ahead of a spinning after the flag, David Bowen. And the rest you saw, with the cars now heading out of Lodge Corner and into the Parc Fermé area, which is considerably damper than it was for the previous race. So hopefully Kieran Mogg and his accompanying staff have got suitable attire. I'm always told that there's no such thing as bad weather, just inappropriate clothing. Maybe we'll get a word on that from Kieran Mogg, who's catching up with the winner.
Thank you very much. As you can see, the rain is a lot heavier than it was at the start of that race. You can see there that Benjamin Jade and Imran Khan are just having a quick chat after their on-track battle. Let's quickly jump in with Ben Jade if I can. Ben, you put up a sterling defence then. I kind of feel it wasn't necessarily a side-by-side defence, it was more just a mental defence.
That was hard work, yeah. My visor was steaming up as well, so I could hardly see. So I could just see Khan in my rear-view mirror, and I was just thinking, manage the gap, don't make a mistake, get the first win. I was quite lucky with well, is Powney okay? Were the lads okay that went off?
I believe so.
Quite lucky with some of the fast guys, of course, going out there. But yeah, awesome race. Very wet. Soaking wet. I need to get dry for the second race.
And obviously it started to get heavier the more that you went into the race as well. And it definitely seemed like it was just a case of who can survive the length of the race. How difficult was it to keep it pointing in the right direction?
Very, very difficult. You had to avoid the standing water. So as the rain got heavier, the standing water, you brake on the standing water, you aquaplane, you're in the tyres. So it's as the track gets progressively wetter, it's spotting those puddles of water and avoiding them is the key, and I managed to do that. Very, very happy. Thank you to DAC Motorsport and Axon Services as well for allowing me to do this.
Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. Let's have a quick chat with Imran Khan. Imran, there's obviously a few people that kind of dropped off during that race. Again, you couldn't quite sort of make the move on Ben there, but how difficult was it?
Oh, unbelievable. Couldn't see anything. I could just about see the corner posts to brake, but even that was a struggle in the spray. So as soon as I got close to him, I had to back off a little bit. It was so difficult with the spray, but I'm absolutely buzzing to be second. I've never been so happy to be second in my life. So yeah.
And obviously, you know, for the viewers at home, how difficult is it to drive in that spray? You know, how do you spot your reference points and everything?
It changes every lap, so it's really difficult. You just have to have the brake feel, and if you're locking up, it's really difficult to tell. But if you're locking up, you're flying past the corner, that I think a lot of people did. But yeah, even coming onto the home straight, it's spinning up when you change into fourth gear, get a big opposite lock. So, oh God, it was great though. Really good fun.
Well, obviously, you've got one more race later on today. Do you reckon you can take the win?
Why not?
That's what I'd like to hear, absolutely. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. Let's have a quick chat with Martin West, who's just getting his helmet off still. Martin, I'll just jump in. From the start of that, it's almost a bit of like get your helmet off for you. No, it's all good, don't worry.
Prepared.
Firstly,
Yes.
from one standpoint, it can almost be a bit of a surprise podium because there's a few people that had to drop off. On the other hand, fastest lap of anyone.
Yeah, mistake. I just went far too quick into the racing Ben there. So instead of having me sensible head on, I was like, no, I'm not letting him pass. But it was good fun, but I just overcooked it in there and went in the stones. And I thought, well, I'm not getting out of it. But luckily, where it's so wet, I managed to get a little bit of traction. But I don't know if you have a look at me wheel there, how that survived, I do not know.
What happened?
As I went in, it's obviously picked it up and gone in as I've in the stones, but the car, it felt like it went up on its side when it bit into the stones, and then it was just a case of, the red mist comes down, right, let's just try and get back through the pack. I can see a couple falling off, but it's so difficult back there in the spray. That was the biggest thing. But yeah, I did see Tom go around. I see him. I don't know. He must have had a spin as well. So I don't know where he finished. But yeah, no. It's just you just got to try and forget the silly mistake you made. Head down, keep going. But the usual story. It just seemed like it went on forever, that race. But I've never raced in anything like that. That was like monsoon conditions.
It definitely was bad, and it looked like it got quite a lot worse throughout the race as well. We saw many people spin off. So did it seem a bit more of a case of, right, don't necessarily fight wheel to wheel, just try and survive?
Yeah, to be honest, when it's better to have it absolutely flooded like this than it is that horrible greasy stuff in between, if you see what I mean. So yeah, it's just try and pick out a line that's half decent, if you see what I mean, and just keep going. But I felt like I could catch him. I could see people in the distance. I thought Ben still must be in the lead. I couldn't believe it when I saw him again. But yeah, just pleased to get it home. And like I say, how that stone survived, I don't know. But yeah, count me lucky chickens.
Absolutely. We've still got one race later on today, so perhaps an improvement to later.
Well, yeah, don't do a stupid thing and race Ben when you shouldn't be racing Ben. But yeah, you can't help it.
No, absolutely. Well, congratulations on P3.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Right. That's the second race all done and dusted. Now, obviously, still the car in the gravel being recovered. So what we're going to do is going to do a quick ad break, and then we'll be back with the Mighty Minis and the classic stock hatches just after that.
Yokohama. Yokohama.
The 750 Motor Club is back in Cheshire for the second Saturday of 2025, and it's certainly been an attention-grabbing day so far, mainly because of the weather. Oulton Park gets a little bit of rain now and again, although we have had some beautiful days of racing here earlier on in the season. But yes, the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship was a race of survival for that 15 minutes. Martin West, amongst others, off the road briefly, but it was Ben Powney's moment at the first corner, which has done the damage to the tyre wall. That has very quickly been assembled again, though, in fairness, so very grateful to the Oulton Park track crew for doing that. And therefore, we can turn our attention to the final race before an hour-long-ish lunch break, which is a combined grid of classic stock hatch and Mighty Mini Championship cars. And I'm delighted to say that the second voice in the booth for these races today will be Paul Thorpe, who's raced these cars before, but you're also the championship rep as well. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Johnny. Yes, I've just been making sure all the cars are out, going out for their assembly lap. I was a bit worried. James Hazelhurst, who is the championship leader, wasn't in assembly, but I now see he is lined up. There was a bit of a panic there. He's the championship leader, and he's got a good points lead at the moment. I've worked out if he gets 2 fourth places, he's got the championship. But it will be going right till the final race this afternoon.
We'll get plenty more information from you in just a tick, Paul, but let's give this the championship, the big build-up. It's got great history, this particular style of racing. When classic stock hatch began in 2012, I was hearing from Pip Hammond earlier on. There's always been, well, for many, many years, a Class B. And these are these pre-1992 cars?
Pre-1992 cars, so the limits on them are they've got to be a standard engine. If they're an 8-valve engine, they're allowed up to 1.6 litres, and if they've got more than 2 valves per cylinder, it's up to 1.4. So sometimes we see there the car number 3, Andrew Thorpe. He's got a Citroen AX, that's a 1.4 multi-valve, and as you can see, he's qualified very well. He's got found in 6th place. We haven't seen a lot of Andrew this year, but yes, they are pre-1992 cars, and say they, apart from the obvious race modifications, they have to be standard machines, and as you can see, they're all quite balanced. They all have their different pluses and minuses on different circuits, but they have minimal weights to carry, which evens the field. So that's what you see. They do have success ballast, so if they win a race, they have to carry some success weight for that to try and even out the field, Johnny. So it's going to be a close fought match today.
So 2 races for this combined grid, and here it is in fall with the Mini starting 10 seconds behind the classic stock hatch cars. Pete Morgan's pole position, it's the driver's right on the front row with 2:24.8, joined by Ed Cooper to his left-hand side, then Martin Rogers and James Hazelhurst in behind. Hazelhurst, if he outperforms 1 or 2 others, stands a good chance of taking the title in this first race. We will keep you up to date with that. Then it's Jacob Joe Wood, car 10 in 5th. Andrew Thorpe joins him on the 3rd row. Thomas Lintz and Ewan Lintz come next. Then Jason Wood and Darren Bassingthwaite. And then it's Peter Osgerby and Alan Dewley on the 6th row. Then a few gaps on the grid. They're deliberately placed. There should be 2 rows empty before and after 10 seconds. James Jenkins will start the Mighty Mini Championship Race, number 32. A 2:27.8 was the pole. Greg Jenkins alongside. Then John Jenkins and Paul Jenkins starting 3rd and 4th, ahead of Morgan Bartley and Trevor Peters. I should know this, but Thomas and Ewan Lintz...
Father and son. Father and son, yeah.
Which way round?
Okay, Ewan is the son, and Darren is Darren Thomas Lintz. He is the father, yes.
Okay, so he goes by Thomas, but his first name's actually Darren.
Yes, it's very confusing.
That's all right. I've plugged that into the memory bank. So with thanks to Joshua Barrett again, who's been just threading through so many statistics through the course of the last few days, actually, he reckons if James Hazelhurst beats Ed Cooper and Jacob Joe Wood...
No, Jason Wood.
Jason Wood.
Yeah, he's got to be, because Jason Wood is the other one in the championship.
Yeah.
Who's been out-qualified. Now, Jacob is Jason's son, so we've got quite a few father and sons out there. And well done to Jacob. He's out-qualified his father. His father's been racing for about 9 years in this championship, and this is Jake's first season in Classic Stock Hatch, and he's out-qualified his father again.
Brilliant. Well, there's going to be an occasion, surely, where you just get too old for this lark, don't you? And you've got to bow to the incoming talent.
Well, that's true.
I'm pulling your leg.
Well,
you're not going to argue.
No, I'm not. Well, some people mature like a fine wine, and
that's true.
And I mature like milk.
I know the feeling. Anyway, so if Hazelhurst is able to beat those 2 mentioned, Joshua says there's a good chance that the title could be won in this first race.
I did some basic calculations. I think as long as James Hazelhurst comes 4th in both races, there's nothing the other 2 can do.
Okay, well that simplifies it as well. Now, we've had rear-wheel drive cars qualifying and racing already today. I rather fancy the front-wheel drive configuration in these conditions, though. I mean, you see things like British Touring Car Championship moments. Gordon Shedden's always so good at that. When you lose a car and it's front-wheel drive, 9 times out of 10, if you bury the throttle, that'll pull it out of the slide and potentially keep it off the track. I mean, you've driven cars like this. Is it more easy to work out whether you're in a moment and then recover from it?
I think so. I mean, you tend to find a lot of these, when it's dry, a lot of us are setting up the back end quite hard to induce oversteer to make it easier to turn in. But you're quite right. If the back steps out, you floor the throttle, 9 times out of 10, as long as you're pointing the steering wheel in the right direction, you will pull it out. And they're great fun to drive. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see these go round, because looking at the other races, that is slippy out there.
Yep.
And it's, but we have the slight advantage over the ones from earlier. We've got wiper blades.
Well, that's true. All mod cons. 1 minute board shown, 30-second board shown now. I'll try not to miss the start this time around. Getting them off the line is going to be tricky, though.
That's the hardest part, because you lift up all the way off the front. The red lights are indeed going on now, and out they go. And they're off the line. It's quite an even start from the front too, but oh no, it looks like what a start by Andrew Thorpe. He finds himself in the second place before the first corner, Johnny.
Brilliant move. Is that him in the AX then, up the inside?
That's right, that's the little Citroen AX, but Ted Cooper is holding his own. They're going three abreast. Ted Cooper's gone on the inside of Pete Morgan as they go down towards that nasty left-hand corner. That looks really difficult to get right, that corner.
Well, it's got a crown in the road. I'm looking out for the AX, actually now down into third position, but there was a chance that Andrew Thorpe might have even led into Cascades, but he's third.
Looking at the back there, one of the minis took a wider line, but yes, well, so Ted Cooper, he was going for first, but it looks like Pete Morgan's been racing for years in this car, and he's got a wily old head. He knows exactly how to race in these conditions.
Well, he got off the line pretty well. A big splash of water there at Island Bends for somebody in 6th or 7th places. Different lines being taken here.
Different lines, yes. Ted's going for the slightly wider line. Andrew was going for the inner line, but you see there he was steering, the understeer he was pulling out of that corner.
But Pete Morgan again, decent drive out of Shell Oil's hairpin. They arrive at Britain's altogether. Sensible thing would be to stay predominantly off the curbs, but there's no choice in some, so 1 or 2 of those are hammered early on in the race. Again, good run out and over hilltop for the race leader, and the squabble is on again for second and third.
That was a good demonstration there. The XR2, it's the only carburetted car out there. Now, it's down on power compared to the injecting cars behind it, but it pulls so well out of the corners. I have an XR2 myself. They pull so well out of the corners. And look, Ted Cooper's got a good run, trying to go on the outside. You're not going to go 2 abreast around there. Yes, you are. Oh, my goodness. Now, hopefully, yes, Nova is going to outpower him up the hill. What a move that was by Ted Cooper.
And didn't Pete Morgan give him racing room, in fairness? He could have edged him out towards the curb, but that is not the club-type racing thing to do. He knows Pete Morgan, who is sideways at Water Tower, hung on to that by burying the throttle. This is what I was saying before we got going. Now is the white Nova a tad sideways? No, it's okay for Ted Cooper in number 4. That beautifully prepared Mobil 1 type sponsored Nova that leads the Blue Fiesta, but it almost is neck and neck for second and third, because again Andrew Thorpe is the thorn in many people's sides. Let's not forget about the Mighty Minis that are also having a ding-dong scrap 10 seconds further down the road.
And they've already caught the back markers of the classic stock axe. Now, these minis on paper should be about sort of similar, but they're obviously handling so much better on their 539 tyres that they're allowed to use in the wet. And yes, they're indeed getting the classic stock axe cars getting in the way. I never thought I'd ever see that.
So you've got James Jenkins in the white Mini, number 32, fending off Greg Jenkins in the purple car. And in fact, they think about going side by side into the first corner. Jenkins versus Jenkins, and that was very nearly a lead change. Doesn't quite happen as they head down the avenue.
And as we look towards the front runners there, Ted Cooper, what a gap he's managed to get already over Pete Morgan. I know Ted is very good in the wet conditions anyway, But these conditions, as they are, I expected everyone to struggle. But yes, Ed has definitely got a bit of a gap there. 1 second as they went over the line. As they go around this corner, it's slightly banked. You can probably just see on the screen. Oh, look at the Pete Morgan. He's outbraked, nearly outbraked, and did try to get on the inside of Ted Cooper. He caught up about 3 or 4 car lengths down there.
Yeah, unbelievable. That's because Ted, I think, is favouring that middle line, the Daytona-style line, and Pete Morgan wants to just run the natural racing line, which is carrying quite a bit of water. So he needs to be confident that there is the grip out there, but it makes a lot of ground on the brakes.
And that's what I mean. That XR2 gets a great pull out of that corner and is trying to hassle that injection car of Ted Cooper. Now, Ted Cooper has won already once this year, but we have had about eight or nine different winners this season.
Well, that's a good spread for sure, and shows you just how close this championship is. I suppose the success ballast helps with equalising the field as well.
Yes, it does. I don't think Ted has managed to. He did actually get some weight earlier in the season, but he's currently carrying no ballast at all. I'm just looking further back to see where James Hazelhurst is. He's carrying 35 kilograms of success ballast, but it won't make. It'll actually make help in these conditions. That extra weight getting the tyres on the tarmac.
Yeah, that's a good point. Greg Jenkins is now ahead of James Jenkins for the lead in the Mighty Minis. So the purple number 70, marginally in front of James Jenkins in the all-white colours. As also, don't forget about the Peugeot 205 GTI of Martin Rogers, who isn't that far away from the Thorpe Citroën.
Oh, just looking as they come down this long straight, they're just going on the. Oh, they're overtaking Darren Bassingthwaite. Now, Darren Bassingthwaite did really well at Snetterton, and I think he's really struggling in these conditions. Didn't expect him to be overtaken by these rapid little minis. I fancy a go in those myself. They look like great fun.
Well, I mean, always they have been for what now, 6 decades or so. Yeah. And in those classic touring car races that you see around Goodwood.
And one of the Jenkins has gone straight off. Is that James Jenkins? Gone straight on there.
Yes, it is.
James Jenkins. Oh, no. And I think he was, oh, yes, he's well bogged down there. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Down this straight, it seems to be a lot of water standing down here for that first corner, and it's a tricky first corner at the best of times.
Well, just ask Ben Powney about that from the Mazda 7 Championship. He had a very similar incident. Thankfully for James Jenkins, he didn't, although there was a glancing blow against the foam barriers, didn't actually hit them with any velocity. So, but the problem is that with all the weight in the front of that Mini, it has buried itself into the gravel. And the first corner at Old Hall is currently covered by double wade yellows. Pete Morgan leading.
Where did we miss that?
I don't know.
He's got past Ted Cooper. It must have been down that long back straight where he caught up, where he was a lot quicker than Ted.
Yeah, our focus was somewhat elsewhere, but Cooper led across the line. However, on that last lap around, Pete Morgan had done the fastest lap, well, the fastest of the first racing lap with a 2:28.3, but they were only separated by 1/10 of a second. You're probably right that it was the run out of the first corner and down into Cascade, and if not, along Island Straight.
Of course, up here, that injection car is going to get the power and it's going to get right on the back of the XR2 as they head towards here. And is Ted going to have a little sneak down the loop? No, he's just going to hang back, I think. He's going to hang back. This is a good pointsy position for him if he goes through. And looking at James Hazelhurst, he's down in 5th place.
He thought about it though, didn't he, Ted?
He did.
He pulled out a line, and interestingly, Pete Morgan's not got his lights on at all. That's the stealth approach, rather than when he was pursuing Ted. I thought he'd want to be flashing the lights, and now the Citroën almost understeered its way towards the Lodge scenery. I am hoping that Andrew Thorpe made the final corner. And just peering out to our commentary box, I can confirm that. So he's still in 3rd position.
Yes, that was a scary moment. You see, he was steering, and the car was not. But a bit of a lock up onto the brakes under these texture conditions. Now it looks like they'll do what they did in the earlier Mazda 7 races, keep this under double yellows. Now I don't think that's a bad call, because that's a really tricky corner, and it may just reduce the possibility of anyone else going to join that Mini in the barriers.
But it's also encouraging that we haven't had to throw a full track caution, i.e. a safety car, because everybody now is well aware of the whereabouts of that car. Just no overtaking and sensible driving into Old Hall.
Just looking there at the Pete Morgan machine, immaculately turned out car. I recommend you go down and have a look at that. It's immaculately turned out, as is Ted Cooper's Nova. They look so great when you see them up close. Looking further back, it looks like James Hazelhurst's going to stay behind Martin there. But again, the gap keeps increasing and decreasing from between the front two, showing where each car is quicker in different parts of the circuit.
It's like a natural balance of performance, I suppose. Did you say that these cars are carrying success ballast, or neither of them are?
I'm just looking. I think Pete Morgan's carrying 15 kilograms, which is nothing. Not really. So his minimum weight will be, it's 831 plus 15, and Ted Cooper's got no success ballast.
Okay.
So, but a success ballast will nothing but help you in this particular scenario.
Yeah, that's a good point you make.
Yes, he's not getting away. I mean, I personally, I've in this class, I've raced the XR2i, that's the Mark III Ford, a Mark II XR2, which is what I currently have at the moment, and I've raced a Nova as well. It's interesting when you get behind the wheel of these, seeing where they're quicker. Now, the Nova is quite a good all-round machine. Doesn't really excel anywhere. It's just good all-round. I'm sure Pip would agree with me. And the XR2 is down on power, but it's great under brakes, and it comes out of corners so much quicker than the other cars. And so, but they just get out dragged by the injection cars. Looking there, and I'm looking at, is that the leading Greg Jenkins machine there, catching up with some of the other XR2s?
Yeah, but you're right, the purple car of Greg Jenkins leads the Minis from Trevor Peters in the yellow number 44.
Oh, I just listened there. You could hear the wheels spinning from the Pete Morgan machine as he went round that corner. You heard him rev and then lift off. He had to because the inner wheel was spinning like crazy. Now, the gap isn't really getting out over the whole lap, so they're still sticking. I think Andrew Thorpe has outbraked himself, and he's got himself into the gravel trap. He's got himself out. How did he do that? Again, what you were saying, Johnny, keep your foot in. That's what you do. Keep your foot in, you get around.
And also with already the James Jenkins Mini sitting against the barrier, that was all the warning that Andrew Thorpe needed. He thought, I can't make contact with that.
Oh, I just saw there Darren Lintz. He had a similar sort of issue. You see the car lock up and go completely sideways, but well held by him.
We haven't got that many views of corners naturally from our commentary box, but we can see the entrance into Old Hall, and that's just about the place to be watching.
It is, yes, definitely. That's where it's all happening.
So if you're here at the track and you're not standing at the first corner, I would head there because you've got thrills and spills throughout the day.
Now, look, we've got 4 minutes left. What do you reckon? We've got 2, maybe 3 laps left. Just trying to think they're lapping at about 2:30.
Yeah.
Looking there, the Pete Morgan machine. Yes, he's not getting away from Ted Cooper. Ted Cooper is very good in these wet conditions, and he's not letting Pete Morgan go away. But say Pete Morgan's been racing for many, many, many years. I'm sure he won't mind me saying that. He's maturing like me as they come down. Again, the Nova gets a little bit closer from powering up that hill and coming down the hill. But then the XR2 will get good out of this next right-hander. Quite tight. It's tighter than you think. And now the Nova's going to get right behind Pete Morgan. He got right behind him. I do believe he's almost pushing Pete up the hill. Look at that. Just a demonstration of the power of the injection machine. There's Andrew Thorpe after his spin, and he doesn't seem to have lost any pace at all. And look, there's Ted's looking all over, but no, he's winding back. But Pete's got away again. You see, it's just like a cat and mouse game. This
certainly is. I've already mentioned the word Daytona. Well, I'd never seen bump drafting here at Oulton Park. It was almost that from Ted Cooper. I don't know whether it's Cooper's driving style or the fact that it's the Nova, but it seems to pick up so well coming out of Knickerbrook and then heading up the hill. So that is where the major threat is carried at the moment by the second place car. Otherwise, I would suggest Pete Morgan has got the chasing car covered. Andrew Thorpe in the territory of having to settle for third after that mistake at Old Hall, a lap ago.
Well, having raced both of these machines, I know that the Nova is quite tricky to drive. It has a tendency to spin up his inside wheel, even in dry conditions. It's a difficult. You have to be incredibly smooth. Now, Ted has been racing many years. Oh, a little bit of a wider line there from James Hazelhurst. Ted has been racing quite a few years, and he's a nice, smooth driver, and that's why he's always at the front.
So if it finishes like this, with Ted Cooper second and Hazelhurst in fifth, they will be equal on total points. but Cooper has to drop 8 more as it stands, I am told.
Well, yeah, well, I'm going to have to do some maths. I'm going to have to put my maths head on for the final round. But we've just got Pip helping there with some possible scenarios here. Currently, if this is how they finish on the jot scores, it'd be 10 points difference between James Hazelworth and Ted Cooper. So still a lot of work there to do by Ted. If he keeps doing what he can do, get these points in. James finds himself still in 5th place, quite comfortably in 5th place. So this could be how it's going to finish.
For James Hazelhurst, though, this must be a little bit frustrating for him to be in 5th position. The 2 Peugeots, one of Martin Rogers and one for James, 4th and 5th. But they're not really close enough together to be scrapping for that place, with Hazelhurst in behind the Cyclops of Martin Rogers, just with the one working headlight. Yeah.
He's only half looking where he's going.
Yeah, well, it's probably best, frankly.
In these conditions, I don't envy them out there at all. It's very tricky, even with these wipers. You know, it's so difficult to see with all the spray and like Imran was saying in the earlier race. The closer you get behind, the more spray, the less you can see. You can miss your braking zone. It's so easy to make a mistake being too close to the car in front in these conditions.
But there's also the fog of the windscreen that sometimes is a problem. It doesn't look like it's an issue for Pete and Ted, and I noticed that Andrew Thorpe's driver's window is open just to try and get a little bit of airflow into the car.
Yeah,
it's going to be a close run thing, this, as to whether it's the end of the race or not.
Yeah,
with 14 seconds still on the clock.
I'm just looking to the gantry at the moment now. The
6 seconds.
Checkered flag.
5.
Is the checkered flag.
It's called the end. So Morgan will win from Ted Cooper, who tried several times but actually became more distant towards the end. Andrew Thorpe's half off, where he got rear wheels in the gravel at Old Hall, but amazingly got it out before it was a bigger problem. He'll complete the podium from the 2 Peugeots in behind, Martin Rogers and James Hazelhurst. But James potentially with a bit of work to do between now and the second race to tune the car to the rainy Oulton Park.
Here comes the first Mini. That's Greg Jenkins gets himself first in the Mighty Minis. I was just looking there, and who's second in the Mighty Minis? That
should
is
be
Peters.
Trevor Peters, yes. Trevor Peters in 44. And last time around, the 3rd place Mini was John Jenkins with Bassingthwaite's Peugeot sandwiched in between them. So is this the fight for the 3rd step of the podium?
It is. They're still behind him there. They come across. This is now Darren Bassingthwaite going across the line. Then it's John Jenkins. He finds himself 3rd. Great finish by John there.
Ahead of Morgan Bartley, who is in 4th position. And still they come to complete what should be 17 finishers of the 18 that started. But frenetic action throughout the course of that, and you couldn't really take your eyes off the lead battle. We still don't know how Pete Morgan took the race lead.
No,
because we're totally focused on the incident for James Jenkins at Old Hall Corner.
And now we're just seeing Alan Dooley coming across the line in last position. Now Alan Dooley is a great ambassador for Classic Stock Hatch. He just comes out for the drive. His only aim is not to get lapped. And he's always got a smile on his face, and we're just looking at the James Jenkins machine, well buried in there. I have to take my hat off there, looking at the 6th and 7th place in the Classic Stock Hatch. Jake Wood and Ewan Lintz are 2 youngsters finding themselves in great positions there in these treacherous conditions.
It was not fun. Well, I think it was a whole load of fun, actually, for us to watch, for sure. And Pete Morgan, I'm sure, will have a big grin on his face when he chats to Kieran Mogg in just a tick. A second difference between Pete Morgan's Fiesta and Ed Cooper's Nova, ahead of Andrew Thorpe's Citroen AX, which did last the distance just about. Martin Rogers ahead of James Hazelhurst in their 205s. Then Jacob Wood in 6th ahead of Ewan Lintz, and winning the Mighty Mini Championship, Greg Jenkins in number 70. He was ahead of Trevor Peters and John Jenkins, completing the mini podium just ahead of Morgan Bartley. With Pete Osgoby, Paul Jenkins, Alan Dooley and James Jenkins in a mixture of categories to complete that race. But we reckon that result should keep things bubbling nicely into the second race of the day.
It does. It means it's all down to the last race of the day. But James Hazelhurst on the drop scores finds himself 10 points ahead of Ted Cooper. James Hazelwood's got 176 on drop scores. Ted Cooper's got 166 and Jason Wood 155. So it's still all to play for. There's only 10 points in it now. I'm just trying to work out. There are all sorts of possible scenarios here that if one of the drivers doesn't make the next race, although they don't get any points for that race, they still might get different drop scores to be allowed. And I've got a lot of maths to do before this afternoon's race, Johnny.
I can't do maths even when I don't have to talk. So
The only reason I know this is because Pip is showing me the screen. He's got it all worked out on an Excel spreadsheet. So
I know.
Thanks, Pip. That's great.
That's phenomenal preparation. I feel rather overshadowed somewhat by the temp, but that's fine. It's all right. I think I'll be asked back.
You got to, Pip's a multiple champion in classic stock cats.
I know. Yeah. And good with the old. What do they call that? Abacus.
Yeah, that's it. The abacus.
Abacus, which we always need on championship final day. So is this the final round?
No, yes, it's the final
final day.
Yeah,
yes.
the final day. This afternoon will be our last race. I mean, like you say, it looked like it was exciting fun. I can assure you, driving in these conditions, it's a lot of hard work, and that 15 minutes is very long. So just to finish is cracking result for anybody. But what a display of driving we had there from the front guys, getting it all completely sideways and still making it round the corner. But yes, well driven all round.
And also great understanding of what was going on around them with the James Jenkins off. But the decision was made to keep the double yellows out at the first corner because the rest of the track was raceable. So a good decision.
Look at that. All the wheels are locked up. That's well deep, that kit you lit to, isn't it?
It is now.
I mean, it's just going in whatever direction it wants to go.
So the marshals doing their best to not do further damage to that car. I mean, the front wheels were still rotating well. It's just the car wasn't going anywhere, and James can have a look at that in the interval. We're heading towards the lunch break, but not before we've heard from Kieran Mogg with the winners.
Thank you very much. Yes, it was a fantastic race, and obviously we've got 2 podiums to try and cover. So let's have a quick look at the stock hatches first. So if we can just jump in with Pete. Pete, hello there. So bit of a tricky one out there. Quite wet. You had to defend.
Yeah, there's a lot of puddles out there, and you're hitting the odd one or two. And then, in all fairness to Ted, he got the lead, and then I think you slipped wide a little bit, and then I got it back again. But yeah, it's all right. Just take the drive as you see, innit? Sort of thing. You're going to go airing on, you're going to go off. So just hang on to it the best you can, really. So yeah, it's wet.
Yeah, and we saw obviously a few people sliding out. How difficult was it to kind of manage the grip levels and work out where the grip was?
Well, in all fairness, there's probably 2 or 3 places where it's holding a lot of water, and if you just keep out of them, you're not too bad. Yeah. And there's certain bends I was better than on him, and in the chicanes he was better than me, but overall lap was enough just to stay in front, really. So yeah, all in all, it worked out all right. Yeah.
Oh, so you got another.
Do it again.
Well, you've got another race later, so
yeah.
What do you reckon?
Well, we're starting from 4th then because you have a fastest lap disqualified, so yeah, it'll be a bit more interesting, won't it? Yeah.
Should be. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. All right. See you later.
Cheers. Congratulations. Right, Ed Cooper. If I can just jump in, Ed. So obviously you couldn't quite sort of make the mark on P1 there, but still a good go anyway.
Yeah. I was pleased to get the lead. I got to say, because Pete is the master around this track, and I thought I was going to manage the gap, but he just seemed to have something that I didn't, down into the 3rd corner, and yeah, I was happy to tuck in behind him because he's not in the championship points, but obviously I've lost a couple to him, to the next guy sort of thing. But yeah, that was all right. I was happy with that. Good race, really good race.
And obviously you've still got another race later on today, so what do you reckon? With the weather possibly changing, possibly staying the same, what do you reckon?
I hope the weather's not going to change. Maybe, but probably not. You know, I'll try my best. Yeah.
Right, well, congratulations to Peter and good luck.
Okay, thanks very much.
Cheers, thank you. Let's have a quick chat with Andrew Thorpe. So, Andrew, again, difficult race out there, but how was it?
Yeah, one of the wettest races I've ever done. Nice to finish 3rd though, and you know, hopefully the rain will ease off a little bit for the 2nd race because that was tricky in the spray. The visibility was really bad, but yeah, we're really pleased with the result, and looking forward to the next race this afternoon.
Do you reckon you can do it again later?
I don't know. It's making quite a bit of noise from a wheel bearing, so I've not got reliability on my side, I don't think, for this afternoon. We'll have to see.
All right, well, congratulations on P3 and good luck.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. Right, let's have a quick chat now with our minis podium. So, Greg Jenkins, so where's Greg gone? Greg, If I could, sorry, I don't know faces. Greg? Hello, Greg. Sorry. Right, you had to obviously contend with not only your own class, but the classic hatches there, so that was difficult out there.
It was, and I forgot the start procedure, so I sat still and everyone passed me, and I'm like, oh no. And yeah, it was a bit hectic out there, wasn't it? The couple of the Novas held me up a little bit, and Trevor was catching, and I managed to get past them. And then I made a mistake going in the chicane at the back straight. I went across the grass, and yeah, I was thinking, oh, don't throw it away now. I'm absolutely rubbish in the wet, so to get a win is amazing.
Well, obviously, I mean, you clearly had the pace underneath you as well, but how difficult was it to obviously manage the gap between yourself and Trevor, but also think about the fact you've got the other class around there?
Yeah, because we've not raced with the stock hats before. I don't know how to race against them, so you don't know if they're going to come in on you on the corners. And I was just watching Trevor's lights. I could see his headlights on my mirror, and I just thought, I'll just get past these two and I can put a little bit of a gap. And then that was it. That was enough. Yeah.
Well, obviously, one race later still to go, so what do you reckon? Win again?
Well, it's reverse grid, so I'll be 6th on the grid, but if it rains, probably not, but we'll see. We'll give it a go.
That's it. Well, congratulations and good luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers, thank you. Let's have a quick chat with Trevor. So, Trevor, if I could just jump in a second. Trevor, thank you very much. Couldn't quite make the P1 there, but you gave it a good go.
Yeah, I made an effort, but is what it is, isn't it? I got stuck behind a couple of other cars. Greg managed to get past them. I caught at the back of them. I just couldn't find a way past, under the conditions and everything. But a lot of fun. All credit to Greg, done well. And nice race.
And how difficult was it to manage the gap, obviously, between yourself and Greg, but also then the other class out there, and with the weather as well?
Well, behind me, I wasn't being hassled, so that was useful. I could concentrate on catching Greg, and I was, but unfortunately, I couldn't catch him enough.
Yeah.
But a lot of fun, as it always is with the Mighty Minis. Yeah, if you don't race a car, so you race a Mini.
Obviously, you'll be starting ahead of him later on, so keep him behind?
Yeah, if I can. Yeah, he's a quick driver, mate. He's, I might keep him behind, I might not. Who knows?
We'll look forward to seeing it. Congratulations.
All right, lovely. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. Let's have a quick chat with our P3, John. John, if I can jump in. I think it's fair to say that was a bit of a hectic race for you.
Yeah, I made a mess at the start. Well, I made a good start, and then Greg come zooming past me, and I couldn't see anything. And then Greg went on the grass. I followed him on the grass, all over the curbs. And then, but then I settled down to it and wasn't too bad. Yeah. And first podium, so it's quite an achievement for a 61-year-old who's never done it before. So,
100%, and obviously to do it in the wet as well. You've still got a race later on, so perhaps it might not be your only one.
Well, we can but hope. There is only 6 of us here today, so. It went really well. Morgan was catching me at the end. I was so relieved to see that checkered flag. You can't believe how relieved you are when that comes out. And but it was. The visibility is the difficult thing, it was slippy, but you could just about manage the slippiness. But when you get behind a couple of cars, you really struggle to see anything. So, but yeah, great fun anyway, great fun. Yeah.
Well, absolutely. Well, congratulations on the first podium.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, so that's the racing done for the morning. Oh, sorry, my brolly's getting in the way now. That's the racing done for the morning. Now, don't go now, because we've still got, obviously, all the racing this afternoon, but we also have our lunch walk. If you don't know what that is, basically, it's 20 minutes of me talking absolute rubbish with some of the drivers. So we'll go to a quick ad break, and then I'll see you then for that.
Yokohama. Yokohama.
Hello and welcome back to the lunch break. Now, the Club Enduro Championship, they are currently in all of the garages and they've just finished their drivers briefing. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and walk up and down, have a chat to some of the drivers. We're currently in the garage of the number 8 Ginetta, which we've spoken a few times about on the stream this year, but they're currently in the middle of doing something what looks like quite important, so I don't want to interrupt them too much. But hopefully we're not going to get too wet on this one because we're going to try and jump inside some of the garages. But one thing I have definitely confirmed is that they're all going to be going out on wets, surprisingly. So let's have a quick jump into this garage. We've got a couple of drivers at the BMW garage here. So if I could just jump in here, we've got a driver. So I can just jump in a second. So firstly, could you introduce yourself?
Hi, my name's Ricky Bobby Collard.
You're racing the number 10?
Yes, yeah, I'm racing with Rob Fennick. I'm standing for Shep at the moment, so yeah.
And how did qualifying go earlier?
Yeah, it's good actually. It's really good fun. The car's great. We're trying different things with the car. We've made quite a few changes we've done a morning practice as well. But the car seems like it's in a really good window, and yeah, like I say, the pace wasn't amazing, but I think it's quite difficult. We're the first non-TCR car. So yeah, I think that says a little bit about it. It doesn't quite seem that the package that we've got is as competitive as a TCR, which is a bit of a shame, but I'm sure that the reliability and Rob's been driving really well this morning. I'm sure we'll be in a good place and a good window in the race.
And also the main talking point today is the weather, obviously. How was it out this morning, and is it something that you're concerned about going into the race later on?
No, I love the wet. But I'll tell you what's something that's really interesting. That's what we tried a little bit. We started on wet tyres this morning, and then we actually changed to our sort of treaded slick tyre for qualifying. And even though it was probably as wet, and no offense, when I went out, like the heavens opened, it was actually really good data for us. So we actually managed to try both the tyres. We're kind of, even though it's raining pretty hard now, we're still actually going to stay with this cut slick tyre because we find like that's the better tyre at the moment. It gives us a bit more feel. We've changed stuff with the car as well, with the setup. But I suppose that's what I'm here to do, is just try and help the team and help the guys. And I say Rob's driving really well, and we're actually going to have a little look at some data and stuff now.
Well, I won't hold you up too much, but just one quick question. So when it comes to, obviously, the weather today, you've obviously seen a couple of championships go out. Is that something that you tend to look at where the wet patches are, and if it's something that you need to then change, perhaps for the setup, like if it's getting wet, you go, OK, that's a bit more wet on the track now. Do you kind of look at the races and sort of mentally make notes because of that?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's where I've been quite a help with the team this weekend, or today, is to try and help them with the setup and get them in a direction that allows Rob and Shep to get more out of their potential, which is what we've achieved so far. So, like I say, qualifying hasn't been amazing. We've also got a 30-second stop-go penalty, unfortunately, for having me here. So, sorry about that, Rob and Shep. But yeah, I feel like we're going to be I feel quietly comfortable and confident that we'll be all right in the race. And So I'm just really enjoying the event. I think it's a great event by 750 Motor Club, and look, everyone's enjoying it, and it's just really nice to come to an event where everyone's able to chat and have fun, and that's what we're all here doing today. And I'm sure we're going to have some beers after the race as well, which is the most important part.
100%. Well, I won't keep you up too much then. Obviously, go and look at the data, and good luck for the race.
Cheers, thanks.
Cheers, thank you very much. Yeah, obviously, you can see some of the drivers back there. I won't go and interrupt too much of them, because there's a couple of the parkings as well. Obviously, the dark side drivers. Now, it's actually the rain. As I say that, the rain has actually lightened a little bit. It's still smitten, don't get me wrong, but it's not torrentially downpouring like it was before. Now, one car I do want to have a look at is the number 111, the E92 car on the left-hand side here. Now, at Croft, when we were last broadcasting one of these 750 events, they had a bit of engine trouble, I believe it was. Now, what I'd like to do is, if I can try and find one of the drivers. If I just jump in a second, is this your car that you're driving?
It is, yes, that was funny.
Oh, perfect, yes, thank you very much. Right, one thing I do want to quickly ask is, last time we were filming up at Croft, you had some engine trouble in the race, and we couldn't quite get an idea of what the problem was. So could you tell us what happened?
It was suspension. So it was a rear suspension. We had a bolt break right towards the end of the race. So that was unfortunate, but that's what happened at Croft. Mid-race, we did have some gearbox issues as well. That might be what you was referring to. That's all resolved now. So the car's a lot more reliable than it was, but the weather's not on our side. It's a very heavy car. It's a bit hard to drive, but we qualified well. The position probably worse and looks worse than what the time was because we're all quite tight. But yeah, we're happy. The car's good, so just hoping for a good race.
Definitely, and obviously we saw up at Croft, you were one of the front runners, really vying for the win up there. That's a very flat, it's a very open, fast circuit. The Oulton Park is slightly more technical. Yeah. Is that a bit of a disadvantage to you?
No, we was testing yesterday and it showed good promise in the dry. It's just this car in the wet, either just a combination of the drivers in the car or just the car. We struggle a little bit compared to the front wheel drive stuff, and I'm more acclimatised to front wheel drive, and so it's a little bit of a learning curve for me. But Dave, who was the owner and second driver, he's a little bit faster in the wet, and he's starting, so we should be up there.
And we actually just stepped out, and it's starting to lift a little bit. So potentially, if it gets a bit dry, that give you a bit more confidence.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like say in the dry, it's always fast. So yeah, we would prefer it to be dry, but I know a lot of guys prefer it to stay wet because it gives them the advantage as well. Yeah.
And how long have you been racing this car?
This car, it was in another series last year, and then I've rebuilt it over winter with Dave to suit this sort of championship because I did road sports in a Honda Civic for a couple of years before, so I kind of knew what needed to be done to be on the pace. And like I say, we come out at Croft and we put it on pole, which we was happy with more than. We didn't expect that. It was maybe top 3 would be super sort of good, but yeah, it's raced, like I say, it raced last year. It wasn't well suited to the series, but it's on pace to this one, and it's just this season that it's been in this sort of spec because it was on slicks in the previous series. But yeah, that was a main change really.
And obviously, aside from all the technical bits, I'm guessing it's quite a fun car to drive.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's like I say, I'm from front wheel drive, so it is a little bit more engaging, especially in these conditions. But there's pros and cons to both all the time. I like both equal, really. But yeah, it's good.
Awesome. Well, look forward to seeing the race, and hopefully you can have a bit more of a smoother race than you did at Croft.
Yeah, we should do. Like I say, we've had a couple of little niggles in the past, but I feel like it's pretty solid now. Especially when in the wet, it's easier on the car, so that helps us in that sense. So it swings and roundabouts.
Absolutely. Well, good luck, Ben, for the race.
Nice one. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Right, let's move on. So, yeah, obviously they had some interesting reliability and stuff going on, obviously, the last couple of races, but by the sounds of it, hopefully they have mended some of those issues. Now, obviously, we spoke to somebody up there. They said the TCR cars are some of the front runners, and especially in the wet, they do suit these conditions very, very well. We've got a couple of garages here that have been very antisocial, so we'll move past them. And let's have a quick look in the next garage. Who have we got on? Well, actually, we've got a couple of drivers here. If we can just try and jump in a second. Can I just try and jump in a second? Hello. You look like you're busy, but I'm going to interrupt you anyway. So if you could introduce yourself.
I'm Jan Whittaker, 297.
And I guess, yes, this is your car. Perfect. All right. So how long have you been racing this car?
Today. Yeah.
Right. Okay. You picked a day for it.
It's it is what it is. It's either going to work or it ain't.
And what cars have you been used to driving before?
We've done 2 years in Lowcost Championship. So we're just moving up. This is a bit of a test race for us. We're just kind of getting used to the car. We're used to front wheel drive. So wet, rear wheel drive. See how it gets.
It's a bit of a baptism of fire, really. Yeah. So talk to us obviously about that difference from going from front-wheel drive to rear-wheel drive. I've just been speaking with a couple of drivers who have done that exact same jump, and what are those things that you have to kind of think about mentally and literally as you're driving along going, right, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this when you jump into a rear-wheel drive?
It's more of a feel than anything else, because as you're going around corners and everything else, you've got a feel of how the car's moving. You kind of adapt to it on that manner rather than, oh, it's rear-wheel drive, I can't do this. There's not enough time to think about it like that. So it's just feel. Once we get used to it, we'll start pushing a bit harder and see where we go.
Absolutely. And with this car, obviously, you're saying this is a test day for you, really. What's the plan with this? What are you aiming to go and do with it?
Finish. Generally, try and take it home in one piece. I don't know, obviously we want to try and push as hard as we can, but there's no point in it. We're not going to learn anything if we're in gravel. So both of us are here to learn, and you know, we'll just keep on pushing forward. Wherever we finish as long as we finish. Yeah.
And what's the plan long term with it?
We're doing Club Enduro next year. Again, we want to test it now, get us feet in, and then see how we get on next year. Obviously, we want to try and do as well as we can next year. A few podiums, you know, see what we can do.
And have you had a hand in building it up?
No, I bought it kind of built-ish. So we've adapted it, got it. Obviously, TMC Race Engineering have got it ready, which is in the time allowed was pretty quick. So, but now it's ready to go.
Awesome. Well, hopefully it's a smooth test day for you, and good luck for the race.
Thanks very much.
Cheers, thank you. All right. So we'll let them get on back with what they're doing with the setup. We'll go back out, and actually the rain has picked up once again. So yeah, the Oulton Park doing Oulton Park things, and we can't keep a one set conditions. One thing we did see though is at Donington Park, it is complete sunshine at the moment. So England again doing England things. It is all over the place with the weather. So hopefully, if Donington can kind of give us their weather, and we'll give them our weather, that would be lovely, I think, for some of the drivers. Some of the drivers, like we've been saying as well, do prefer the wet. Now let's jump in with this team here. Now we have thankfully been jumping in this garage because we've been watching the stream on the screen here because we can't get any 4G. So let's try and jump in. I don't know where the drivers are though. Do you know where your drivers are? Have your drivers gone running?
What's run?
Where's your drivers?
There's one down there.
Oh, there he is. Hello. Sorry if I can just jump in a second. Right, sorry, don't mean to keep you from your setup. Right, so obviously we've been using your garage to watch the stream, so thank you very much. But let's talk about your car, your position, aims for the day.
Yeah, so we built this car. We put the turbocharger on the flat floor and everything. We were at Class C last year, so we've moved into Class B, and we've not had a lot of luck this year. So we had a fire at Silverstone. At Croft, we ran out of fuel. We missed Snetterton while we were trying to rebuild it. Anglesey, we used a different car, and that broke down. So today is the first time we've made it through quali and been fully happy. So everything looks all right. We've come P2 in quali, good times. We're just trying to decide, is it wets or dries for the race? Made it through quali on the dry tyres. Times weren't too bad, but there was a big gap between us and P1, so we're not sure what to go for the race. So I'll put one wet on. We'll see what happens.
I'll give you a little tip. I've heard some of the other teams are using wets.
Okay, thanks very much for that. I'll put the others on then.
Yeah, perfect. All right, so could you talk us around, obviously, with the car, what you've had to do to get it into this class?
Okay, so the main thing was we really wanted to go for the flat floor, and at the start of the year that was outlawed in Class C, so we needed more power to get into Class B. So we've gone with a turbo system that the guys at Performance Link have installed for us. They've done custom intercooler pipe work because we're running the intercooler at the front and vented out through the bonnet. Rather than if you had this as a road car, it'd all be stacked up down the bottom, not particularly efficient. So we're obviously venting out the top of the bonnet, which is a lot more efficient way to keep everything cool. And actually, the car runs colder than it did last year on standard power, no turbo. And that's all just from the cooling setup and everything. The radiator is the same as it was last year. And it's just, everything's worked on that side perfectly well. The stuff that we've had is the off-the-shelf turbo kit. nuts vibrating loose, downpipe coming off, and then once you've done that, you've got this jet of hot air just trying to set everything on fire. So we've done our own custom bracketry for that. We're running super expensive fasteners we've had imported from the United States, and so far everything seems okay. So I would say if you're thinking of buying a turbo kit from a well-known manufacturer, I wouldn't try and race on it without making these modifications.
That's certainly good to know. And you said obviously you've had to do the floor, but I've noticed there's quite a bit of aero work that's been done to this, in particular the rear diffuser. So I want to go and have a quick look at that, if you don't mind. But just talk us through the aero work and the decisions for putting that aero work in.
Yeah, so we had a little bit of aero last year. We had a basic splitter and a small wing. My day job as a design engineer, I work on supercars and track day cars and stuff like that, and so I was kind of itching to do some of that on our own car. So whilst we've not done any CFD on this setup, everything has been taken from other similar cars and kind of scaled to suit this platform, and it's all worked from trying to keep the floor completely flat, so that's all carbon and Kevlar parts that we've made at home in the shed. The splitter's fully carbon. That was made from 3D printing a mould, gluing it all together, painting it, and then making the part. And then same with the diffuser. So there are thousands of hours. Like all of us in the team have been there with sandpaper, sanding moulds down and getting stuff ready. So basically everything that you see custom was all DIY, done by us in the shed. And all that stuff has been rock solid. So I think that's just a testament to how hard the team's all worked, that's all working really well. And in the qualifying session earlier, the balance is fantastic. You know, there's a little bit of understeer, but you quite like that in the wet, and you know when you're going to get the oversteer. So it's a really great platform.
And obviously, with this diffuser, it is an absolute monster of one. If we just go around and have a look, Luke, properly, it's an absolute monster of one. So when you've built this, how much of the time was spent kind of working out the airflow? Or did you just kind of have a general understanding anyway of where you wanted each fin to be and how you wanted it to channel the air?
Yeah, so I've used basic principles that we've learned through working in the job, and one of the things when I've spoken to the guys that actually do CFD is they've said no CFD is better than bad CFD. So if you do a little bit of something at home, it's going to give you the wrong answers. You know, unless you've spent thousands of hours absolutely refining your model so it's absolutely perfect, it's going to tell you the wrong thing. So the best thing to do is just make something, test it, and then tweak it if you need to make changes. So we've made the rear wing adjustable so that we can account for, you know, in this its lowest setting seems really quite good here, but if we were on a slower track or something, then we might be able to crank that up more. And so it's about having that adjustability to account for the fact that we don't know exactly what it's going to do. We know our corner speeds are way up even in the wet compared to what they were last year, so we know it's working. Yeah.
So that's always a good positive. And with the increased power, you've got the increased downforce. Oulton Park it can be a bit of a technical track. Is it a difficult one to drive, or is it quite an enjoyable one?
For me, I love Oulton. It's my favourite track, and we've had some good success in this car when it was on standard power in the wet before. And it's just one of those tracks where if you get it, you get it. If you don't get it, it's very hard. You know, like if it was wet at Snetterton, we'd be nowhere, I think, because we just don't know it that well. But Oulton's, it's just up there as one of our favourite, and this car feels great around here.
So for the race, what's your predictions? Obviously, predictions is always a bit of a scary word to use in motorsport, but what are your predictions, what are your aims, where are you aiming to reach?
We want to finish. Because we've not finished the race this year, the main aim is finish. Obviously, as soon as the lights go out and we see that we're either holding a position or gaining a position or whatever, we'll all be secretly hoping that we're getting a trophy or something, but really, we've got to finish. We've got to finish.
All right, well, thanks for chatting with us, and good luck that you do finish. Hope to see you at the end of the race, and the car is still in one piece.
Cool, thanks very much.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, let's let them get back on with their setup. Yeah, you have a quick look at this, Luke. You can see the difference in the wet and the dry tyres. So we're not talking dry as in full slicks, we're talking dry as in sort of semi-slicks, so you can still see there's grooves to get rid of some water, which is why this conversation's going on about, do you run the dry tyre or do you run the wet tyre? Now the rain is easing up a little bit. If you look at the wet tyre here, there's deep grooves in this that is designed to channel the water, get it out from underneath the car so the car doesn't aquaplane. So with the two tyres, there's not a massive difference when you look at the design, but when you're going 100 miles an hour into the braking zone at a Knickerbrook, it makes a massive difference. And if we spin around and have a look at the weather now, it is still coming down quite a lot. There's patches of standing water around still. But that does mean that it's not complete coverage. So do they go with these dry tyres that can channel a little bit of water, but obviously will mean it goes faster once it starts to dry out, if it dries out, which is a big if? Or do you kind of go, no, it's going to do England things, it's going to stay ridiculously wet and stay with those wet tyres? This is the dilemma the teams are in at the moment, trying to decide between the two tyres. Like I say, I have heard a lot of the teams are trying to go for the wets, and I think that's probably a sensible option considering how wet it is. And actually, if you have a look at the crest just at the start of the start-finish straight there, you can see just how much standing water is down there, and that's just obviously on one part of the circuit. Oulton Park is a very undulating track with ups and downs, lefts and rights, camber, off camber, all over the circuit, so there's going to be standing water as well as running water, which is not great for a racetrack, but it does mean obviously it will give us a fantastic race, which is what we're expecting from the race later on with these guys, and they normally do give us a fantastic race as well. Right, let's see if we can try and find somebody else. I don't know how much time we've got left. I think we've probably got a couple of minutes actually, so we've got about 5 minutes, I'm being told in my ear. Thank you very much. Right, so we've got a couple of TCR cars in here. I don't see any of the drivers though, because they always seem to hide when we come down the pit lane, which is, I can't imagine why. We've already spoken to the 297 guys, so I don't want to interrupt them again. Yeah, I think let's try and, all right, Luke, let's try and go down the other end of the pit lane, near where the dark side guys are, and see if we can try and find someone down there. We've already spoken to the 111. Obviously, they had a bit of an up and down season so far, but like we say, hopefully they'll be able to get a good race as well. How do the Netters? They are looking a little bit more relaxed than they did earlier, actually. If you got time to have a quick word. Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you earlier on. You looked a bit busy, but still a fair bit of work going on. So what's the problem?
Well, we had a fire at Anglesey back in whenever it was, which today's weather has reacted with, I think, residual bits of extinguishment, caused myriad of faults. We think we've got it in our battery, so I'm gonna go.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Go ahead. Obviously, we've still got one race in between the lunch break and their race, the Club Enduro race. So obviously he's deep in the bowels of the Ginetta at the moment, trying to get it working. I do hope we see that Ginetta out because it is one of my favourite cars on the grid. I know I shouldn't have favourites, but I kind of do. But spoken to the BMW guys here. Let's keep moving down. Let's see if we can try and find anybody else. At the start of the lunch break, all the drivers were up in the drivers' briefing, so we couldn't talk to anyone. And they don't seem to be too far. Actually, I've spotted someone. Let's have a quick look at this. If I can just jump past you a second. Hello, if I can just jump in a second. This your car, I'm assuming?
It is, yes.
Perfect, all right. So talk us around it.
Alrighty, it was an MX-5. Well, some of it still is an MX-5, I suppose. It's turboed. She's got about 230 horsepower, weighs about 980 kilos. And then what did we do? All right, it's got a G25 550 turbo, so quite a big turbo for the amount of power, so it's not being exercised as it should be. Sequential gearbox with flappy paddles, which is just great fun. That's just for toys. OBP pedal box, which is great to drive, just gives us a bit more braking control. Lovely. Some big brake kits. It's all built by me, which is, yeah.
And how long did it take you to build it all up?
This is, well, I started about 2 years ago, but this chassis I started, this time a year ago. And my wife hasn't seen me much since.
That's always the thing about motorsport, but obviously it looks like a very nicely prepared car, and I've seen it out obviously on track loads of times. What I do love is the fact that, like, yes, like you say, it kind of was an MX-5, but if we come around to the front, it's definitely not original. So talk to us about this bumper arrangement. What did you do with this?
Cool. So I mean, this comes from. There's lots of kind of aero, like club sport aero research going on at the moment, I suppose, and this is just trying to use what other people have tested, and I don't have CFD or the ability to put it in a tunnel, obviously, or anything like that. So it's as much as I can kind of come up with home built and put together. So hopefully it creates some downforce. It may or may not. It might create lift, but it was fun to build. So. Yeah.
No, absolutely. And with the race later on, obviously the main talking point is the weather, obviously. Yep. Is that something that you like or you dislike?
2 times today I have loved it and I've hated it. So practice this morning I did great. I was really happy with how I drove and the car did great. Qualifying was a shambles. I completed about 3 laps, spun the car as many times as I did laps, and absolutely hated it. And so fingers crossed, I've put the wet tyres back on and we'll have a good race.
So we've seen a few teams already on the dilemma about the tyres, whether to go for the wet or the dry. I'm guessing you're in the mindset of it's not going to ease up for the entire duration of the race, so let's keep with the wets on it. Is that kind of the mentality going into it?
Yeah, for sure. I just want to finish. Yeah. So I don't want to end up backwards. I don't want to upset anybody or make the race complicated. So put the wets on and we'll just deal with slower lap times.
No, fair enough. And is this a track that you enjoy?
It's only the second time I've been here, and it was even worse weather than this last time. So
standard Oulton Park then.
Yeah, but lovely. What a cool track. Love the banked corner. That's great fun. I like. Yeah, you feel like you're going on holiday every time you go around another corner because there's something cool to see. So it's aesthetic. It's interesting. It's a bit more technical, I suppose, and yeah, love it.
Perfect. All right. Well, we'll leave you to it. And you look like you're fairly happy with the setup of it. You kind of just left it to it now. So good luck for the race, and hopefully we'll see you at the end of it.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right. Now, I think we're just about out of time, I think. So, yeah, with the rain still coming down, obviously we've still got standing water plenty around, and there's cars in the assembly area now. I think we're just going to go for a couple of ad breaks, and then we'll be going racing for the afternoon sessions.
The 750 Motor Club round of races descending on Oulton Park for the second time this year. And if you're just joining us, welcome. If not, then you will have been here since we kicked things off 3 races ago. Thanks to Kieran Mogg for the updates and interviews during the lunch break. We'll be hearing plenty more from Kieran through the course of the afternoon in response to the various races we've got coming up. It's Johnny Palmer and multiple classic stock hatch champion Pip Hammond keeping you company and abreast of the action for the next 6 races, most of them being 15-minute affairs, but we've got the 100-minute Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship to look forward to as well, with a mandatory pit stop and a few extra time penalties and an additional pit stop for one particular car as well, which we will delve much more deeply into a little later. But a 15-minute Yokohama Lowcost Championship race to look at first of all. These cars then a similar shape to the Mazda 7 Championship that we had earlier on. Lowcost racing, one of the UK's most successful forms of club motorsport, with grids regularly exceeding 30 cars year in, year out. And they're all built to the same Ron Champion build your own sports car book design with a 1.3 litre Ford engine. So these cars with a qualifying session earlier on, and this was to glean a couple of grids. So there are the first 6 cars. Try and get you some first names as well. So Lewis Ward, pole position, 223.0 alongside George Grice. Then it's Tor Tuller in number 90 with Jack Linus for company to his left. Paul Clark and Daniel Russell complete the top 6. Beyond that, we have Rory Mallinson in number 18, Glyn Griffiths next up, then Jake Sturt and Luke Stokes in 54 and 66. Sean Bram and Christopher Summers are on row 6. Row 7 is number 52, Alan Harmon, and 11, Jack Artists. Then it is Max Rue in 27, William Jennings alongside in 84, Daniel Grist and Steve Brown, 43 and 37 on row 9, and in 10th position, Ed Falkingham and Stephen Wright, 69 and 24. 21st and 22nd, Glenn Boyer and Keith Malpas, that's 33 and 41. Trevor Faunch and Will Fulger are 34 and 74 on the final row. And the conditions, I'm afraid to say, are no better than when we headed off for the lunch break. You only get one installation lap, Pip Hammond, and you need to be assessing the conditions rather quickly in these low costs.
Yeah, these in particular, just like the 7s were earlier. I mean, the conditions look like they're worse, to be honest. There's no dry line on the track whatsoever. But it's a tricky one for these guys. Obviously, visibility very compromised, comfort very compromised. And then, even just down to the basics, electrics, they've got the air filter on show. Some of the cars, you can see the air filter poking out of the top, so they're quite susceptible to getting water where it doesn't want to be. So the guys have got to be careful. They don't want to be following cars through large puddles, particularly, and soaking everything like that. So there's a bit of a knack to driving these, but there's been a runaway championship leader, provisional champion already, Daniel Garrett. And where's Daniel starting? Oh, in fact, Daniel's not starting.
That is interesting. Okay, so it doesn't feature on the grid. Is he even here this weekend? And has he therefore chosen to take this whole round as are we talking about drop scores? Yes, we are. They are a thing in low cost. Keeping our eyes peeled on the grid forming up and flags to be waved at the back. But Garrett has done a lot of winning this year. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wins at the very least. Already provisional champion. And when drop scores are not taken into account, he's on 235 versus Lewis Ward on 196. Sean Bram and Jack Liners are having an intriguing fight for 3rd in the championship. Actually 2nd, 3rd and 4th, not too far away. Red lights on, 15 minutes of racing then for the Lowcost Championship. The Yokohama Lowcost Championship gets underway at Oulton Park now. And Lewis Ward may have struggled in the standing water. He does, because George Grice is the first car to head past us, although through the water splash, that was Lewis Ward as well. And Ward has lost time as a result of that and another position. So Grice, for the first time down the avenue, takes this huge pack of low-cost cars. But imagine what it's like right in the middle with all this spray churning up around them, and just a matter of muscle memory to know precisely where to turn in at Cascades. I reckon that is the poleman, Lewis Ward, now down to 4th position.
Yeah, that's a rough start there, but he's kept himself out of trouble. They've all kept it clean through the first couple of corners, so well done to all of the low-cost drivers there. George Grice got a nice little gap there. He made the best of the getaway, and he's obviously got the best of the visibility too, so he'll be hoping to make use of that on this early going.
You can see how much rain is still coming down from our locked-off camera at Shell Oil's hairpin. And, well, neatly sideways for 5th place there, scrapping away for 5th and 6th, actually. We'll identify those cars at the end of the first lap, probably. But Lewis Ward working his way through Britain's in that 4th position. So George Grice got through. Tortulla got through. He's now 2nd, and that might be Jack Linus in 3rd position. Yes, it is, in the 13 car, and Linus now shaping up Tulla for a pass into Hislops. Doesn't quite work on this occasion, but because of the concertina effect, it means Lewis Ward is right back with them. Lewis Ward only out-qualifying George Grice by 0.02 of a second in drier conditions this morning. It wasn't fully dry. But I'm not surprised that Lewis Ward, having lost those places initially, has the lap speed to fight back immediately.
Yeah, it's an intriguing battle that as they head up to Druids. First time at racing speed. It's usually much more slippery up there than it is everywhere else on the track. But our leaders got through it nice and cleanly. George Grice making a bit of a gap there. We've got a good tussle on for 2nd. It's Linus up to 2nd on the exit of Druids. And Grice just getting away a little bit.
Linus might have made that pass around the outside of Druids. I wonder whether there's enough grip there on the karting type line. And down the inside of Tulla goes Lewis Ward. So he's got one of those places back again in the black car with the blue roll cage. And Linus, as you say, up to 2nd position in number 13. So it is leading the first lap. George Grice, then Jack Linus. Then after that move into the final corner, Lewis Ward, and Tortulla, who had been 2nd for much of that opening lap, finds himself down in 4th position, followed by Jake Sturt, and in 6th place in the early stages is Daniel Russell. So they're the 2 more. And now at the first corner, in the classic movement that we've seen for much of the day already, Glyn Griffiths is in the gravel. Now he's a bit closer to the racing line in the gravel trap rather than being right up against the tyre wall. So this might be more of a substantial decision to make from a race direction point of view.
Yeah, and it's very early in the race as well, so possibly they could scramble a safety car clear and get going again, but they're just covering it under yellows for now. Glyn's out of the car and walking away, so he's fine. But the car is very close to the track there, isn't it, Johnny?
The concern is that it's just a bit further around the corner as well, so more likely for cars to fall off at that point. I like Glyn's matching helmet to the paint scheme on that car. Just a shame we're not going to see it for the rest of this race, but hopefully not too much damage. He'll have to rake quite a few stones out of the number 31 car before it's racing again. And the inset picture shows the recovery. So the marshals maybe are going to attempt that. Meanwhile, we're still racing, and it's side by side as Linus goes up the curb to try and get ahead of George Grice on the brakes. That could have gone horribly wrong. And it is a safety car, by the way, as meanwhile here comes Lewis Ward with a totally different and illegal line, but acknowledgement now that the safety car boards are out, the yellow flags at Clay Hill. And it might be that Lewis Ward is asked to give one of those positions back again because he rejoined at a fair rate of knots, although I presume he zigzagged his way through those plastic boxes. But now some acknowledgement that we're going to go caution. That's because of Glyn Griffiths' car, which is being tended to by the marshals. Glyn got out of it very, very quickly. Well, this is a big helping hand to Lewis Ward, even though he might be in a slightly false position of 3rd. I don't want to say that too earnestly. But he will have at the restart the 2 in front of him at touching distance.
Yeah, but I did joke with the safety car drivers, Jono and Chris Baines earlier, that they might lead the most laps today. So impressive that we've made it to the first race after lunch for the first safety car of the day. But hopefully we can get this one cleared up quickly. It's not too far from the track. It's not gone into the barriers. So hopefully we've only got a couple of minutes of downtime and we can get going racing soon.
Well, George Grice will be desperate for a race win. He's never won a race before and has only had hasn't had a podium, a low-cost podium, since 2020. So it's been quite a wait to get a top 3 result. Clearly he's got a quick car this weekend and is liking the wet weather conditions, the unconventional lines. Recovery very quickly descending on the scene. We're kind of getting quite used to this now. We've had a car off virtually every single race at Old Hall and in the gravel trap. So that is being delicately moved. And here is the Hyundai safety car that has picked up the race leader, George Grice, with Jack Linus second. Third position, Lewis Ward, after taking to the escape road at Hislop's Knickerbrook. Tor Tuller fourth, ahead of Jake Sturt and the 57 car of Daniel Russell. Obviously, for those in the middle order, this is denying them of laps because the clock continues to tick by. And we've had 6 minutes of the race so far.
Yeah, this is quite a smart decision, though, with race control and managing the safety car here. It's travelling very slowly, so hopefully if they can clear this car in the next minute or so, they'll be able to pick up the pace and just have this one lap behind the safety car. So that's it's smart. It's frustrating for the drivers because obviously they're tickling around at walking pace now and getting wet without any of the water travelling over them, but they'll appreciate it if they look into the decision making there. I think good job, race control.
Yeah, a day like this is sort of an occupational hazard when you're driving low costs or indeed Mazda 7 Championship cars. You are open to the elements, and so are the workings of the car, I suppose, as well. From a tyre perspective, I mean, are these pretty hard compound tyres? Are they grooved tyres? Well, they will be grooved tyres, of course, because it's a wet race. But we don't necessarily have to be worrying about temperature drop-off with these tyres.
Not so much with these. They're a kind of a road pattern on these tyres, so that's why they're not looking as leery as the Mazda 7s we saw earlier today. They're much closer to a road tyre on these cars, so we're not going to worry too much about temperature there. Possibly engine temperatures, just because these are basic systems running carburetors and what have you, so the fueling and everything will be set up to be running flat out, which obviously right now some of these cars are just at walking pace through the chicane, but they are towing the stricken Glyn Griffiths car. Well, they're trying to. It looks very well beached. I thought the pickup might have been able to drag it a bit harder than that, but I think we might be going round for another lap at this rate.
Well, the lights are still on. We will get an indication of whether we're going to get another safety car lap by about Druids. And in fact, the decision has been taken to stop the race, and that means that recovery can be done in a more meaningful fashion. That's probably because they've tried to tow it, and it's maybe potentially going to do more damage to the car. It'll need a lift out of there rather than just dragging it. Or maybe they're going to approach it from the other direction, aren't they? But it'll be unsafe to do that whilst we've still got cars circulating. So with a red flag, the cars will line up on the start-finish line, I reckon, nose to tail. And the way we restart it, if we go with a restart, will be again behind the safety car, I would have thought. Or are we going to have... No, we'll probably have a full restart, won't we? Yes, remember where I am. I'm used to endurance racing in the last few weeks. So it'll probably be a new grid issued, gridding the cars up, and another clutch start.
Yeah, these aren't a championship that would have normally have a green flag lap anyway. So obviously being at Oulton Park and the assembly area exit takes you onto the track for a lap. But usually with these cars, it's straight to the grid and go. So I imagine that's what they're going to get. They're going to line them up, and then the lights will go out at some point thereafter, and we'll be racing again.
Still a bit of a question mark about the Lewis Ward car, although I suppose Lewis will say, well, I headed into Hislop's and Knickerbrook in third. He was third, wasn't he? And he's come out in third. So no, on balance, that's fine. And it's not me making the decision, thankfully. Glyn Griffiths is moving again, but because he was stopped in the red flag, I can't imagine he'll be... Mind you, it'll be null and void race, so maybe if he goes around and he'll feel happy with the car, could he take a restart? He'll be right at the back. But that race, and it's... Well, if you like, the order that we were running determines the grid for this race, and you can forget otherwise about what's gone on previously. So, a new grid will be being churned through the system from TSL timing, and in fact the Glyn Griffiths car is going to be guided back towards the paddock and potentially Parc Fermé. So yeah, go ahead.
It's a tricky one for Glyn there, because you're obviously not wired to race control. You don't actually know what you're going to be allowed to do if you've not found yourself in that position before. He's only been racing for 3 years, so he's probably not found himself sat on the track wondering if he's still in the race or not. So They've guided him back into the paddock, and I imagine that'll be the end of his race. But an awkward situation for him, and but it's so tricky conditions, and the car doesn't look damaged, so hopefully he'll get that sorted out and ready for race 2.
I'd be a bit concerned about the geometry of that car now, only because it's gone into the gravel, then they were attempting to recover it from the gravel, and the steering may be slightly out of alignment, so he may just want to check that car anyway before he's racing it in these conditions at Oulton Park, of all places. But it's a real disappointment for him because he qualified pretty well in the top 8. Otherwise, though, instructions now being sent to drivers up and down the order, because they may have found their way into slightly different positions. Normally, we count back a lap or maybe 2, so the order could have changed in the meantime. The red flag has to come out on one particular lap, so therefore the order as the red flag comes out is slightly inaccurate. So they'll look at that, and the timing will be reset. Planned start time has just been adjusted to 1:40. No, so that's the start time we actually had. Therefore, I would imagine this is going to be at least 5 minutes. 7 minutes have appeared on the screen, mind you. So a 7-minute race is predicted as the restart for the Yokohama Lowcost Championship. Well, 15 minutes wasn't a great deal of time. It is now going to be just shy of half of that, and therefore no chance to hang around. I suppose you wanted to be trying to make overtakes at this restart as early as possible before the field gets too far out, and then there may not be any time for somebody to repay the favour.
Yeah, it does become a sprint now, and it will reward the brave drivers, but it obviously being braver in these conditions doesn't always reward anybody, because you could end up in this situation again. I did want to just revisit that point. I said Glyn had only been racing for 3 years, and you were worried about the alignment on that car. It does say he had 40 years of banger racing prior, so, so perhaps he won't worry about the alignment quite as much as anyone else. But again, hopefully he just gets that sorted out and he's ready to go for race 2.
Yeah, there's if you're concerned about the alignment of front wheels on a low cost, then you want to try and drive a Granada Estate that has taken a pummeling and then you've pulled it out with your high ab. I am a big fan of banger racing. That's actually where I first started my commentary career about 20 odd years ago. Brisker F1 stock cars as well, you know, the proper stuff. But I thoroughly enjoy these circuits as well, an opportunity to turn left and right. So it's going to be a little bit of time before these cars are heading towards a grid. Interesting that 1 or 2 are still getting signatures, so novice crosses on the rear, which is good to see. The Lowcost Championship is a great entry-level formula, and then a way of discovering more 750 Motor Club racing. So very often somebody who's begun in low costs, you can find them in other categories in later years.
Absolutely, and with the sort of the pathway to the Mazda 7s now as well, some of the cars have been adapted and drivers have taken them on and modified them to go that little bit faster, and so it's created a little pathway of these sort of much cheaper than Caterham style race cars. So they are quite a visceral, very raw thing to drive. Everything's very manual, everything's sort of direct feedback, no power steering, none of that. So they're a great way to get to build the fundamentals of driving. You do have to keep them singing because they're only a little 1300 cross flow. They do catch each other very, very quickly in the slipstream as well. Yeah. Maybe not today, but usually these things become quite slipstream battles. So they're a very good way into the sport.
And I guess from a mechanical point of view as well, very easy to get your head around how everything works and interacts, and therefore, you know, there'll be small teams, possibly people just turning up on their own with a car and a trailer, maybe 2 people, but sometimes there's the necessity to fix things in between races, and I assume that's pretty easy to do as well.
Yeah, I imagine everybody's fighting over the last few cast crossflow blocks these days because they've not been making those for decades, but in general, I think mechanically they're probably fairly straightforward to put together. The nuance is in tuning everything and tolerancing everything to what will make it work the best. And you sort of see that with some of the drivers who've been in it longer, who've adapted their cars to their own preferences or come up with little loopholes that aren't in the, not written rules, just things that you need to figure out along the way that you only get through the experience of driving and developing. So just looking at this delay, it's possible we're just trying to decide what the grid is.
Yeah.
After that red flag.
I think that's very likely. Adrian Newey always used to say that technical regulations, you have to read them and work out what they don't say. rather than what they're telling you to say, because there is always something that perhaps nobody has thought of or somebody's overlooked that you can get away with for a season maybe, and then that'll be closed moving forward. Racecraft as well. I mean, you mentioned the ability to read a race, work out from a context point of view whether you have to be in front or not, but it's like Caterham derived racing. It's like the Mazda 7s earlier on. In the dry, this is all about not leading as you start the last lap.
Yeah, that's particularly prevalent at a track like somewhere like Mallory Park or Donington, where you're flat out for so much of it. Round here, obviously, it's a lot more technical, but it still plays a big part of it, because you can just, even if you've got that toe, you can calm down your like last minute urgent braking and stuff like that. You can really lay off the car ahead for a run, or it's almost you can be too close on the exit and not benefit from a slipstream.
Yeah,
because it's essentially a brick. And if you chase it with your brick, you'll catch it much quicker if you're starting from 4 or 5 car lengths behind. So it looks like we're starting to roll to the grid now. So the front two are as we expected, with we've got their Grice and Linus. They're deciding whether the third Ward's car that is coming up to third. So it looks like we're as we were at red flag, possibly, rather than original grid.
Yeah, I think it'll be the previous. Well, the red flag came out on, what was it, lap 4 maybe. So the order at the end of the previous lap will have been taken, rather than any overtakes after that, because there are no further readings. It's the control line, and kind of that's it. There will be split times here and there. By the way, we're down to 6 minutes of a race now, so a bit more chiselled off as we work out the grid.
A 3-lap sprint. That's going to be.
I'm game. I think one or two others that maybe have not qualified well or lost places in the earlier version of this race won't be too happy about that. But the old phrase, or the fairly modern phrase, it is what it is.
Yeah.
So you've got to work with whatever you've got, and there is another race for these drivers later on. It'll carry the same number of points. It's normally something that we don't have to worry about in terms of half points or anything like that, if we don't get any racing laps. But keep our fingers crossed that we can get through 3 green flag laps, plus we've had racing laps earlier on as well. And as we've been describing, Daniel Garrett, who's not here, or he's not in this grid, does seem to be in great shape to take the title, and perhaps has worked out that it's best not to compete today, because he can then take a couple of drop scores, and that will better his position. Jack Linus was a winner last time out at Snetterton, but Daniel Garrett with a win at Donington, 2 at Silverstone, 2 at Anglesey, 3 at Anglesey in fact, and then 1 at Snetterton in the previous race to the triple header that Jack Linus won. Ryan Garrett was the other winner that weekend. But yeah, we have just 2 races to end the season. 4 drivers contesting second place, and 170 plays 174 for Lewis Ward and Sean Bram, together with Jack Linus on 168 and Ryan Garrett on 174. So level pegging on drops between Bram and Garrett for second position. You get 25 points for a race win, so that's exactly the same as Formula 1, but it's 22 points for second place, 20 for third. So the increments are pretty narrow. Green flag, this is a formation lap therefore. 1 or 2 further back might have thought it was the race start, but the green flag is waved, and a chance therefore to assess the conditions. Clock has not started to tick down, so I'm wondering whether the idea to run for 7 minutes was then changed with the introduction of a formation lap. So knock it down to 6. And this is going to be either the best race of the day, or it could be potentially carnage, and we might be straight back into a stoppage. Let's hope for the former.
Yeah, well, they managed the initial start very well. Nobody was even so much as through the mud on that first corner, so which is the only time we've seen that today. So hopefully everyone behaves. I think it was probably just a misjudgment, and it was only frustratingly for Glyn Griffiths. The car was only so very slightly off the track, but just happened to dig in. So.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got a car moving slowly there. Which one's that, if I can get the number?
It's tough from this distance. I'm not sure, but if that's the pole sitter going through, then it's presumably someone who's going to be starting quite far up. but I didn't recognise the red livery on that car. It wasn't Linus. Linus is there.
I wonder if that was a driver that hadn't got the memo that it was a green flag lap, dropping back to position.
Potentially so, yes. Because I did spot that the green and yellow car just nipping through shot there was very eager on the throttle as the green flag was waved. And there was a car very similar to that of Lewis Ward as well, just going through, but Ward is still there, slightly concerned that the black and blue car had dropped places. But yeah, I think you're right that it may have been a car slightly out of position. This is not obviously exactly the same as our starting grid then for race 1 of the Lowcost Championship, the Yokohama Lowcost Championship, with 2 15-minute races. We're going to be doing very much the long distance stuff next up with a 1 hour and 40-minute race. And conditions probably going to be fairly consistent throughout that, although it'll be very interesting to monitor them, and the teams involved will be doing likewise. There is the Lewis Ward lookalike car, which is actually Jack Artis, who was originally built to start in 14th position. Is it even worse out there, or is that just... No, it's tough to say now because there is so much standing water and these cars really don't... Okay, there's a nod from Kieran Mogg to say definitely the rain is pounding down way more than it was at the start of this race, potentially. It was 54. Jake Sturt, who found himself slightly ahead of the game and therefore had to get off the throttle. And Lewis Ward marginally ahead now, Jack Linus, but that will be sorted out. Linus slotting through into 2nd position, as they've all got to remember now precisely where they are on this restart. White from the memory banks where they were 10 minutes or so ago. Which side of the grid would you prefer to be starting here? It just looks very, very even in actual fact.
It looks like you'd probably want to be 6th. There's a little bit of there's a bit less standing water around the 6th place car there. Can't quite make the number out from this distance, but I mean, it's not going to be good. Not going to be easy for anyone there. It's the cars aren't even clearing a line on the track like they were this morning. It just films back over straight away with the rain. So these are as difficult a condition as you could possibly get.
So the second attempt at the first Yokohama Lowcost Championship race might be a powerboat affair to the first corner. I think that was Daniel Russell in 57. The green flag is waved at the back. It's not 15 minutes anymore. It's only 6. And let's hope they can all get cleanly through Old Hall Corner for the first time of asking. The red lights are on. They go out now. That's a great getaway this time from Lewis Ward, learning from his mistake. How about 4 abreast further back, mind you? So everybody willing to get stuck in, and Ward will be in the lead. So the stoppage to this has worked a treat for Lewis Ward, having had pole position, having lost 3 places at the initial start. He's now got them all back again. And heading for Cascades, it's Ward that leads Linus. Then jinking out of line may well be Luke Stokes. Oh, but one straight on, and that is a former race leader in the earlier version of this, George Grice.
Oh, no.
So the number 3 car through the gravel, and how quickly motorsport can deliver and then take it away from you immediately as the Jack Artis car is side by side. But, well, Lewis Ward was gutted at the earlier race start, I am sure, and was locking horns with so many of them, but now he leads.
Yeah, it's a good start there for Jake Sturt as well, up to 3rd place. That practice start on the formation lap obviously paying dividends. And he's hanging in there with the leaders. He's doing a good job.
Here's Ward, here's Linus in 2nd position, and yet killer getaway for the Jake Sturt car as they head out of Britain's, and the stream of spray from all 4 tyres of each of these low costs, at some cases floating on the top of the road surface. 4th position for Tortulla in the black and white car, and Tulla was up to 2nd place before the stoppage, but he's now in 4th place. Slightly different cars around him, in fairness. Grip levels out of Knickerbrook can't be excellent either. There's actually almost a semi-surface change coming out of there as well, as different parts of Oulton Park have been relayed at different times. A little bit of a gap emerging there as well. So these top 5 or 6 cars away and gone, and Linus does appear to be able to match the speed of Lewis Ward, which is something he couldn't quite do earlier in the day. They were separated by 0.8 of a second. Yeah,
he's picked up well there. He made a lot of ground through Druids. Ward seemed to understeer initially on turn in, so we'll see how that gap develops. Sturt, an aggressive defensive third place there from the number 90 car, Tortola, but they're just dropping back a little bit from the leaders. They could probably do with trying to cooperate a little bit and close the gap, but I suspect with the podium on the line, it'll be more about the position at the time.
3 minutes and 25 seconds to go as they complete the first racing lap in this restarted Yokohama Lowcost Championship race. Half a second separates Lewis Ward and Jack Linus. Third position is Sturt, still getting signatures with another novice cross on the back. So I've mentioned some further towards the rear of the field, but the yellow and with a black cross indicated on the back of Sturt's car as well. You wouldn't know it necessarily, because he is keeping pace with the two in front and staving off Tortola's advances down Island Straight and towards Island Bend. This tricky left-hander, which offers a bit of camber as well. And it's definitely a quartet for the lead. Then the gap is back to number 57, Daniel Russell. And also involved there for 5th and 6th is Luke Stokes. But Linus right with the race leader.
That's right. There was a big move from Christopher Summers, contesting 7th and 8th at the first corner there. I don't know if he managed to pick both positions, but very late on the brakes down the inside. The leaders coming through the chicane now. They have concertinaed back up a little bit, so perhaps message received for Jake Sturt to quit the defence and go after the leaders.
Yeah, and indication from the pit wall in that respect. Why not? Because he's been able to get the car off the line brilliantly well, too well actually, at the green flag lap. But that was a good practice. Tortola looked like he had a couple of left side tyres on the grass there, but he did get the thing stopped and turned in at the right point. Feeling like you're in a power shower coming out of Hislops and Knickerbrook in these open cars. And the tail lights, the rain lights, essential as well, just to give everyone an indication of your whereabouts as they appear now through the aptly named Water Tower corner, the left-hander, and into the double right at Druids. Well controlled this from Lewis Ward. He could maybe go a bit faster, but I think it's a concerted effort, or a conservative effort, just getting the feel and working out where all the grip is not, as Tortola now thinks about a move on Jake Sturt. They are two abreast as they arrive at Lodge Corner. Lots of twiddling of the wheel, but Sturt gives racing room just about, and Tuller is going to pull that move off, I think. Up to third position, he'll get the judgment over the line, yes, and it's sealed. Terrific overtake.
Nicely done, just keep it calm for turn 1. He's gone in there very hot. Has made it out the other side, but did look to arrive there very quickly. Bit between the teeth now. We'll be on the final lap, so a 2-second gap sounds like a lot, but in these conditions, these things can change very quickly.
Too right, and we've seen that in the short period of time we've been on the air. In fact, with lots of action. Oh, and there's more of it, because down at the first corner, out of your view, a car is in the gravel and in the barrier. Very similar to Ben Powney's incident earlier on in the Mazda 7 Championship. So this is the final lap. There is the car we're speaking of. Not able to identify that helmet, I'm afraid, at this point. There is some movement from the driver involved, but the marshals will be quickly with them. Here's the lead fight. So Tortola had got the third position around the outside at Lodge. But there's no difference in the gaps. We'll still be racing to the finish because the first corner are no longer involved for the leaders. They're well past that part of the race circuit, and they're free to race to the finish on this final lap.
Yeah, that two-second gap had gone, hadn't it? The 4 lead, Sturt's not entirely out of this. If this battle continues like it is down to the chicane, looks like the 2 leaders side by side with Linus on the outside, and Ward covering off the inside, nice and calm. It's nicely done.
Yeah. He didn't get fazed by that. Well experienced with drivers over his shoulder. But for sure, Linus was in his peripheral vision. Just needed to get the braking point right and the turn in as well. Clipped the Hislops apex or apeces correctly. But this time, Linus's run up Clay Hill is much better. And they're side by side as they arrive at Druids. The next corner's a right-hander, which will definitely favour Jack Linus. And Linus in the orange, black and blue car takes the race lead with possibly no opportunity to fight back for Lewis Ward. Having said that, it's Lewis Ward, and he's pulled out a line under the Paul Warwick Bridge and down towards Lodge for the final time, and Ward gets the lead back again. Terrific action in the Yokohama Lowcost Championship race. It might be slightly shortened affair, but I did suggest this might be the best race of the day. It's certainly up there so far. Lewis Ward and Jack Linus, they're side by side. It's nip and tuck, and I think Linus got it, didn't he? No, Ward. Ward got it by 0.03 of a second. Terrific finish. Ward and Linus side by side, but the gap is 0.030 of a second. My word. Tortola third, ahead of Jake Sturt in fourth. Fifth position was Daniel Russell, and sixth place was the number 66 car of Luke Stokes. They all carry transponders, these cars, and they're going to be totally sure that the transponders are in exactly the same position. I'm not quite sure it works like that these days, but that might have to be looked at as well from some sort of photograph, and we'll see whether that result is maintained. It's very difficult from our angle because we're a long way in front of the control line to judge that, but you can get closer than that, but it takes some doing.
Yeah, that was Linus did the right thing there. He laid back, he let Ward drive into the corner on that narrow line, and it just maybe got on the curb a little bit on the exit and just compromised his actual drive off the corner, which obviously didn't compromise it too much because he still made it up here side by side, but very close. Great racing between the two. A good podium for Tortola, first of the season and fastest lap as well. And Jake Sturt very close to that first podium, but a good effort in fourth place.
There's the gap then in numbers for you to see. 0.30 of a second separate winner Lewis Ward from Jack Linus. Tortola was very close in third as well. Great race from Jake Sturt, who got up as high as third position. Daniel Russell, Luke Stokes were duking it out for fifth and sixth for much of the race, ahead of Chris Summers, number 88, and Sean Bram. Then Mark Rue and Daniel Grist completing the 10, ahead of Rory Mallinson, Ed Falkingham, William Jennings, and Paul Clark. Alan Harmon next up. Jack Artis was higher than that actually, so he may have come a cropper or maybe had, semi-involved with other incidents not of his own making. Steve Brown 17th, ahead of Glenn Boyer and Trevor Faunch, then Keith Malpas, Will Folger, George Grice, who he lost at Cascades on the opening lap, and Stephen Wright 23rd. But an absolute barnstormer of a Yokohama Low-Cost Championship race. Can't wait to catch up with the winner and the narrowly not winner, Jack Linus, slipping by those 0.03 of a second to Lewis Ward, and Tortola may have some stories to tell as well. Unfortunately, more barrier repairs required at Old Hall Corner and another damaged car. Important to be paying attention to races that you're not involved in, just to know where the hot spots are, I suppose.
Yeah, that was quite a sheer impact, that one. When we saw the Powney crash earlier today, sort of didn't glance it, but didn't go in quite as straight as that one. So hopefully driver and car okay. It's a bit more of a recovery job this time, but the barrier looks quite well enforced there. So hopefully if there won't be any immediate big repairs beyond moving everything back to where it's supposed to be.
This is where the earlier repair of the tyre wall at Old Hall was so important. You see, you can't just leave a dishevelled, out of place tyre barrier, because there's every chance if it's been struck once that it will be hit again, and all of the bits and pieces will be being assessed through the course of the day as well to make sure that they are still in a suitable part. I mean, for instance, one of the foam blocks now is out of its rubber casing, so that will all have to be sorted out as well. It's like trying to pack a sleeping bag away, I suppose, at the end of a camping trip. Oh yes, it's been sliced in half, in fact, so they'll have to make sure that that is still suitable for the job. And unfortunately, the front of the car does not look too good either. I still can't quite tell the number on that.
3.
3.
That's Grice.
So Grice had 2 offs?
Yeah.
I was thinking it couldn't be Grice because he'd already had his moment at Cascades, but he rejoined and then totally crunched the car on the front. My word. So that's a bigger story in actual fact, because Grice had one of the quickest low-cost cars here this weekend, and I cannot see that that's going to be repaired. Whether it was Glyn Griffiths who's got the banger experience to try and pull a car out like that, but I think that might be beyond George Grice. As the work continues down at the first corner to get ready for the next race, which is the Enduro, we can head to Kieran Mogg.
Thank you very much. Yes, as you can see, the rain down here is absolutely terrible. You see Thought on there having a massive celebration with one of his mechanics. Quickly jump in with Lewis Ward. Lewis, Jesus, that was close.
Yeah, what a race. Yeah, I thought I blew it, to be honest, after a poor start on the initial start. And then I think the red flag possibly helped me, gave me another chance, got a much better start the second time around. But yeah, these guys were all over me right to the end.
Obviously, you and Jack switching around the entire way around the last lap as well. That was absolutely spectacular racing. Obviously, leaving each other just enough racing room, but it's obviously good that you can have a battle like that and know that you can come out the other side unscathed.
Exactly, yeah. I've got a lot of respect for Jack. Very good driver, very smooth, and very clean. It's nice to race against somebody who's not bumping into you and stuff. So, yeah, really nice, really good. What a race. If I can just quickly say thank you to Premier Wheels, my sponsors, Hayden Electrical, who also sponsor me, friends and family that have stuck it out in the rain today that have come to watch, and the marshals as well. They're all out here in the rain, and if it wasn't for them, we couldn't race. So thank you all.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you. Let's have a quick chat with Jack Linus. Jack, again, that was so close. That was absolutely incredible racing, but I don't know what it was on the actually I've got it here. 0.03 on the line.
Okay, yeah, it was half a car length. It was I almost had opposite side him, but yeah, I just didn't get quite the run that I was hoping for at the last corner. But yeah, gave my best shot.
And obviously, you know, with Lewis going a little bit wide at I think it was Druids that you went sort of side by side at. I think it was that right. I can't remember.
Yeah,
anyway,
going down the hill into the chicane, I closed in a lot on him, and I'd sort of gained a lot on the first half of the lap, I guess. And then I got a better run up the hill, so I just thought I'll stick to inside and hope it grips. And yeah, just about held on, but he got a better line out of Druid. So yeah, it all came down to the last corner, which was very exciting. I didn't think I was going to be there sort of a lap before, because there was a good sort of couple of car lengths gap to us, and I can't see a thing behind him. So it was great. Yeah, great fun.
Obviously, still got one more race later today. So take two. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I'm starting a bit further back. Qualifying didn't quite go as well, but yeah, I'll see what I can do and see how quickly I can come through.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you very much. Now, one of the big moves in the race was Thor Tuller. Thor, that was, again, an incredible race. Obviously, you couldn't quite just get you into the crowd. There we go. Couldn't quite get obviously with these two, but you had one heck of a race yourself.
Thank you so much. It was the second restart wasn't really great. I think I fell to 7th or 8th, but yeah, just really got lucky, and I'm really happy to be here.
And obviously, you know, it's difficult conditions, not easy to drive in at all. You got the fastest lap of the race, and you closed in on the leaders as well. So it was one heck of a drive. So you must have enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, fastest lap. Oh well, I'm pretty chuffed with that. Yeah, it was just a really good race with Jake Sturt, and yeah, he's aggressive, but he's fair. So yeah, it was a great bit of fun. Yeah.
And what do you reckon for the race later on? Do you reckon you might be able to do one or two better?
Well, I'm starting second, so I'm hoping one better, two better, I guess. Yeah.
Awesome. Look forward to seeing it then. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right. So that is all of the sprint races out of the way before we've got the endurance race now. Obviously, we've still got sprint races afterwards, but we've got now a 1 hour and 40 minute enduro for you all to enjoy. So back up to comms, we'll go through the grid.
Yeah, working my way through precisely how this grid lines up, because some cars are entered with 2 drivers, others with just 1, and they're all going to have to stop once in a 1 hour and 40 minute race. It's the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, race 5 of the day, and a 100-minute race stands in front of everybody. There are 1 or 2 extras to tell you about in the programme as well. But let's just work our way through the grid so that you have that. Pole position then for the number 19 car. This is the Audi RS3 TCR of Wayne Lawson, who's going to start the car, and James Pickford for Class A. And alongside them will be the number 2, and that might be a number change actually, but Hadley's going to start that. Yeah, Jamie Hadley in his VW Golf GTI is an addition to the programme. 89 in 3rd position, and that is Scott Parkin with the Mauger and Blenko combination alongside. Now Blenko I can't find in the programme and I can't find in the updates. I'm just wondering whether that's Alan Blenko. Josh Barrett will know and we'll get in touch very shortly. Puttergill and Nyland in the 5th place car, number 83, and that is the Honda Civic Type R, and it's Parkin and Breitcher alongside. Then the Fenwick and Collard combination. That's Ricky Collard, who is... it is Alan Blenko, I'm told, by Josh Barrett. Thank you for that. Fenwick, and we heard from Ricky Collard earlier on during Kieran Mogg's grid walk, or hit garage walk as it technically was. Ricky Collard, a defending British GT champion with his dad Rob, who is a long-standing name within the BTCC. Lowcost and Blackie will start in 8th place in their treble one BMW E92. Then it's Connell and Wilkinson Hughes 9th, ahead of Dennis and Simmons in the number 1 car, which is a Class B Honda Civic. Williams and the Cook duo 11th and 12th. Big grid of cars this, as you would expect, because the pull for a 100-minute race is great. Gillespie and Dryborough are next up. Then the Brooks and Brooks, number 34, Lotus Elise. Simerson and Stanton, 55, alongside number 12, Crilly. And then it's the two Etheridges in the 80 car. That is Andrew Etheridge, Lee and Harris and Collins. So we'll just work our way through the surnames because we'll have plenty of chance to mention all of these. Whittaker and Inott 21st, Fothergill 22nd, Ferguson and Luke 23rd, Douglas and Luke 24th. The safety car lights are still on, so this is not going to be the start of the race. We will get another opportunity, therefore, of a further lap and a slightly less rushed grid. So that's 24th place. And that is all of the cars. And the chance now in the background of the grid to have a look at the pole-sitting Audi. I've also got starting drivers with thanks to Giles Groombridge of the 750 Motor Club. But they're on another document on a WhatsApp chat, so I'm having to spin quite a few plates here, but it's fine. I'm enjoying it, don't get me wrong. So, starting drivers. I mentioned Wayne Lawson, therefore James Pickford later on. We've got Hadley, which is a solo drive, the addition to the programme. Parkin's the only driver in, that's Scott Parkin in his Audi TDI. The 18 car starting driver is Alan Blenko. Now I've established that I've got the right Blenko, and therefore he's going to hand over to Simon Morga after half an hour. And that's the other thing to point out. All these cars are going to at least have to stop once, and they can stop between 30 minutes into the race and before 15 minutes to go. Let's just check that I'm saying that correctly. Yes, so the pit window opens at the 30-minute marker of this 100-minute race, and you're not allowed to do a mandatory stop in the closing 15 minutes. Also, if we're under safety car, which seems like it might be a strong possibility, you're not allowed to do your stop either. And a standard stop is to remain stationary for 3 minutes. So it doesn't matter how long you're in the pit lane for, you've just got to come to a halt, you're timed for 3 minutes, and then sent back out again. Success penalties to be served during the pit stop. That you get 30 seconds for winning a previous race. So that is car 18 that starts from 4th position. Car 1, which is in 10th place. And car number 1 is the Samuel Dennis and Ethan Simmons Honda Civic Type R. And also number 63, which is Oliver Harris and Jack Collins in their BMW E36. There's a 20-second additional penalty for being position 2 in a previous race, or in the previous race. So that's cars 19, 119 and 37, and 10-second penalties for P3 in previous race. So cars 111 and 183 will have to take an extra 10 seconds of penalty, additional to the 3 minutes, which is standard for all. The other interesting thing is that because Ricky Collard is rated as an FIA silver graded driver in the precious metal system, so you have bronze, silver, gold and platinum, I think there possibly have been some gold runners in the past, and at one point before this rule was in, they actually swept the podium, so there had to be an additional rule, and that covers Ricky Collard, who as a British GT champion in 2024 is silver rated by the FIA, and therefore the number 10 BMW will have to serve an additional pit stop, and that's for Ricky to come in during his stint, come down pit lane and stop for 30 seconds and then go back out again. That's known as a compensation penalty for a pro driver. So car 10 will have to stop twice, and I'm assuming Ricky takes the second stint, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that as well. I hope you're keeping up with all of this, Pip Hammond, because there's a lot to be abreast of. Plus, it's going to be an excellent motor race, but what it means is that we don't do it through success ballast, which Paul Thorpe was talking about in the classic stock hatch earlier on, which is literally making the cars heavier. This is purely down to time penalty, which some drivers actually prefer, rather than having to deal with quite a bit of additional weight. Instead, you have success penalties, which tie you back in the following races. Where do you stand on that? Space for all, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, it's a system that's fairer because you've got such a range of cars in this championship. So some cars are heavy and weighted up to meet class limits because they'd have been over otherwise, and you've got some cars that are light and get their time through the grip. So if you did it with a weight penalty, say like a 30 kilo weight penalty, that's a much bigger percentage of the overall weight of a Ginetta than it is for a big BMW GT car, for example. So this way's fairer. You know, it's the same penalty for everyone, and not, instead of being sort of a difference between a 5 and 10% weight penalty, if that makes sense. The other thing, my brain initially went, can Ricky Collard do his stop outside of a pit window? Is that deemed part of the main pit stops?
If he's doing the opening stint, and I can tell you whether he is or not, I think you can. You can do it in the first 30 minutes. You can't do it in the final 15. So yes, that extra penalty stop sits outside the first window, or sits outside the first closure of the window. Yeah. Car 100, we are coming up to the race start, which I'm aware of, but car 10, now it's Fenwick to start. So basically when Collard takes over, all he has to be mindful of is got to make another stop, but before the final 15 minutes of the race. They're greeted by the repeater lights on the bridge at Deer Leap. There are the main red lights that are on. We got 100 minutes on the clock, which start to tick down now, and we are racing for this Enduro, the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. They're side by side for first and second. They're side by side for third and fourth as well. Now you sort of guess that the approach to this is not to be do or die at the start of such a long race, but nevertheless the water splash on the outside of Old Hall is readily used. That's because it was 3 abreast, but Lawson looks to have got a good start. Well, mind you, neck and neck now with
one of the dark side cars.
The dark side car, which gets ahead, and cracking start therefore for that Audi. The VW Golf of Hadley going through Island Bend, and that car running now second where it started, as they all try and work out where the standing water is not sitting. So that was probably Parkin's Audi, I would think. He runs in the dark side team. So Parkin leading, Scott Parkin in his TT, side by side as the pole position car of Lawson loses another position. So the RS3 maybe just taking a measured approach to this. As going through shot there is the another Parkin, but this time with the Brichter co-driver. That's the number 6 there of Ryan and Dylan. Ryan Parkin, Dylan Brichter. Cannot see a thing looking down towards Hislops and Knickerbrook. I hope when you're in the cars, visibility is marginally better.
You'd like to think. I mean, one of the first things people tend to rip out of a car when they prepare it for racing is the demisters and everything else. So hopefully everybody's got some sort of system, or a heated screen, or some sort of wipe on the back of the glove if they can reach the screen. So yes, that Audi, that pole sitting Audi's dropped back quite a way there.
Yeah. Now, what I don't know is whether I'm presuming it was James Pickford who set the time, a 2 minutes .095, to be 2.6 seconds quicker than the Hadley VW Golf, and therefore, although Lawson carries quite a bit of speed, his co-driver isn't necessarily as quick. and he will have been given a job just to keep it there or thereabouts. So at the end of the first lap, the pole-sitting Audi runs 5th, and that is behind number 89 Scott Parkin, who's had a blistering getaway. Then the number 2 car of Hadley. It is Alan Blenko starting the number 18 Seat Cupra, so I'm not surprised to see Blenks ride up there. And then in the number 6 car, it was Ryan Parkin, I should say, who is in 4th position in the second of the Audi TTs. Car off though into the gravel trap at Old Hall. That Civic might be able to keep the momentum. Here it is, the 31 Linz car, if it indeed it is Linz. That's the 31 possibly displayed from an earlier race. Because again, that car is not on my sheet, but maybe in addition to the entry. I'll check on that in just a tick. But waiting for the race leader to come through, who should be Scott Parkin in number 89. These are all in the same class, the top 5 cars in Class A. 1.6 seconds the difference then from 1 or 2 extra entries. Jamie Hadley will be one to watch. It was Ewan Lintz and David Sheeky in their Honda Civic Type R. I found it now, 31. And who was starting that car? Yeah, Lintz it was. So I should have stuck with my guns, really.
Yeah, he's done well there, Ewan, to stay on the track. He was squeezed out a little bit. He was on the outside of another car and just got eased onto where the grass begins that just cuts in on the entry to the first corner. So he's dug it out. They'll carry on, no harm done.
Just hearing as well that Rob Fennick has done the 30-second stop-go at the end of the first lap for Collard. Ah, right, so Collard didn't need to be in the car. It's just a collective penalty. I thought that it might have to fall within his stint. So there's already been a pit stop, and Fennick rejoining. Well, we'll find out in a moment, with TSL working hard to get the timing sorted. I think wet weather conditions possibly getting into the innards of not only race cars but other tricky situations as well. It's actually not a TSL problem, beg your pardon. So TSL working fine. That means that the screen in front of me is reliable. I was not sure whether we could go by that, but 1.8 seconds is the gap for Scott Parkin ahead of Jamie Hadley, and Alan Blenko pushing them hard in the all-white Seat Cupra. So that'll be one to look out for as well. There is the orange and black Audi that began in pole position for Wayne Lawson. But that's an intriguing bit of strategy, actually, because now that they've got the pit stop out of the way in car 10, if there is a safety car, everything bunches up and that penalty's kind of forgotten.
Yeah, that was the right gamble, and the likelihood of a safety car early on was pretty high, so that's definitely the right decision from a tactical point of view. So good to get that out of the way and making progress with a quick move up at the first corner there. There is another car I noticed. Was it the Tidmarsh Ginetta number 8 that I think started at the back? That's on the move. They were well into the mid-order now in 18th, so they went over the line. So that's a good recovery. There's the 297 Porsche is making some waves as well. Coming through the chicane, that car's made a few late dives already. That's the Whittaker A-Not car. I'm not sure who started that one, but they're holding off the 111 BMW going into the second chicane.
Keep you update with most of the starting drivers as we mention them, but well aware that after 30 minutes that will change. And, well, it will not change for all of them, including this Jamie Hadley teal liveried Golf, because Jamie will be racing throughout and he'll certainly know about it. The concentration required for 100 minutes around an incredibly damp Oulton Park, but Jamie Hadley's just gone quicker than anybody else with a 2:08.3. He's a second shy of Scott Parkin's Audi TT, but it's rear-wheel drive versus front-wheel drive for the Golf GTI. The Seat Cupra of Alan Blenko is 1.5 seconds away from Jamie Hadley. Neck and neck into the first corner, and that, I fear, is Wayne Lawson losing another spot. Was that the Honda Civic down the inside of Lawson? Big off now as well, coming out of the final corner for the number 92, and that is the Douglas and Luke Mazda MX-5, which I didn't catch all of that incident, but may have had a helping hand. It might just have been a spin and a bit too far up the curb. Very quickly you can go from one side of the track to the other and straight towards the barrier. So a concerning moment, but it did seem like the contact with the barrier was minimal.
Yeah, he should be able to back out of there and get going again, although there are still yellows down there, because I can see the green flag at the top of the hill. So that car's actually coming to the pit lane now. Okay, so that's Ewan Lintz on his recovery after that earlier moment in the Civic, just coming past the silver Mazda there. Oh, sorry, the Z3, Z4.
Yeah. Z3 it looks more like, but it could be a 4. Let's just check, assuming the entry list is right. No, you're right, it is a Z4. There's a coupe and an E85 in this race. So that was the Ferguson and Luke car that Ewan Lintz was getting ahead of. And meanwhile, the Mazda has made its way back to the pit lane. I am hearing that contact led to that incident though. And apologies, looking down from the main feed screen. Also in the gravel this time is the number 63. That looks like a BMW from this distance. It's the BMW E36 for Oliver Harris and his teammate Collins. Precisely where that was tricky to tell from that part of the circuit, but it will be being reviewed by the marshals on site. Alan Blenko is now somebody to look out for. His teammate Simon Morga will be very impressed by Blenko's pace, but the new fastest driver on the track might be one to look out for is Andrew Etheridge in his BMW E46 M3. 63 in the gravel is equal to the championship leader on points, so that is crucial as far as the championship is concerned. It's the Oliver Harris and Joel Oswick, occasionally Jack Collins car. So it's this weekend Harris and Collins, and I've worked out where it is now, on the outside of Cascades. So again, a vulnerable position to be sitting, and that will be covered by double yellow flags, maybe a bit more than that if it can't get upwardly mobile in a hurry.
Yeah, it's an awkward place to be off that. It's a very quick approach to the corner as well, and it's right in the firing line if anything else makes a similar error. So hopefully that can get going. They're still covering it with yellows at the moment. Let's see where we are. The Tidmarsh car continues to improve. The Ginetta up to 16th now. So that's a good effort from 30th on the grid.
Certainly is. Yeah, there's some lots of good news stories in this, but unfortunately with the early fallers, very tricky to then recover. It's easy to lose a lap when you're stuck in the gravel or more, and it's highly unlikely you're going to be able to get that back again, depending on, well, where the safety cars fall. But with no pass around and ability to get cars back onto the lead lap, then it is going to be tricky to do that. The Etheridge duo in car 80 absolutely flying. Well, one of them is at least. In car 80 started by, I wonder whether Giles Greenbridge offers me a difference between the two Etheridges. It's C Etheridge to start, and therefore Chris Etheridge is going barnstormingly well, and that's the 63 BMW now recovered and back on the track. So would the marshals push him out there? Looks like that might have been the case.
It could have been, but that's big for their championship to get that car going again. Obviously they're leading Class C and they're tied for the overall lead of the championship, so there was a lot on the line to get that car going again.
Certainly was. The crucial thing is how many laps were lost, if any, because if they are a lap down now, Harris and Collins, I fear they are, you know. So the recovery drive will start now, and I suppose there's nothing to stop that BMW from getting some of those laps back on middle order cars, but the problem is that the Scott Parkin driven Audi TT is flying. So too is Jamie Hadley in his VW Golf, 1.3 seconds the difference. And Alan Blenko, I won't say he's fading necessarily, but the early speed from the all-white Seat Cupra might be a shade away now. for Blenko, who'll be handing over to Simon Morga at roughly half distance. You do get a decent chunk of pit lane window within this race.
The Fenwick Collard car is up into the 19th position now after that early pit stop, so it's, like I say, they're still gambling on a safety car to make that count. We've got car 63 in the pits. That's the Class C Championship leader that was being recovered from the gravel. Whether this is precautionary, we'll see.
Yeah, I would imagine there's going to be a lot of stones in that car now, in the suspension, maybe the brakes as well. It won't be sounding too healthy. They're giving it a good clean on the inside and out on the windscreen, so perhaps a fogging up issue as well, as Jamie Hadley goes over the line. There's the Blenko Cupra, so he's already having to deal with quite a lot of traffic. And the problem is that now there's a Mazda MX-5 off at Lodge Corner and trying to rejoin. 23 possibly. But yeah, the problem with traffic is that it can put you out offline. It's normally the job, or should be the job, of the quicker car to find a way through, but that can put you properly in the damp stuff. That might have been the 29 Mazda MX-5, the Cashmore and Evans combination. And the yellow LED boards and flags have reappeared because there's a different car. Is that the Blenko Cupra in the gravel from third position? So I said he was dealing with traffic. Has he tripped over somebody, Alan Blenko? And that car has started so well, but is now at, well, the worst possible angle for a quick recovery. He's never going to be able to reverse that car out of there. Actually, at the start of this lap, Blenko was ahead of Jamie Hadley. I didn't spot that at the time. So there's potential for them to have gone side by side and for it to have gone wrong into the Avenue Dentons and Cascades. But that is a real shame, namely for Simon Morga, who's not even in the car yet.
Yeah, that's, well, again, it's a very tricky approach down there, and there was traffic at play as well. Obviously, they've been making progress and approaching the leaders at the pace that Alan was capable of there. So that's a shame. Hopefully that is a car that could be dug out like the 63 was. And I was just watching when that 63 BMW was in. I think the main purpose of the stop was to demist the windows. That is one of the older models of vehicle in the race, and it's in conditions like this, you lose the airflow into the car. Possibly it could have been something as simple as that.
Safety car, and that surely is to deal with Alan Blenko's Seat Cupra in a tricky position. And the Blenko car, although showing on TSL timing as in second, it no longer is. Jamie Hadley's going to come through to continue in second position. And here is the Hyundai safety car appearing. It will stop, or nearly stop, out of Old Hall Corner, be very visible for the race leader, Scott Parkin, who, what did he have? A nearly 3-second lead, and he'd worked incredibly hard to get that, and it disappears in a snap of the finger. Jamie Hadley will be totally on his boot lid, but the thing that will give Scott Parkin confidence is that car's clearly very quick. It's clearly very good in the wet weather conditions as well. Plus, there isn't a second driver to go into that Audi, so it'll be Scott Parkin all the way to the finish, and at least he knows the current condition of the track.
Yeah, and this safety car brings the Fenwick Collard car back into play. They hadn't lost a lap with that early stop, and they were up to 18th in the overall order, setting decent times, 2 minutes 10 currently, behind a 2:06 is the fastest, but the lead is setting 2:07s, 2:09s. So that does bring that car back into play for the second half of the race. This was the gamble, this was the decision to make that early stop. So we're still outside of the pit window by, we've already been racing for 16 minutes. So there's still a lot of strategy to play out here, but this is going to probably frustrate the leaders and probably be a sigh of relief for some of the drivers further back in the pack.
So a decent run of green flag running, and this safety car is not really to do with the weather, it's to do with the recovery of a car, which may have gone off because of the weather. And a chance, therefore, if certain teams have tended to put the slowest of the two drivers in, the more conservative of the two drivers in, then this will do very nicely in terms of burning the time at the start of the race, burning the time to the 30-minute window opening. So with an hour and 40 minutes on the clock at the start, we've got another 12 minutes to go before you can start to make pit stops. The stop-go or being stationary for 3 minutes pit stop, unless you've finished first, second or third in previous races, and therefore you have to add 30, 20 or 10 seconds respectively to 3 cars, the 18, the 1 and the 63. So the 18, well, that is the Blenko car. So to add insult to injury, car 18 is going to have to come in for one of the really long stops, 3 minutes and 30 seconds after the half-an-hour marker. Car 1 will be in for quite a bit longer as well, which is the Class B Honda Civic. Samuel Dennis, together with his teammate Simmons, that is Ethan Simmons. And the other car on the list for the 30 seconds is the 63 BMW, and we've already talked about that for all the wrong reasons, being off the road in the gravel, then having to pit because of the misting windscreen. Safety car is going to stay out for at least one more lap. That's interesting. There's a full course yellow board that can be used at times here at Oulton Park. I didn't realise that, but I suppose there will be championships that need it. Safety car, or SC, on one side of that board and FCY on the other. So full course cautions, full course yellows are becoming more of a thing, but not in the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. Some people say full course yellows are fairer. I do think safety cars are good fun though, because it really spices up the race, particularly if you get a late one and it turns, a 100-minute race can turn into a 5-minute dash a lot of the time. Jamie Hadley will be pleased not only by the fact that the safety car has brought him much closer to the race leader, but also by the line it appeared he'd given up second place to Alan Blenko, but that fellow front-wheel drive car is no longer a concern for this stint at least. And Blenko's car is going to lose another lap now as the safety car train heads by its recovery.
Yeah, and we're just keeping tabs on the classes there. We've got the Puttigill Nyland Civic that's leading Class B, is in currently 6th position, and the top 3 are all right together, to be honest. You've got the similar Civic of Dennis and Simons. That's the championship winning car from last year, ahead of Connell and Wilkinson Hughes in their MX-5. Down in Class C, the Hayes Subiani BMW leads the way there, and Fothergill in another BMW with a 325. They're the only 2 Class C cars that are still in the lead lap, so this safety car has really given them a boost. They shouldn't be under any pressure from cars behind for the rest of the race. But the 3rd place car in the class is the Lynch Cheeky Civic that we saw digging itself out of the gravel earlier. So they're a bit unlucky. I saw them. They're the first car in the train that's down a lap, so they'll not get that back, unfortunately. But that's a great effort from them. The first race for that pair and in that car.
Yeah, and every credit to Ewan Lintz for getting it out of the gravel. Quick thinking as well. He was well in there, and important to not get too flustered, not panic, and work your way out slowly, because as long as you keep it on the straight and narrow, there is a chance of a good result. So we've had a couple of pit stoppers already. It was pointed out to me that the Rob Fennick car came in nice and early, the M2 CS. In the absence of Andrew Shepherd this weekend, Ricky Collard takes his seat. I know he's been doing some coaching with Rob for at least this season and possibly prior to that as well, so does know the car pretty well. He was suggesting that with this weekend's package, they maybe don't have the strength to take the fight to the TCR part of the field, so that's the Audi and the VW and the second Audi that are first, second and third. So at the moment his suggestion does seem to be proving right. The other pit stoppers, the BMW we talked about getting its windscreen cleaned, and the 92 Mazda MX-5, which was another car off the track for Daniel Douglas and his teammate in 92, Charlie Luke. But that car has rejoined as well. So we've only got one car that's no longer in the fight, and that is the Alan Blenko and Simon Morga car. It's not necessarily a retirement, but it's losing a lot of laps now, having only completed 6, whereas the race leaders are on to this is lap 9 currently, and it does appear, Pip Hammond, that we're going to get at least one more safety car lap.
Yeah, they tried to back the field up a little bit in the hope of getting going again, because it's such a long lap here when you do it behind the safety car. It's plus 3 minutes and it takes a long time to get everyone round. So I like the way they're trying to back it up and make sure we get racing a bit earlier. But obviously the recovery, I mean, the TCR cars are so low and it was so far into the gravel. There's going to be quite a recovery to get that out. But I'm sure the guys at CNC Recovery will get that sorted.
I should just correct my point about TCR cars. They're TCR type cars, but actually not built to that technical specification. So an Audi TT, is that a rear-wheel drive car? Probably will be.
Well, these are the diesel, the TTs, the dark side diesels. So I'll confess that I'm not sure.
An RS3 is a front-wheel drive car, so that's the Lawson and Pickford car, for example. But I'm going to have to. TTs are front-wheel drive. It's great having Joshua Barrett on it on the end of a WhatsApp feed here, because he's just firing information at me. Plenty more of this, Josh, please. I'm enjoying this. But we're going to head to the pit lane. Here's Kieran.
Yes, thank you very much. And actually, the rain has started to ease off a little bit, but not for long. If you want to have a quick look at this weather forecast, currently where we are with the precipitation, it's going to get 5 times worse. Now, Croft, the racing has been actually called off for the time being. I don't know if it's going to get racing again, but at the moment they are not racing. We're due that same weather, so potentially, with only a couple of minutes left until the safety car window opens, there is still a massive amount that can happen, not just with this race, but with all the races later on today. So with that rain that's coming, this could get interesting.
Thank you, Kieran. Yeah, the forecast does look a little bleak. If you're here at the track and listening to us on the PA speakers, then credit to you. We all love racing, and to witness it firsthand, there's kind of nothing like it. But I'm sure you're being put through your paces with some big umbrellas spotted from our vantage point. Cars working their way through. Looks marginally clearer down at Shell Oil's hairpin, but unfortunately the rainfall is unlikely to relent before the end of the day. I've just offered to a internet search engine, can you buy a rear-wheel drive Audi TT? And the clever AI tells me, no, you cannot. They're all front-wheel. All Audi TT models are either front-wheel drive or all-wheel drive. So if you buy a Quattro Audi TT, you're getting drive from all 4 corners, but there is no rear-wheel drive version. I've learnt something today. Alan Blenco's car is back in the pit lane now, but still going nowhere fast, and more laps being lost. They're surely more concerned about, well, the damage, and that's indicative perhaps of the contact before the car went off. It's tricky to say what's cause and effect, but certainly the rear part of that right-hand skirt is a little out of alignment.
Yeah, we've got lights off on the safety car there, so yeah, I don't know if they're allowed to get that car going again. Actually, for the Blenco car after the recovery, but we'll see here that parking's warming the tyres up, ready to go for the restart. The safety car's moving away. Looks like it's caught some of the field napping, but they probably, with all the spray, couldn't have seen the safety car lights go out.
So weaving taking place. Not too much of that, let's hope, because it's very easy to misjudge the whereabouts of the car immediately behind, and seen many times before weaving behind a safety car resulting in contact. But Scott Parkin does appear to have judged that pretty well. No overtaking before the control line, but green lights now everywhere, and Parkin leads going into the first corner from Jamie Hadley's VW Golf. Then it's Ryan Parkin who started the number 6 Audi TT, with Chris Etheridge in number 80. That's the BMW E46. Everybody else taking the non-racing line for most of the corners. But Jamie Hadley had really one small opportunity of sticking with the speed of this Audi TT. Couldn't actually do it. So we'll watch the red and black car of Scott Parkin disappear into the distance. Really not much more he could have done about that, but it's very easy to make a mistake in this amount of rainfall, so it could yet change, and Jamie Hadley's just got to be consistent, find his delta lap time, and keep punching it out. We're actually only 3 minutes away from the pit lane window opening.
Yeah, and tactically, again, with the likelihood of there being another safety car, it might be best to get that out of the way. It doesn't really it's not nice for if you're sharing a drive with someone else and hoping to get half a race in. It's not ideal, but tactically that's the move. It's a big log jam down there at the chicane, cars all over the curbs, and all different classes as well. This is the thing about these restarts, because there were so many of the Class C cars towards the front of the train. This is going to take a few laps to shake out. See, if we go down to the chicane there, they're still trying to sort the order out with the, as I say, with a big mix of classes, different speeds all mixed in together. But these two in the lead have got the best view and a big gap back to anybody else.
Interestingly, TSL have just put out on their screens a message that says rain lights on. Well, that maybe was obvious from the start, but I think it was just a reminder after the green flag was waved again that if any changes were done during the safety car, it has to be back into race mode now. And the tail flashing lights or high visibility lights are essential in this amount of spray.
And you can see it in that shot there. The level of spray means you are just seeing these little pinpricks of headlights in the background of the shots with cars going by.
Thinking about a move on the brakes there into Lodge Corner is the Jan Whittaker and Anot. That's the BMW Z4 and the Porsche fighting. Porsche Cayman getting ahead of, actually it might have been Josh Lawton's Mazda. Still can't pit legally, 90 seconds or so to go. The work on the Cupra of Alan Blenko is still ongoing, but its wheels showing the clues that it's been in the gravel. Pretty big style. Recovering 63 BMW now at the first corner, and that is Harris and Collins. What I am seeing is the timing screen starting to light up with either personal bests or, in the case of the race leader, Scott Parkin, a new fastest lap of the race. So all of a sudden grip levels are either coming back again or that's just something that's happened out of the safety car. But it does seem like all of a sudden, once the releases were taken off, then the speed has come down. 205.952 is the new fastest lap of the race. 207.8 from Jamie Hadley in the number 2 VW Golf. That's faster than they have been so far. Some other decent times coming in further down the order as well from a couple of Class C cars, including the Matthew Simonite Mazda MX-5, which is car number 169, and Ewan Lintz in the Honda Civic Type R. So Lintz been through the gravel, but he's still got a quick car beneath him.
Yeah, we had a big change there in Class B. The third place Connell Wilkinson Hughes car dropped a load of places, 7 places down to 7th in class, losing a couple to some Class A cars as well. So it's Liam Crilly in the Z4 up to 3rd in class now. That's a very big lead now for car number 6. That's the 3rd place car. There we go. We're back to the leaders shot there. So the leaders are still making that gap. It's Hadley with the fastest lap this time around, 204.2. So the times are really coming down now.
Which is bizarre because it looks like the visibility is getting worse, but maybe the grip level down at road surface is improving. Maybe the grip's actually coming to the drivers. Having said that, there's a BMW now that's sideways. That is car 55 at Druids. Not a pleasant place to be sitting on the high side of that car. Paul Simerson and Stanton in the 55. As now heading into pit lane, and you can do this from this point on. We're a minute or so into the pit window opening. So one of the first cars to pit is Wayne Lawson in the 19 car that he shares with James Pickford, as now the marshals are working hard to recover the Simerson and Stanton car. Just seen, by the way, a weather prediction radar. And as the weather gets closer and closer, it's arguably more easy to work out whether the weather patterns are going to be forming. Different weather apps tend to say different things, in fairness, but there is quite a large patch of the yellow indicated radar rather than what we're currently in, which is blue. And obviously the more brighter the colour, or closer to red it gets, the more concern we should have. But there's a big yellow patch of weather heading in our direction in about 20 minutes. And the teams will have information from their weather systems as well to work out precisely when that's going to arrive. I suppose when you're already on wet weather tyres, there's not a great deal more that you can do, especially as you've already done your pit stop, which most of these cars may well have done by that point.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's a 3-minute stationary time, but if you've got the really basic fueling system, it takes most of that time to get the fuel in. Granted, they won't be burning as much today. It's a slightly shorter race as well, but you haven't got a lot of time to make a pit stop and do it within the 3 minutes, if that makes sense. The leaders are close together again.
They are.
Hadley was faster again that lap, another fastest lap, just knocked a 10th off it, and there wasn't that much between them. So they're both really getting away and pushing each other onto better and better laps. We did have another change for third place in Class B. The Whittaker Reynot Porsche Cayman came up to third on that lap. So like good battles all up and down in each class. The Class C that's separated a little bit, but B is certainly very close from 5th place overall on back. In fact, they're coming towards us now, nearly side by side.
Terrific fight for that position within the, it's not a Honda Civic Type R class, but they are two of the strongest cars. So Puttergill and Dennis, 83, yeah, Puttergill started that car versus the number 1, which is in the hands of Samuel Dennis. And there's nothing between them, having already done just over half an hour. They are 5th and 6th in the overall standings, but that's the fight for Class B with the Jan Whittaker and the Reynot Porsche Cayman not too far away either. 297 was embroiled in a bit of traffic when we last checked in on that car. Whittaker started it with pit stops continuing. We haven't had that many callers so far, so 1 or 2 willing to push a little bit further. Mark Lee came in the number 99 car, but those are the first 2 stops within the window. So Wayne Lawson in the orange and black Audi, and the number 99, which is the BMW E46 M3 of Mark Lee driving solo.
Battle for second in Class B. The Cayman all the way around the outside of Dennis down towards the second chicane. That car's working really well in these conditions. You'd have fancied the Civic would be the better option, but the Cayman being driven exceptionally well, a well-balanced car. Hadley's putting pressure on our leader parking into turn 1. Faster yet again, although only marginally, as that lead battle continues.
Yeah, so Hadley's done, he did a 204.2, then he did a 204.1, and then he did a 204.1 again. And, well, that was a 1,000th of a second quicker. That shows you the consistency that Jamie Hadley is offering, plus the fact that he's probably picking up a bit of a toe from Scott Parkin as well on the longer straights. There aren't that many around Oulton Park, but there is a chance for the VW Golf to get well in the slipstream of the fellow front-wheel drive Scott Parkin driven Audi TT. Remember, there aren't going to be any driver changes during the pit stops from those top 2 cars. The first exception is the number 6, where Ryan Parkin will get out and Dylan Brichter in. So that is the car in 3rd position, but it's 15 seconds back at this stage. So it is all about the 2 nose-to-tail in Class A, and we've got nose-to-tail action in Class B as well. Look out for the Honda Civics, number 83 of Puttergill and 297 now. Oh, actually, Sam Dennis has slipped a place. You mentioned that. So Dennis down to 3rd as the advances of Jan Whittaker are working a treat, and therefore a Porsche Cayman is now the meat in the Honda Civic sandwich.
Yeah, on that lap, obviously with the overtake, didn't match the lap time of the Puttergill car in the Cayman, but that gap has been, that Cayman's come from so far back, that gap has been dropping overall for a while. So watch that battle to come together in the next lap or 2. We've had the 3rd place in Class C trades hands again as the Simonite and Lintz cars have swapped again. Lintz is back up to 3rd in Class C, 19th overall, but they're still quite close together on the track.
Just caught a glimpse of Ryan Parkin with the 19 Audi right behind it. That looked like it might have been the fight for 3rd and 4th, but in fact was not, because that is the rejoining after its pit stop 19 Audi. So that is now 2 laps down because of the 3-minute pit stop, but amazingly it's rejoined in kind of the same position on the road as it left, and now James Pickford has taken that car over. It'll all right itself once everybody else does their pit stops, And it's a useful benchmark, perhaps, for James Pickford to just measure his pace versus the car 2 laps ahead of it, Ryan Parkin.
Yeah, I noticed that car took tyres as well on the pit stop, so whether they gambled on it maybe improving a little or have gambled on it improving later, I couldn't see the difference in the treads that came off, but interesting to take a tyre when so little actual racing mileage had been done in the race with the safety car.
Oh, how about this for a lead battle? Even though Scott Parkin's just done the fastest lap of the race, so he's now taken that away from Jamie Hadley. He did a 2:03.5, so that's taken half a second off it. Nevertheless, you wouldn't know by the distance between these two, because they are totally together at Hislops again as we near the end of the first 40 minutes. So the pit lane has only been open for 8 minutes, near enough. And they will head now back up Clay Hill to continue this fascinating fight. There is an Audi peeling off there into pit lane, which may have been Ryan Parkin. No, it's not. It's a completely different colour, beg your pardon. So that's an Audi further down the order. James Pickford rejoining in the 19 car. And Pickford, with his former Seat Cupra Championship experience, he then went on into the British Touring Car Championship as well. So he is definitely someone who will drive that car a little quicker than his teammate, Wayne Lawson. But this is tough now for James Pickford, because they couldn't necessarily have measured this, but the car has returned from the pit lane straight back into traffic, and into traffic which is not necessarily that much quicker, although Pickford has cleared and therefore unlapped himself on Ryan Parkin. So Parkin's third, he's still third, even though James Pickford's orange and black Audi is now the better side of it, i.e. leading on the road, but it only puts him 1 lap back, and of course he needs to do that again now to Jamie Hadley and Scott Parkin to get further laps back on those cars.
That Pickford car has just done the fastest lap of the race as well, a 2:03.0, so capable of trading laps with the 2 lead cars if he can get back on terms.
Yeah. There's a black and white warning flag for track limits for car 12, which is Liam Crilly's BMW Z4 Coupe. Crilly is driving on his own today in 10th place, car number 12, but Parkin up against Hadley, first and second, are still nose to tail, and we're monitoring with interest James Pickford's speed. As you said, he's now the quickest car out there.
Yeah, we've got the Fenwick Collard car in, that'll be Collard jumping in after the stop. So they obviously served their penalty for the pro driver, so this is just straight fight now with Collard jumping out on track in the BMW.
Here's the Joe Williams Seat Cupra TCR, and here's the race lead, and they're having to get stuck in with some slower or middle order traffic. Horrible offline at Druids, which is where Paul Simerson had his moment in the BMW number 55 earlier in the race, but brought quite a bit of gravel onto the track surface. You don't want to be out that wide anyway at Druids, particularly in the wet, but it does rather compromise your route as you're trying to deal with slower cars and put laps on them. Still, that presence of Jamie Hadley will be something for Scott Parkin to concentrate on. And you just wonder whether the old grey cells are a little bit more focused on that than the job in hand, which is trying to drive this Audi as quickly as possible. Certainly Hadley's just mere presence means that Scott's not necessarily getting the ultimate time out of this car, as Wayne Lawson's come back in the pits, I've noticed. Sorry, not Wayne Lawson anymore, of course it's James Pickford, but why's Pickford come in again, which I didn't think he needed to do.
They're going up on the jacks now, just in front of our commentary position.
That's a concern, because that car was very, very fast. And Pickford's obviously a quick driver. I'm just wondering whether has he also got an additional time to serve, much like Ricky Collard.
No, he's out of the car.
Oh dear, okay. And a slam of the door as well. So clearly something is not right with the number 19 Audi RS3. That rather suggests the car is out of the race, as Jamie Hadley over Hilltop looks down the inside of Scott Parkin, but Parkin then responds by pulling slightly across the road and stays in front as the Golf skates its way through Hislops. And as I said, James Pickford freshly into the number 19 Audi is in pit lane, and Kieran Mogg's got a quick update.
Hello, yes, so, sorry about that, we had a bit of a mic issue, but basically what's happened is the suspension strut has come loose from the top mount. So you can see here one of the mechanics is having a quick look. It's basically just completely dislodged from the car, which is a massive, massive shame, obviously. Pickford had just come in from his stop, gone out. He's a wet metal master. It's a massive shame. So yeah, the mechanic's just having a quick look at it, but yeah, essentially what's happened is the strut has come loose from that top mount of the car. So massively big disappointment for them to end the race like this. So literally as soon as they came in, mechanic took one wiggle of it and he went, we're done. So massive disappointment for the number 19 car.
Terrible luck. I'm glad we persisted for getting that information. Thank you, Kieran. And understandably, I think James Pickford not willing to chat right at this point. The other big drama we've got, though, is at Druids, because the Class B leader, former leader, William Puttergill, is in the gravel and out of the race lead. Clearly, that means that now the new race leader is Jan Whittaker in his Porsche Cayman, who has certainly Sam Dennis still for company in the number 1 car. But there's a big question mark as to what we do next with this race, because the Civic is broadside, very prone indeed to be collected if somebody else leaves the road surface, particularly because the gravel trap is now encroaching very much on the road surface at Druids.
Yeah, and we've got some gamblers in the pit lane there as well who tried to start their mandatory stops before the safety car is called. It doesn't. I've seen the wheels are spinning on the 83 car there. It's not going anywhere in a hurry. So I dare say we'll be looking at a safety car to recover this because it's so close to the track there. But smart tactics. Some of these cars are in. The Blanco car's in again. We've got the Tidmarsh Ginetta that's been quietly recovering from its back of the grid start that was running 9th overall at the time. Is into the pits, and the Brooks Elise was in as well. So a good strategy, worth the gamble with the likelihood the safety car driver has stood on the brake pedal to put the lights on, so there's a good indication that could be going. And the marshals are out on track, so I'm surprised that we'd be. I'd be surprised if we don't go safety car here. There we go. It's confirmed.
Yeah. There, we get the signal, but also the safety car lights illuminate on the Hyundai in its eggshell blue. So that will launch into life in a moment. And we've seen rather too much of this car today, but unfortunately there's no getting around or avoiding incidents like this in the trying conditions. It almost looks like the angle of the 83 car of William Puttergill. There was a strong chance of that car rolling because it had dug in so much on the left-hand side. It was Mark West, I think, who said when he went in the gravel during his race earlier on, he felt the car really go up on its side. And that's the problem with so much water in these gravel traps. But the leader's getting the indication now to rein off the pace and just get back into a sort of semblance of order with under an hour to go now. But many of these cars have not made their stops. Those that did could be a great call when all of this shakes out.
Yeah, there's one that's going to be very tight there. There was obviously some that drove past the stricken car and decided that was the move. The 66, which was the leader in Class C, would have been very marginal if that car made the pit lane before the safety car board. So hopefully they did, and if they did, that's a masterstroke in terms of pit strategy.
So just trying to monitor the pit stops that have already happened. We mentioned James Pickford sadly coming back in, and it looks like into retirement. but the 183 car of Stephen Cook and Ed Cook has made a stop. The 10 car's been back in again, so it stopped because Ricky Collard's in the lineup as the silver. That was a 30-second stop and go, and then they've done a driver change now. So Ricky Collard is in the number 10 car, having done a pit stop of about the right time, it would appear, 3 minutes, and then the drive down the pit lane as well. Further stops that happened 3 minutes or so ago for the number 8 Ginetta G40, the 34 Brooks Lotus Elise for Ben and Lee Brooks. 88's been in as well. That is Joe Williams in the Seat Cupra, and Simon Morga's 18 car, which, well, was Blenko, and you talked about Blenko's car reappearing, with possibly Simon Morgan now taking over. The other car that came in, and you said it was nip and tuck. Yeah, there might have been a second in it between the car entering the pits and that safety car officially being deployed, and that was the 66 car of Jonathan Hayes and Paul Subiani, but I would not like to call that.
Yeah, we've got a queue down the end of the pit lane. Rob Boston's down there with a headset on, trying to work out whether his car should be back on track or not, because the cars that have pitted are faced with a red light and a queue at the end of the lane.
And that, I'm assuming, is because the safety car was going through together with the cars in behind it, and they're allowing now other cars to go through as well in an effort for them to catch up with the safety car. And only at that point, when everyone's gone through, are you allowed to tag on to the back of the lengthy train.
Yeah, currently it's still the right call, I think, to have jumped in at that point. But we'll wait and see, because the Brooks Elise has been sat down there now for 30 seconds or more. So we'll see how that develops, because there's a big gap in the traffic now. I mean, if it's just for safety, I'm not quite sure what's happening there.
It's a good. I mean, they should be released before the safety car comes around again. Otherwise, everyone's going to lose a lap. Although I suppose ordinarily you would lose a lap.
Yeah, the second recovery truck has been scrambled as well. So just seen that leave the end of the pit lane. So is there another car stuck somewhere, or are we struggling to pull the Civic with the pickup? Yeah, see the recovery efforts there. They're taking up the strain with the Civic to try and pull it out. But there's a front splitter on that car, and it's going to be very low in the gravel.
Ed Christie's just gone through in his BMW E36. The early stopping Mazda is going to do likewise. I'm not sure these cars are going to be able to get out before the safety car comes back around again. So is the idea, therefore, to turn the red light off when this batch of safety car and its followers go through? But that's rather negated what could have been quite a good call from a lot of these teams to get them in before the safety car. So you're not doing your pit stop during a safety car, because your pit stop began before the safety car was scrambled, and that, I thought, was all that mattered. Doesn't matter if your pit stop then extends to the safety car period itself. That just comes down to good strategy. But still, now the light is green. So now the Lotus Elise number 34 is permitted to go. And the other cars in the queue will be there as well. So the Tidmarsh number 8, what did I say that was? Mazda.
Ginetta.
Ginetta, sorry, yes, thank you. Joe Williams, Simon Morga, and it should be Morga, shouldn't it now? It's taken over from Blenko, yes. And the 66 car, Jonathan Hayes and Paul Subiani. But they've ended up with pit stops that were 6 minutes rather than 3. I'm sure the timekeepers know what they're doing with the red light on, but it's an intriguing thing. Rather than getting an advantage straight away, clearly the safety car needed to circulate one more time before those cars were able to rejoin the race.
Yeah, we've got the Linz Shiki Civic in the pits there, so that's if that's a scheduled stop, it's mistimed with the safety car being out. But I don't see any real urgency around the car. There's no fuel or anything going in, so maybe that's an unscheduled stop for that car.
And we have had quite a number of those now. This is the second safety car period. The first of them was about 11 minutes, and we are now how far through this one? 6.5 minutes or so of a second safety car period. 48 minutes left on the clock, and the gap clearly has, well, not necessarily come down between the top two, because it was really very close before this second caution period. But it just means that Scott Parkin has got a moment to himself again, just to judge the situation. He will have been assessing through the rearview mirrors where that Golf was quicker, and the same goes for Jamie Hadley as well. Hadley with, what was it, 3 sequential fastest laps, but then Scott Parkin took it back from him. The fastest lap now, though, may not be bettered, and that was the James Pickford time, a 2:03.0 for a retired car after suspension failure. So a natural pause in proceedings, but an opportunity for the ingoing drivers, if you've got an ingoing driver, to just work out at a slower speed where a lot of this standing water is.
Yeah, it should be, at least towards the front, a slightly cleaner restart as well, because there's fewer lower class cars up in the front of the queue, just, you know, by the fortune of where the safety car came out. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. In Class C, obviously, the pit stops dropped the Hayes Subiani BMW down to 7th in Class C. But we've got Fothergill with a lap's lead between the two safety car periods and the pace that they were carrying in second place. So that should serve them well as the race goes on. With the Simonite Mazda in second and a lap further back. So we'll see how the long hold at the end of the pit lane serves those other cars. Elsewhere, the top three in Class B is still the Whittaker Aynot Cayman ahead of the Dennis and Simmons Civic, last year's championship winning car, ahead of Liam Crilly in the Z4. That's Crilly usually a lot of pace. I might have thought would be closer to the leaders in these conditions, but doing well, and with the reset as well, he'll have a good chance to make up that gap.
Cars to certainly look out for in the closing part of this race will be Ricky Collard in the BMW M2 CS. That's car number 10, and he is currently on lap 21 of his race, whereas the leaders are on 23. So still got a lot of time to get back again, even though his road position might look impressive. Paul Simerson, he's not coming to the pits yet. So we're looking at down the screen the Class A cars that have made a stop. Mark Lee in number 99, his E46 is just waiting in the wings to come good. Number 99, which may have struggled in qualifying earlier today, down in 19th place, but perhaps liking these conditions more so. The top 5 in Class A haven't pitted yet. The top 4 in Class B, which is led by Jan Whittaker's Porsche Cayman, number 297, they've not pitted either. So Sam Dennis, Liam Crilly, David Connell, together with Wilkinson Hughes, need to come down pit road. And the Class C leader, Lucas Fothergill, number 69, also owes us a stop. But so do everybody else in Class C, at least in the leading cars.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the lap times that those cars that had the longest holds down here did after that pit stop. The Brooks Elise, including the pit stop, was an over 10-minute lap with that hold down there. That's even at safety car speeds, that's a damaging amount of time to be sat still.
Well, yeah, 66, the Jonathan Hayes and Paul Subiani BMW. Now, that was timed at a 5-minute pit stop, there or thereabouts. Bearing in mind, it's a 3-minute pause, unless, of course, some of these cars were on the extras list as well. So I need to cross-check those. 18 was, so that's done 3 minutes and 30, but then must have been sitting at pit out for another 2.5 minutes or so. The 88 car looks to have been in the pits for over 6 minutes as well, together with car number 8, which is the Tidmarsh Ginetta G40. That was within pit lane, or pit into pit out for 6 minutes or so too. Some progress being made though at Druids, because the 83 car has been pulled out of the gravel, needed a flatbed to do that, so craned up and out of there, and I'm sure now the marshals are working as hard as possible to do some sweeping. They are indeed in set picture, trying to get some of that gravel back to where it belongs. Thanks again to all the marshals who are bravely getting us through the day. And we hope that you were able to take a bit of time off post during the lunch break as well. And I'm sure you're loving every minute of it. Most marshals that I speak to at the end of the day, they say, hey, it's part of the job. You know, if it's smashing it down with rain all day, then we will embrace that just as much as a warm July afternoon. Lights off. I did wonder whether that might be the case. So some late broom work at Druids has now been completed just in time for the safety car to go through. And having had nearly an hour, the pit lane probably doesn't open at this point. I think the safety car comes down pit road and you might be able to pit next time around. We'll soon find out as to whether there's a steady run of cars coming through. But remember, you've been locked out of the pits up until this point for this past safety car phase. And we haven't got any callers, at least initially. Now, one car does come down pit lane though now. But it's a good getaway for Scott Parkin. Now down the inside, though, in the number 10 BMW. Not on the lead lap, remember. But that is Ricky Collard. But there's contact further back and a further spin for the Simerson BMW. Remember, Paul Simerson had his moment as well at Druids. Was that on the opening lap? And that was contact with the second Audi of Ryan Parkin.
Yeah.
Awkward that, because, of course, Parkin's on the lead lap, whereas Simerson is not.
Parkin's facing the wrong way in the pit lane exit there as well, so it might be day done for that TT. BMW is waiting, or possibly beached. Looks beached to me. He's managed to find reverse, but struggling to get off the grass. There we go. Meanwhile, the race continues. More nearly contact down there at Island. Couldn't identify the cars there.
Parkin just looking to try and turn his car around, or is he looking to just park it for good because he's going to be losing so much time? But that would prevent Dylan Brichter from getting a drive, so I'm sure he'll be desperate to try and get the car back in the race. That was almost just too many cars into the Old Hall corner. It wouldn't go, but bearing in mind that both the BMWs, Ricky Collard and Paul Simerson, were laps down because of the pit stop and, of course, Simerson's spin.
Simonson's travelling very slowly on the way down to Denton's, just on the grass, maybe looking for somewhere a bit safer to leave the car. Would have made it back to the tarmac by now if there wasn't a problem.
The stop that's taking place, one of three, straight after the safety car phase, is the number 24 BMW for Charlie Hayes and Marcus Bruce, but also coming in on that lap was David Connell and the Alex Wilkinson Hughes Mazda, and another Group C car pitting. Class C car was the number 63 of Oliver Harris and Jack Collins in their BMW E36. So I haven't read that bit of the regulations, but they think that it was okay to follow the safety car in and do their stop. I suppose that is the point where we go green flag again, so I can see the logic.
Activities restarted around the 31 Civic as well. They're putting fuel in that car now, so possibly a problem, or maybe for that car, but it looks like they've got sourcing and they're ready to put the second driver in now.
Here comes Ricky Collard. He's trying to unlap himself. The pit stops are done, remember, and as long as they've all been for the right time, they've got the 30-second penalty out of the way. They stop and go for 30 seconds. That's because Ricky's a pro driver, and then they did the driver change, which saw Rob Fenwick get out of the car and Ricky Collard take over, and he's just done that car's best lap of the race, a 2:05.0. And Ricky was on the boot lid of race leader Scott Parkin to get a lap back on that car. Remember, Parkin's yet to pit. Jamie Hadley's yet to pit in the second placed Golf. And this was the race leader in Group B, Jan Whittaker, 2:97. Liam Crilly becomes the new Class B leader then, but only by virtue of not stopping yet in the BMW Z4 Coupe.
Yeah, Crilly had actually made a move on the Dennis Civic at the final corner, but that car, the Civic, has come into the pits now, which has given Crilly a clear run at it. We've got the leader for Class C in the pits now as well. Fothergill's just come in. So we'll see how that shakes back out with the order with the Hayes Subiani car that had that long stop during the safety car. We've well, it'll take a little while now for the order to shake out as the pit stops happen. We've got some cars going quicker though. Collard set the fastest lap for that car, which is currently 7th in Class A with a 2:05. So still a way off the fastest in the race, but progress being made.
Other cars to pit recently, the 69 Lucas Fothergill BMW 325 Ti, and Lucas will stay in that car. Samuel Dennis in number 1. That will be a driver change to Ethan Simmons. And who else do we have pitting on that lap? That was it on that occasion. And now rejoining 24, 63 and 97. Still waiting for the 297 car that was the class leader in Class B to rejoin the race, but the 3 minutes are ticking by. And 297, was that on the list of extended pit stops? No, it wasn't actually, so it should just be the 3 minutes to be done there, plus the driver change, or the driver change within the 3 minutes. And Aynot to take over, Mark Aynot from Jan Whittaker.
We had a yellow flag down towards Cascades there, but it's just been pulled in, so somebody gone round and got going again, more than likely. The 31 Civic rejoining the race now after a very long time in the pits, so that should be David Sheeky taking over in that car.
Warning flag for the 29 car of Rhys Cashmore and Oliver Evans in their Mazda MX-5, and that car has that made a stop now? 29, no, not been in yet, so should have, I think, Rhys Cashmore still at the wheel. And the other thing that's happening is Ricky Collard's going even faster, 2:03.5 now from the number 10 BMW. So Ricky Collard, he might be 11th when you cycle everything through or put everything in its right place, but Collard is siding his way up the order, and these are terrific lap times. He's lapping more quickly than Scott Parkin. Pretty sure he'll be ahead of him now on the road, but only now within a lap, because Parkin's on lap 26 and Collard lap 24 currently, so still 2 laps between them. Well, 1 and a bit now. Very busy at Britain chicane meanwhile. And one of those cars is the number 12 BMW, Mark Lee. Another early Class A stopper. So could be in good shape in comparison to Scott Parkin, Jamie Hadley, Chris Etheridge, Josh Lawton, who are cars that, and now there's a lead change, and that's because the Scott Parkin Audi has finally come in. So 35 minutes to go, still had 20 minutes or so to deal with, but Scott Parkin's number 89 Audi is into pit lane. It was still leading at that point, but Jamie Hadley can finally have some clear air in front of him.
Got the 55 car made it back to the pit lane. If that's the same car that was off in that first corner crash, that's been a very long road back in limp mode in that BMW.
Yeah, it was a 6.5 minute lap time, so that looks about right. And he's lost. Well, Paul was already not on the lead lap after the early spin at Druids, and he's now lost a considerable amount of time. Well, a total of 3 laps, I make it. Number 66, Paul Subiani, is going well now, having done a 2:15.8 in car 66. Is it Subiani in for the second phase? Yes, no, beg pardon. So that's Jonathan Hayes now, who took over from Subiani in the pit stop. The treble 1 car from Class A is also in, so doing the opening stint there was David Blackie, and Josh Lawton replaces him. Action on the track still full on, 2 abreast through Ireland, which is tough, but when you've got understanding between fellow drivers, certainly possible to do that. This is Jamie Hadley's opportunity now, though, to just try and up the ante without that Audi immediately in front of him. Nip and tuck, really, who might be the quicker in these conditions, were they on their own. I just wonder whether Hadley might be able to decrease the lap time without the Audi being there. Now, is Jamie going to come in at this point? Oh, he's a bit wide coming out, and I wouldn't have thought he is going to pit, therefore, because he's allowed the car to go out well onto the curbs. That's dangerous, not only from a car control point of view, but also from track limits, because there are already warning flags going out to other cars about keeping it within the white lines. You only get so many chances.
Yeah, it's not so bad when you're a solo driver because you know how many strikes you've had, but certainly for shared cars, if your first driver racks up all these track limit strikes early on, you might not always know to be careful in the second half of the race. Obviously, you shouldn't spend any time off the track, really, but we've all done it, haven't we? So
Yeah, so that's interesting to know that rule in this championship, because in things like the FIA World Endurance Championship, each driver's given a certain amount of chances. But of course, the timing system here doesn't necessarily know who's driving at any one point. That can be looked at later, but you have to declare your starting driver earlier in the day, and hence why I got a list of the starting drivers in the twosomes.
I'll tell you what, the Crilly BMW must be, well, I'm sure he got it stopped in time, but that was a heroic entrance to the pit lane at speed there. So we'll see. He was leading Class B at the time, so and should have made some time up there with that approach. So let's see how that one plays out for the Class B lead. In Class B, the earlier stoppers, the Connell Wilkinson Hughes MX5 has jumped past the Dennis Simons Civic for third place in class. So that's two cars that have made their stops, and Connell's gained. The Connell Wilkinson Hughes cars made 15 seconds on them over the pit stop cycle.
The former race leader, might still be the net race leader, has got going again. So that is Scott Parkin. Away he goes, having done a 3-minute pit stop. Matthew Simonite has just come in to pit lane in the Mazda MX-5. Did I say that Simonite's driving alone? Yes, he is. So that won't be a driver change. Hadley continues to lead by 17 seconds in the turquoise Golf, and heads right in front of us into Old Hall Corner with a 17-second lead over the Etheridge BMW. Still Christopher in that car to hand over to Andrew. Crilly came in from the lead of Class B. We talked about that. Scott Parkin's done his pit stop, and find out in a moment where exactly he has rejoined. But there are only a handful of cars now that still need to do pit stops, so there's a big advantage in terms of the lap counter for this car. On to lap 29 now for Jamie Hadley. Lap 29 for the Etheridge BMW as well. But they will all be brought back into the same sort of measure of the fellow Class A cars. Well, has to be within the next 15 minutes, because the pit lane window will close with 15 minutes to go of this 100-minute race. And we won't necessarily know how well Hadley is going in relation to the Parkin Audi until they re-emerge, or until the Golf re-emerges, and we can measure its speed up against the already stopped Scott Parkin car. I will say that Jamie Hadley's just done his best lap of the race last time around, though, a 2:03.2. So again, track conditions are either stabilising or they're actually getting better.
Yeah, it's raining, but it's not heavy, and there's a lot of cars going round.
True.
So it is clear, keeping the track somewhat clear, and it could be different from our commentary position to any other point, such as the size of this place. You often find it's raining at one end and not so much at the other, but Hadley's really pushing on here. Like I say, we're getting quite late in the pit window now, but trying to make the most of this clear track, because obviously, as one of the lead cars and encountering traffic, we've got a car off at Island. That's one of the Civics. I wouldn't like to speculate who that is without a clear view of the number.
It almost looks like the 83 car, but that's no longer in the race because it was on a flatbed. I will say that Jamie Hadley's now been warned about track limits. Well, there was one moment coming out of Lodge Corner where he had all four wheels over the white line. There might have been others as well. So Jamie Hadley's pushing, no doubt about it, having done a 2:03.2, but he's going to have to be wary of going too far beyond the limits for fear of a penalty ensuing, and the penalties get progressively worse as you continue to offend. He's not quite there yet. It's just a black and white warning flag to car number 2, the race leader, and that car will be coming into the pits in the next 13 or so minutes.
Yeah, I think we had what will now be the battle for the lead of Class B going towards Cascades. That's the Whittaker Raynock Cayman and the Connell Wilkinson Hughes MX5 very close on the track together as they approach Cascades there. The Crilly cars just rejoined. I think they had a long stop, if I just check, with like a pit lane penalty long stop. So
yeah.
But that was a good effort for Crilly, and rejoined the race. It should be in third in class.
I don't think car 12 was in that list. actually, for the 30 seconds, the 20 seconds and the 10 seconds extra, but it did feel like a long stop. So whether they had a problem for Liam Crilly's car.
Yellow flags at turn 1.
And that's because of the 92 Mazda that is off the road with the rear wheels well in the gravel for Daniel Douglas and his teammate in 92, Charlie Luke. And
well, that could be quite compromising for the cars that haven't stopped yet.
Yes.
With the safety car likely if that car can't be recovered.
Yeah, so is this the point that you get the message to Jamie Hadley to say, pit now, make sure you get it done? He's not going to, though. And the warning may be, as he exits the first corner and sees that car off the track, single wave yellows at the post immediately in front of us, and then double a little further round, I'm presuming, as Samuel Dennis has now come into the pits. Now, he was duking it out for the lead in Class B not too long ago in another Honda Civic. Remember, up against the Liam Crilly, no, it wasn't the Crilly BMW, it was the Porsche Cayman, wasn't it, of Whittaker and Aynot.
Yeah, that's the second stop for that car. That must have been the car we saw on the outside of Ireland, so a problem for that car more than likely. We've got car number 80 in the pits, which was the second overall Etheridge car, which is finally in for its stop, which well timed with the likelihood of a recovery job at the first corner. That's a good run for that car. They've been consistent. They've not had the outright pace of the leaders, but showing really well in second place.
Yeah, so it qualified earlier today where, it was middle order, 17th position. But Chris will be pleased with that run so far. I didn't realise that one of the Etheridges was Welsh and the other one is English, or that's what they suggest anyway, with the national flags on the window. Safety car. So if you did get in, you might be on the way to a really good result, but surely this is heartbreak for Jamie Hadley, who didn't get the call to come into pit lane. He will have seen that car in the gravel on the exit of Old Hall Corner, and now Jamie Hadley's not allowed to pit, and he's got to hope that the safety car period is less than 10 minutes to be able to get into pit lane and do his 3-minute stop. But the problem is everyone's going to be so much closer now, particularly the Etheridge BMW, but also one to look out for has been for a long time Ricky Collard in his BMW M2, and it brings the Scott Parkin Audi back into the mix as well. We were trying to work out where the Audi and the VW Golf were respectively. The Audi's going to have a massive advantage now.
Hadley's going to be fuming with this. It's unfortunate. It's the nature of safety cars within motorsport like this, and it shouldn't be the longest recovery. That Mazda's front wheels are not in the gravel, so it's not going to submarine it further into the gravel and do any damage to tow it out. They're getting the pickup ready to recover rather than the lifter. So we'll see. They're going to have to wait for the field to concertina up and give them a gap to do it safely. But it's going to be tricky to get this stop in before the pit window closes for Hadley, who must be one of, if not the only car left that hasn't stopped.
I think he's the only car.
That's right.
There are other cars that haven't stopped because they're out of the race, but Hadley was pushing it and hoping that he would do it as late as possible, and the message they clearly couldn't get to him. I'm not sure how much support he's got this weekend, how many other people are with him at Oulton Park, but they had to get the message to say there's a car off at Old Hall Corner, and if there's I'm not sure whether they've got a pit to car radio, whether that radio is not working because of the wet weather, but Hadley will know that he will have made the wrong call, or the team have made the wrong call as soon as he came out of Old Hall Corner, because that was categorically going to be a safety car eventually. And so it proved on this particular lap. Hadley, yes, okay, he's leading the race at this stage, but everyone else is going to catch all that time back up again. They've all done their stops, and he has not. And it remains to be seen whether he's going to be able to squeeze his in before the 15 minutes begin, the final 15 minutes begin.
Okay, so a little second chance at clarity for us on this pit stop rule. So this is the Etheridge car coming to the end of pit lane. Facing a red light, but they did get in before the safety car was called, and that was the car that was running second overall at the time. And should retain that position if they're allowed to rejoin.
So you're not allowed to leave the pit lane as cars in the long line behind the safety car are working their way through. But then the question is, when does that red light get turned to green? And the road is clear at the moment, so clearly there is some sort of rule that says you've got to wait a little bit longer, maybe for the stragglers to catch the safety car before you then are able to go back into the race. So this might do somebody like Jamie Hadley a bit of a favour.
We'll have to put out the Barrett signal to Josh for the clarity on the rules there.
Yeah.
The Mazda is out of the gravel, and they're pulling it back into the pit lane exit as we speak. So that might be why the pit lane's closed on this occasion, because there isn't a safe rejoin route.
Could be. I'm just trying to remember now when the red light was on for many cars earlier on. The lights are out, by the way, so we're going to be racing now. And therefore, the Etheridge BMW wants to rejoin. It's not going to be able to rejoin until the racing speed cars all go through. What's Jamie Hadley going to do? He stays out again, so does not follow the safety car down pit lane. Over the line will go Jamie Hadley.
He's miles in front of the field. He had a Class C car in between him and the next in line. And that's a big lead in terms of just track position. We'll have to just see how that affects with the Etheridge car, which is actually blocking the safety car from returning to its position. It's green lights now, so the Etheridges are back in and may have retained second place, although they've lost. They're 2 laps down on Hadley, the leader.
But Parkin's just completed his 30th lap. Etheridge, now Andy Etheridge, has completed 30 laps. So that means that the Audi should be ahead of the rejoining BMW of Scott Parkin. Ricky Collard probably up to 3rd position now. And that might get better to 2nd maybe when Jamie Hadley has to pit. Here is Hadley. He's got 5 minutes now to do his pit stop. And remember, of course, if he spurns this opportunity, you're then looking at 2 minutes after that, surely. If you want to play this more conservatively and be confident that you're going to do your stop in the correct time, then I would expect Jamie Hadley in at the end of this lap as he goes through quite a bit of standing water on the exit of Hislops, stabilising, just feathering the throttle, coming out of Knickerbrook as well, and up the clay hill underneath the bridge that used to carry the sponsorship of one of the categories on the bill this weekend, but that's now long gone. And through the double-hander at Druids will go Jamie Hadley with this firm advantage. I mean, it is 1 lap now over Scott Parkin into 2nd, Ricky Collard up to 3rd. So I did think that the Etheridge BMW would fall in behind. Jamie Hadley is indeed going to come in then as the only car to still do a 3-minute stop and go, or a mandatory pit stop, strictly speaking. Car 2 doesn't have to serve any extra time. And when Scott Parkin heads across the line, he'll have to do that 2 more times in order to get to the same lap count as Jamie Hadley. Or maybe just 1 more time, because of course Hadley's now started his next lap, hasn't he, via the pit lane, but isn't actually running anymore. So 31 laps completed by Scott Parkin, 31 laps by Ricky Collard, and it's that gap coming down now. Yes, hugely. Collard's just done a 2:24.4, whereas Parkin's done a 3:35, so about 10 seconds a lap or so. That might have been just a quirk of the restart, mind you, so I'd like to see the first racing lap times just to see what sort of speed Collard can offer versus the Audi. But certainly Ricky Collard, who is a podium finisher in the British Touring Car Championship previously when he ran with Toyota Gazoo Racing in their Corolla. He's the current British GT champion with Father Rob. And I'm looking out for BMW number 10 now. There it goes. And it's still behind Parkin to the tune of 14 seconds. So that was a slower lap for Ricky Collard versus Sam Parkin, who's just done 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Does this pit stop look like it's going to plan, Pit? Just about. I've been concentrating on other things, but they're not having to do a driver change, of course. They are trying to get a bit of airflow into that car. There's a mechanical warning flag being shown to car 55, which is the Simerson BMW. He's immediately responded to that. Simerson and Stanton, isn't it? So that's a bit of the BMW maybe hanging off the car after it's got its rear bumper. Anyway, 55 is in and immediately responds to the black and orange warning flag.
Yeah, we had some yellow flags at turn 1 for one of the white BMWs, but I didn't quite catch the number. They're all going again now. We're back to green flag conditions. We had another pit stop for the number 1 Civic, which missed the chicane and then came in. So they're still soldiering on. I mean, for championship points for that car, it's worth going on and making sure you get the finish and put some points on the board. But obviously, an unhappy time for the number 1 car in Class B.
Scott Parkin heading up Clay Hill. Here he is at Druids, and when he crosses the line, this will bring him onto the same number of laps completed as Jamie Hadley. So it's a question of now how long it's going to take before the Golf is let go, but it's all the way up at Pit Inn where the team are assembled this weekend. So surely the Parkin Audi is going to cross the line and retake the race lead, and we did predict this. So 89 Parkin over the line, huge advantage over the Jamie Hadley car.
That's just rejoined the same lap. Hadley must have a near 3, nearly a lap
off
late.
the road, mind you. Well, no, but they're both, because Hadley completed his lap and did 33 laps. It's showing us 3 minutes, but that's Parkin, I reckon, now in front. It should be reflected eventually, but everybody now is on 33 laps, including the Ricky Collard BMW. Takes a while. I mean, I've had years of this, and arguably sometimes some timing is better than others. I've no problem at all with the TSL stuff. They're doing a cracking job, and they know a heck of a lot more about it than I do about the red lights at the end of pit lane as well. That was a damaged BMW in the barrier. Still focusing on the difference between the Parkin Audi and the Ricky Collard BMW. Actually, it's Parkin gaining time on Collard, and he was able to pick out a further 4 seconds on that number 10 car.
It was the number 24 BMW in the barrier. That's the Hayes Bruce car that was 4th in Class C at the time. Did look like it had been in fairly hard. The bonnet was crumpled up on that car.
Yeah. Yes, it was. And is that another car going sideways at Druids? No, I think it was okay. But yes, it's clearly had a moment coming out of Druids, maybe going way to the left and then pinging back again. And those are the more frightening incidents where you end up on one side of the track and then go back across the racing surface and into the barrier on the opposite side. Parkin, the leader, Collard second, and the difference is 17 seconds. Jamie Hadley, where has he fed back in is the question. But, you know, that was going to be, it was always going to be either a good call if Jamie had got in prior to the safety car, or a very bad call. And I think he's lost a considerable amount of time because of that. It's the safety car bunched everybody up. He could not pit, and now that he's done that, it will be very, very costly. So, new race leader confirmed as Scott Parkin, 34 laps done. Going to have to wait about 17 seconds before the Ricky Collard and Robert Fennick car crosses the line. And then who's going to be next? Might be Hadley. It is Hadley by 0.6 of a second, so they are together. And that could have been a lot worse, actually. So Hadley has fed back in to 3rd position and should be able to threaten Ricky Collard in the closing stages. I fear that Scott Parkin is up the road and gone, though, and can now just start to drive within himself a little bit more. Just needs to measure that gap, but it is a big one at nearly 17 seconds.
Something must have happened there with the 69 car that was leading Class C. He's lost a lot of time on that lap, and they're only just ahead now of the Hayes Subiani BMW. So that's the top 2 in Class C are right together with 13 minutes to go. Again, a very slow lap for the Fothergill car, a 2:29. So hopefully, must have been involved in some sort of incident on that lap.
No trouble at all at Britain's for Scott Parkin. He's got clear road in front of him. He's got clear road behind him as well, and can now just measure the pace for the final 13 minutes. Brilliantly prepared car. It's just a real shame for the sister machine of Ryan Parkin and Dylan Brichter to be involved in that incident with Paul Simonson's BMW at the first corner at a restart, and subsequently the Simonson BMW, shared with Richard Stanton, was called into pit lane to solve some mechanical difficulties on that car, some trim maybe hanging loose after contact, we think, on the start-finish straight, so in a separate incident. And the Stanton car, now driven by Richard Stanton, is back in the race. What else is happening? One or two have had difficulties of late, including the Daniel Douglas and Charlie Luke car, which was briefly running slowly. 0.6 of a second was the gap between Collard and Hadley. I'm not sure whether that has changed, but that is a real fight for the podium positions in Class A. The other thing I'm not sure I mentioned was the 97 of David Connell and Alex Wilkinson Hughes judging the pit stop phase brilliantly well to take the race lead in Class B, when we hadn't really been talking about that Mazda MX-5 a great deal. It was about the two Civics and the Porsche Cayman. So it has come from at best fourth position to now lead Class B, and that was through the various pit stops.
Yeah, well, they're going well. The conditions may be worsened a little. We're not seeing any green lap times. They've got a decent pace advantage over the Cayman and the Z4 that are in a close battle for second in class, but with a nice buffer of about 18 seconds back to them. So a well-managed last 12 minutes of the race should see them well.
Another difficulty with the Seat Cupra, now in strife for Simon Morga. After Anna Blenko started that car, he also had an incident which could well have involved another car, and unfortunately, after a lengthy stay in the gravel trap at Cascades, the right-hand side of the approach to that corner, that car out of contention when it looked very, very strong at the start.
Yeah, we've had a change for the Class C lead. The Hayes Subiani BMW has now taken the lead from the Fothergill car, which does seem to be struggling for pace in this latter stage of the race. That's a couple of laps down towards the 2:30 mark, so maybe a problem for that yellow BMW.
There is the treble one of Josh Lawton and the Blackie combination as well. So that is in treble one David Blackie, who I think started and took over, or rather the car was taken over by Josh Lawton, but that car now up as high as 5th position.
A change for Class B, second place. Crilly up to second in the Z4. Quite a slow lap from the Cayman there, so maybe a little off-track moment, but they're still going. They're 3 seconds behind now, having started the lap ahead.
Just getting news as well that if David Connell and Wilkinson Hughes in number 97, Alex Wilkinson Hughes, do end up winning Class B, that would be a first time win for that category. Lucas Fothergill would take his first Class C victory, but that's since changed after I got that message. So some of the messages coming through and are immediately outdated because of the overtake from the Hayes and Subiani BMW that you mentioned, Pip. 16 seconds the difference between Parkin and chasing Ricky Collard. But Collard at the moment, his priority is keeping the elbows out and keeping Jamie Hadley behind him, who is very revved up and wanting to at least get second position. But he also doesn't want to be high risk and end up throwing the car off the road. Some contact between the two of them potentially, as now up the curb there goes the number 12 BMW Z4 of Liam Crilly, fighting with the Lawton and Blackie car. That's not within category because Crilly drives the Class B BMW versus the Class A red E92. But actually Crilly looks at certain times faster than the Lawton and Blackie car, and he's not wanting to lose too much time on Connell and Wilkinson Hughes. Mind you, that gap does stand at 16 seconds.
Yeah, he's trying to make that gap back up over the Cayman as well, which does seem to be fading in the latter part of the race. Conditions do seem to have worsened. There are nobody's going quicker than they were earlier in the race, so it doesn't Oh, it does look heavier actually on a closer inspection. And once again into the pit lane, the number 1 Civic. That's the Dennis and where are we looking? Dennis Simmons' car is back in the pit lane. Worth carrying on. I mean, they're still 8th in class. There's still some points to be had from that championship-wise. So they'll keep soldiering on with that car. There's obviously something electrical going on. The mechanics are looking under the dashboard at that car. Driver still sat inside. So we'll expect it back on track, if just to make the laps and make sure it gets credited with a finish.
I noticed on the sheet that was sent to me by Giles Groombridge that Charlie Luke's been crossed out. That's the first time I've spotted that. So Daniel Douglas in number 92 is on a solo drive. As well, that actually, the Douglas visit to the pits might have been a drive-through. So whether he's been pinged for track limits, which may have been a message I missed, or it could be just an error on my side regarding the amount of time spent in the pits. Sometimes if your car's got a problem, drivers elect to drive through the pit lane for some of your team just to look at it and say, is there anything visibly wrong? And see it at a slower speed before rejoining, but it looked like a very, very quick visit to pit lane. Good lap times coming through again at the moment, including for Stephen Cook in number 183. So he has worked his way to 9th place now, and 183 is Stephen and Ed Cook in their Audi TT. Jamie Hadley, this time a second shy of Ricky Collard. There's still not much between them.
No, this battle's picking back up, isn't it?
It certainly is. It's very similar to that versus Scott Parkin at the start of the race between he and Jamie.
Yeah, Collard was had a little slide mid chicane there that lap, so he's feeling the pressure a little bit. The front wheel drive car Hadley behind should be having an easier time of the conditions. We're still in the yellows at Druids actually to cover that number 24 BMW that's off the track there, but it looks like we'll be covering it under yellows for the rest of the race. Collard had a good run through Druids on that lap, but under braking for the final corner, Hadley's closed that right back up. And they're approaching our commentary position now down the start finish. Hadley looking aggressive.
Goes to the outside, forces Collard to defend hugely. Is Hadley able to make the corner? Yes, just about, and that actually might result in Collard running a tad wide. Oh, that's beautifully timed, I think, from Jamie Hadley, who took the wider approach, but he's got better drive out of the corner. The two of them are going to be side by side now, heading through the kink at Denton's, and the BMW will have the better line into Cascade and is just ahead of the VW Golf, trying to slow the Golf down in certain parts of this Oulton Park circuit. 5 minutes and change still to go. Unlikely for Scott Parkin to throw this away, I'm going to say, tentatively. I hope that's not commentator's curse, but he's got 14 seconds in the back pocket, so the number 89 Audi has looked strong all race. From a strategic point of view, Jamie Hadley, had he pitted just a lap earlier, might have been able to leapfrog the 89 Audi, but that's not to be. And now Hadley trying to get in front of the BMW for at least one more position. There is traffic to deal with, including for this number 83 BMW, and that is, well, it shouldn't be the 83.
That's the Harris Collins BMW.
63, that makes more sense, because 83 is now out of the race, yes. Harrison Collins, as you quite rightly say.
That's a good recovery for that pair, especially with the championship picture. They obviously had the moment in the gravel and recovery earlier, so 5th in class and travelling quickly. Probably unlikely to catch the next car in class in the next 3 laps, but going much faster than it. So we'll see if that continues to close up, because it could all come together quite nicely for 3rd place in Class C as we get to the end of this race.
We might just make the 40 lap marker. This is lap 39 for Scott Parkin. Oh, big lose on the brakes for Jamie Hadley, and he nearly creamed into the back there of Ricky Collard, but he's fallen off the road, more so in avoidance than anything else. Went for a move, whether Collard then moved across the line, but you are allowed one defensive manoeuvre in fairness, but Hadley had to throw it into a slide, basically to avoid the Fenwick Collard BMW. It survived, but Hadley's in the gravel, and that was my big concern. How much risk was Jamie Hadley willing to take? And it's just a bit too much.
Yeah, and that car's quite buried as well. We've only got a few minutes to go, so there's a good chance we could see an early checkered flag here, because that car is right on the edge of the track at one of the hardest braking points on the circuit. So unlucky for Jamie Hadley. It looked like he might have just pulled out of the slide, but it's just so slick out there. It's hard luck after a hard charging drive.
Very tough one to call, but clearly Jamie thought he got a good enough run on Collard, and then whether it was difficult to tell from our vantage point whether there was a bit of contact or whether just Hadley thought there was going to be contact, so he jinked right and then onto the wet stuff. That rapid change of direction has made the car swap ends, and in fact, because of the position of that VW Golf, the race will be stopped and I'm sure will not resume. So what did we have on the clock? 2 minutes and 32 seconds still to go, and the race win in Class A was looking very likely to fall the way of Scott Parkin anyway. Collard and Fenwick will finish in second place because they were always ahead after Jamie Hadley rejoined. Hadley, as the cause of the red flag, may not get a result at all, and well, it was questionable whether he would get a result anyway, even if we'd continued for the final 2.5 minutes. And David Connell and the Alex Wilkinson Hughes Mazda MX-5, through a great bit of decision making through the pit stop phase, was cycled through to the front ahead of a couple of Honda Civics that hit strife later, and the Whittaker A0 Porsche Cayman. Good decisions made by Liam Crilly as well in the BMW Z4 Coupe to finish in second place in Class B. We're still waiting for any further information, but that is probably all she wrote.
Yeah, some sporting applause from Hadley there. Just gave a round of applause to our race winner. And, you know, commiserations to him, because he was the show today, wasn't he? There was a lot of overtaking, a lot of battling there. So unlucky for Jamie there. It was certainly the quickest of the top three cars in those latter stages of the race, but just a little bit too much on the approach to the final corner. Just put an end to that charge and a premature end to our race.
Yeah.
So I know if you don't finish under endurance rules, you're classified with how many laps you'd completed, but I don't know how that stands if you're the cause of the reason the race is over. So we'll have to see how that result is judged, but it shouldn't change anything in the rest of the running order. So it's a win for the Parkin TT ahead of Collard, who did survive that last assault late on in the race. Currently showing Hadley as third, which could well be the case of the way the countback works with a red flag. A first win in Class B for the Connell Wilkinson Hughes MX-5. That's a great effort from them. Certainly one of the quicker cars in the latter stages of the race. Ahead of Lawton Blackie in the BMW E92. Liam Crilly second place in the BMW Z4, and the Cayman that shone so early in the race, the 297 Whittaker A0 car third in Class B. The Etheridge BMW that took that late pit stop that did benefit from the safety car stop there. Fifth in class and eighth overall, ahead of the Cook and Cook TT, Class B again, and it shows only on my screen as Lee 99.
Yeah, that's Mark Lee. He was solo driving, pretty sure, in the number 99, so finishing in 10th position.
A very early stop as well, if I remember right. Then.
It was in between the two safety cars, I seem to remember. You couldn't stop during the first one anyway, because it was still within the opening 30 minutes. Class C, headed in the end by Jonathan Hayes and Paul Subiani. Again, they pitted just at the right time and had a lead of 25 seconds or so over Lucas Fothergill, with Matthew Simonite finishing third in Class C in his Mazda. And then a few other cars in behind are the lower end of Class B, with Reece Cashmore in number 29, fourth place in Class C. And still the runners come, but of course now we're into the realms of those that had the dramas, including for Ryan Parkin and Paul Simerson, who had the contact coming out of the first corner. And remember that the car that would have shown very well, the Wayne Lawson and James Pickford Audi, had to stop after only 15 laps with that damage to the front right suspension. So we're still waiting for the full messages that, oh yes, the checkered flag officially has been shown now as well. The clock reads 0 and the winning crew, well, winning driver, as we can say, Scott Parkin, is now into Parc Fermé, shortly to be chatting to Kieran Mogg.
Right. So no. Thank you very much. Now I'm down here with the Class A and overall winner, Scott Parkin. Scott, we were just talking about how sketchy it was out there. You did well to keep it just about on the track, even though there was a bit of a dip in the gravel. I think it was turn 1, was it?
Yeah, turn 1. So yeah, conditions out there pretty crazy. You want to be in the lead at the end, but I don't think you want to be in the lead at the start, and that's where I ended up. You know, a couple of corners in, the guys in front seemed to be sort of feeling the way around, and I just went gung-ho, thought I want to get in the lead and get a decent gap, which I did, and then the safety car came out, and that seemed to be a bit of a theme. You know, the safety car had come in, I'd pull a reasonable gap, but Jamie in the Golf, who unfortunately went off and caused a red flag, he would nibble away at me then, so I think it took him a little bit longer to get his tyres back up to temperature, and then he'd nibble away a little bit. But yeah, it was sketchy out there, you know. I nearly hit the wall a couple of times, overtaking people and having to go a little bit further offline, close to the wall, and you know, a bit of aquaplaning. And yeah, unfortunate about the other car, the number 6, Ryan. He was coming in for his pit stop the lap after that as well, and I think him and the BMW came together, which is a bit of a shame. So yeah, it seems that double podium is not happening again this year. But fingers crossed, it's his birthday weekend at Donington, so let's hope we can have a good result there instead.
100%. It always seems to be a bit of a tale of two halves with the two cars, unfortunately.
Yeah, we've got a manic depressive garage, that's a problem. One half's happy, one half's gutted, so yeah, we could do a good result for both cars, I think.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed for you that you do get that. Congratulations on the win.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks a lot for the team. They worked super hard the last few weeks to get both cars ready, so yeah, thank you very much for that.
Absolutely, cheers, thank you very much. All right, now, the cars have all just arrived here. Now, we're going to try and find our Class B winner, which is the 97. Now, 97 car is here. However, its driver, I don't know if they're still in the car. Let's have a quick look. Actually, I think the car's running still. Is there... No driver in there. Right, okay, so driver's not there, and the 66 is the Class C winner, again, which is there. And they're just pointing, hang on. Class C winner. Jump in a second, hello. If I could just grab you over here a second, we're losing signal a little bit. So, Class C winner.
Yep, thank you.
Very, very difficult conditions out there.
Conditions, yes.
And a lot of spray as well.
A lot of spray. I mean, I was just navigating off what I recognised on the sides, you know, you couldn't see a damn thing. Yeah. It was horrible. But, you know, the car was performing really well, so it was fine. I mean, what is quite interesting is it's a real equaliser, this sort of weather. You know, Class B cars and A cars, they're only going just as quickly as we are. Yeah. Well, they're a little bit quicker, obviously, but you know what I mean. It's yeah, it was great, really fun, really enjoyed it. Let it rain.
Yeah, absolutely, that's the main thing. And obviously, long, tough, old race. Are these conditions sort of suited to you?
Not really, but this is our local track, so we come here. We've done about 4,000 miles around here, so. You know, we've done our time, but you know, we're not in, I would say, the quickest car. We've got an old 30-year-old compact with rear-wheel drive, yeah. But no, she did well today.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the win.
Well, thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you. All right. Actually, I've just seen number 97 driver. Can I just grab you a sec before you run off? So we had a chat at the start before the race, during the lunch break. You're optimistic about it, and class winner.
Yeah, I mean, that's amazing, isn't it? I think it sounds like a lot of people had some trouble. But yeah, the pace was there at the end, and it was just about trying to bring it home. Unfortunately, I made a stupid mistake, and I've run into a Class A car at one point, but we both managed to finish, so at least that's something. But yeah, really pleased with the result, yeah.
And obviously, very tough conditions. I'm assuming you did go for the wets in the end.
We did go for the wets. Thank you very much for your advice. And then other people were coming around and saying, no, put the 52s back on. And we thought, no, we've been given expert advice here. We'll stick with the wets. So that's paid off.
I wouldn't call it expert advice, but obviously a fantastic race and bit of trouble, I think, for everyone at some point. So you did well to keep it out the walls, I think. But any parting thoughts on what's been quite a difficult day for everyone?
No, I just want to say thank you to the team. I mean, we've had a lot of people put a lot of hours into this, completely unpaid. So I want to say a lot of thank you to Performance Link, whose wives haven't seen them for months and months, and they've worked like 24-hour days, day in, day out to get this car ready. And to the rest of the team and family that have really helped us. So thanks very much. And of course, obviously the marshals that are here in this horrid weather. But yeah, cheers.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Thanks.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right. So that wraps up the Club Enduro race. Obviously, very, very hectic race, but fantastic to see some new winners in there as well. So next up, we have the Toyota MR2s.
Yokohama. Yokohama.
It was a race win earlier on in the Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship for Sean Traynor, ahead of Neil Stratton and Adam Lockwood. I've just noticed that on the TSL timing website, this is known as the Rouge Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship. I thought that was a tribute to Eau Rouge, perhaps at Spa-Francorchamps, but correctly spelt on all the other documents, I'm pleased to say. And the update on the points before drop scores sees Sean Traynor on 511, Neil Stratton 3 back on 508, and then a further 13 back, Jim Mew on 495. But crucially then, after the drop scores, it's looking like a gap of 12 points, Sean Traynor to Adam Lockwood, and Adam finished third in the earlier race. Neil Stratton just 5 back from Lockwood, and the difference is 17, Traynor to Neil Stratton. Jim Mew slightly more distant on 410, but it's looking very likely, almost guaranteed, that the championship will go down to Donington Park, where there are going to be a couple more races for the Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship. And that's good, isn't it? Because you've got a bill of certain races through the full season, and okay, it's mightily impressive for a driver to seal a championship with races to spare, but you want that kind of final weekend showdown.
Absolutely, and the point system does tend to keep it close enough so that they do go down, at least mathematically, to the final round. Looking forward to this race. There was one driver with something to prove. It'd be Scott Edbrook, who obviously led early in race 1 before coming off. Looks like he'll be starting from 4th for race 2. So we'll see if he's able to right the wrongs of this morning.
We will take a look at the grid in a moment or two, which is based on second fastest qualifying times, or is that different for this particular one? There wasn't an additional document I noticed issued, so it may well be fastest laps within the first race. Joss will be straight on to provide us with an answer for that. However, the times show us that Sean Traynor, who is leading the championship on drop scores and on the full scores, is on pole position, 2:16.7. Grid for this is based on fastest lap from race 1. Thought so, thank you for the confirmation. Neil Stratton alongside in number 84, and the difference between them was fairly considerable, but it's tough to compare race laps with qualifying laps that we had for the earlier race. Adam Lockwood and Scott Edbrook with something to prove, as you suggest, on the outside line. So Lockwood also in the championship hunt. Then row 3, Jim Mew and Andrew Ruthven. Fourth row, number 10, Andrew Baranovsky and Maxine Nichols in number 17. Then it's Dan Sylvester and Very Aldridge, 37 and 65. Jeff Howarth in number 7 with Timothy Heron for company on the outside of row 6. Ian Ledbetter and Martin Auger are next on row 7. Jason Crossley in number 83, joined by Patrick Stoner in number 20. Jason Crow and Tim O'Brien on row 9 in 88 and 72. Then it's Richard Dales in 47, Aaron Lafferty in number 12, and completing the lineup should be Andy Williams and Martin Collins. I'm trying to remember whether anybody had big difficulties in the earlier race. Looks like from the results sheet, everybody actually finished, even though Martin Collins wasn't on the lead lap, but we did have everybody home, which is encouraging for prepping your car for race 2 and another 15-minute affair, where conditions are probably about the same as when we first saw the Toyota MR2s.
Yeah, remarkable consistency for the MR2 races between the conditions for both. So hopefully we'll see a similarly fun race. We've got we've got Traynor on the front row this time, and Stratton led so much of the first race. He'll be looking to get one over on Sean Traynor this time. Ed Brooks got a nice run on the outside on perhaps the drier part of the track to try and get to turn 1 and get involved again. And nice to see Maxine Nichols up in 8th in her dad's old car, a much missed figure in the paddock. So Maxine flying the flag for the Nichols family these days.
The final few cars working their way into position then. 3 races to go in this year's Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship, with the backing from Toyo Tyres as well. And Sean Traynor in the white car with the racing stripes down the centre. Neil Stratton in the yellow and a bit of black on there as well, the black roof. Then you've got Adam Lockwood in the silver and red car, joined by Scott Edbrook in the black and green. And that car was very fast in the first race, but had the spin in the worst possible place on the exit of Old Hall Corner, and then spent most of the race recovering. Eventually, where did he finish? Edbrook got back up to 9th spot, but the car much more capable than that. Green flag is waved at the back of the field, and after the endurance race, we have 4 sprint races to finish the day off here at Oulton Park. This is the bread and butter stuff, really, from the 750 Motor Club. Final few boards being shown. Now the red light is on, most with headlights on as well, and a good launch from Sean Traynor, who is able to get a full car length ahead. And in fact, if Neil Stratton's not careful, he might lose out on second position here to a hard charging Adam Lockwood. Lockwood down the inside and doesn't quite get second position, but it was nip and tuck. 4th and 5th are right together as well, but there's all sorts of carnage in behind, and the 76 car is off the road big style, losing both front and rear bumpers. That is Martin Auger. It could have been a lot worse than that. I saw far more cars off, but I think everybody else has managed to find the hard stuff again.
Yeah, even Traynor was over the edge of the track on that first corner. The Stratton's recovered well there. He didn't have the best launch, and he was in the wrong part of the track really at the first corner, but he's come out of it well enough in second, and now the race will get going proper. We've got the 76 car has rejoined the circuit, but trailing its front bumper.
Yeah, I think the rear bumper is pretty loose on that car as well, though, so there is a danger for the rest of the lap that Martin Auger's splitter might actually go underneath the front wheels if he's not careful, and then it will be very much a skateboard. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that car coming into the pits at the end of this first lap. And if he does decide to persist, then the mechanical warning flag might be heading his way as well. Meantime, leaders right together, and Stratton thought about a last-ditch manoeuvre on the first lap, if that's possible, into Hislops, but stays in the wheel tracks of Sean Traynor, who is leading both in the standard points and also then when you factor in drop scores. 5:11 for the main points, 4:37 when you take away his worst. Is it likely to be 2 results that you get deleted? Yeah, 2 results in MR2s. And Traynor then leading Lockwood, whereas in the overall points, Traynor leads Stratton, the car right in behind by 3, as Stratton has a bit of a squirm coming out of Druids. Windscreen wipers working overtime, and working out which bit of the track to use is tough as well. We became used in the earlier race to how much the cars were moving around, mid-engine, rear-wheel drive, and therefore the weight is sometimes in all the wrong places.
Absolutely, but it looks neat and tidy. Maybe the top 3 are just more or less sizing each other up in this early going, rather than really getting into it like we saw in the first race. Very different lines between the two. Traynor pushing the wider parts of the circuit, and Stratton looking for grip nearer the middle, because there's kind of a seam in the track. Oh, a big moment there for the 4th place car of Jim New. Held on to it well, dragged one rear wheel through the mud, so that's a measure of how sideways he was at the time. Maxie Nichols lost some time on that early lap. She's trying to make her way back through in the 17 car against the Aaron Laverty Class B vehicle.
So, first lap completed. These lap times, I wonder whether they're comparable to, well, we will know that for sure at the end of the first proper racing lap. Comparable to earlier on, when the fastest lap was set by Sean Traynor in race 1 to give him pole position for this second race. Stratton wasn't that far away. Well, actually, it was a reasonable distance. You know, from fastest lap perspective, almost a second. So it just showed you the dominance that Sean Traynor was able to have. But there was that one very good lap for Neil Stratton, which put him on the front row for this second race. Still plenty of rainfall around. You can tell that from some of the lenses on our cameras around the track.
Yeah, Stratton's looking racy here. He's using a lot more of the curbs and more of the limits of the circuit without going over. Lockwood just either not quite the pace to get involved or just keeping an eye out, really, because it looks like Traynor's been a little bit more cautious than the 2 chasers.
Maybe the best seat in the house here is to be Adam Lockwood, just watching it all unfold. He hasn't got the threat of anybody in behind, because 4th and 5th are slightly more distant, heading up Clay Hill. Then a nice little trio come next, a bit like the 1st, 2nd and 3rd place cars. So 2 for 4th and 5th, and then you've got 6th, 7th and 8th absolutely nose to tail. They're heading now through towards Druids, 4th and 5th in the background initially. They're going to fan out almost Formula Ford style here, and sticking to the middle of the road is Traynor. Was it Neil Stratton who pulled off an overtake earlier on in the day around the outside of Lodge Corner? We've certainly seen it done. So Stratton, the problem with that move is it leaves you very vulnerable on the exit, because the car you're trying to overtake can inch you over the curb and potentially into the mud, and there's no way coming back from that. So certainly Stratton will feel he's quicker at certain parts of this track. Nice little late dive down the inside from Ed Brook, which nearly came up off at the Jim Mew's expense. So Scott Edbrook is certainly revved up from his earlier exploits. That it didn't go too well in race 1. He has actually lost a place in this one as well, with Jim getting in front, but Edbrook keen to reverse that and hope that the top 3 are not far enough in front to catch.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the lines of these two. Whether Stratton's going to these narrower lines to try and get out of the spray a little bit, or he's finding some joy with the grip. He certainly seems to have a small advantage in pace over Traynor at the moment, and Traynor's now adopting those narrower lines as well, so perhaps used his mirrors to see why the other 2 were catching him a little bit. Certainly been doing this long enough and well enough to be able to pick these things up from his rivals. But Stratton's very good through this section. He uses a lot more of the curb typically. And it does seem to be working.
Yeah, the curb gives him a bit of an advantage in the corner, but then the drive off it's not so good, because the car's not flat. So two wheels up the curb, sometimes just that imbalance will cost you very small amounts of time. Whereas Traynor is deliberately staying, well, saying that, he did rather whack the curb at Hislops, but on the whole, he's keeping the car level, and that does seem to be working for him. How much curb on the exit of Knickerbrook? Not too much at all. Lots actually from the third place car of Adam Lockwood, who again has a good run up the hill. And just trying to assess the speed of those two cars ahead, but they remain in the same order. Meanwhile, Ed Brook is now ahead of Jim Mew and clearing off. So maybe Ed Brook thinks all is not lost in catching this leading trio.
Yeah, I mean, if they start getting into each other and defending and what have you, that 5-second gap will disappear quickly. Big slide for Ed Brook on the exit of Druids. He's certainly trying again.
I don't think there was ever going to be any doubt in that somehow. His driving style will stand out for, well, live long in the memory, I suppose, in that first race, because it was all over the place. But I think that's how he likes to drive in the wet. And the car was moving around a great deal in several of the braking areas. He has cleared off from Jim Mew now in that 4th place. So the top 3 will have to be wary of the 53 car getting pretty large in the mirrors in the next few minutes. We're already at half distance though, so Scott Edbrook has not got all the time in the world. Stratton showing signs of maybe going down the inside at Cascades there. He was close enough. Sean Traynor should still be leading, but that was a close affair, as is this one at Deer Leap. 3 cars together and they will cross the line. Just trying to work out which cars they were. 72 involved. So that is O'Brien in 14th position, and he is right with the number 17 car of Maxi Nichols. So Nichols, O'Brien and Crow right together for 13th, 14th and 15th.
Yeah, battles all up the field there. We've got the number 20 car making a move at turn 1. That is just off my screen, actually. That's Patrick Stoner making a move at turn 1. Stratton's wide on the chicane there that time. That's going to allow Lockwood a run in towards his laps, and Traynor just a little bit of breathing room on this lap.
Again, different approaches being made. It was the case for the first few laps as well. Lockwood to the outside line as Stratton tries to get the better of Traynor out front. A squirm from the front this time of Traynor's car, but they all carry good mid-corner speed through Knickerbrook, so the exits equidistant. Need to be still keeping an eye on Scott Edbrook and whether he's made ground. If he has, it's marginal. It was 6 and a bit seconds to the race leader last time through. As again, here and there, a bit of misting happening, particularly on Adam Lockwood's rear screen. And that will start to be a problem probably in the front screen as well in the not too distant future. Big movement again from Neil Stratton's car, a little bit like Jamie Hadley's Golf in the previous Enduro race. Does seem like there's quite a bit of standing water in the middle of the track as you reach Lodge, the final corner.
Yeah, Stratton's still trying these narrow approaches. It does seem to be working in terms of the lap time, but it's not allowing him a big run at Traynor, who's just neat and tidy on the entry and making sure he's got the car planted to drive out. It's quite a measured drive from Sean Traynor, who has now given up the fastest lap to Scott Edbrook, who's gone by in a 2:20.0. So we're about 4 seconds slower than this morning, showing the conditions probably worse than last time.
And other drivers doing their best lap of the race. Stratton in second, Lockwood in third, and intriguingly, you look at the times just done, and they're in the reverse order. So, i.e., the fastest driver out there is 4th, the next fastest driver is 3rd, the next fastest driver is 2nd, and the slowest car out there of those 4 is Traynor. So it's all concertinaing up, which is promising for the final 2 or 3 minutes, really, the final lap potentially. It looks at this stage that it might just be slightly out of Scott Edbrook's grasp. But if the 2 leaders, as it sort of is now, and a slightly more distant Adam Lockwood, if they start to slow one another up, then Edbrook could be back in the game, certainly for a podium.
That's Stratton's best drive out of the chicane there. He was very aggressive on the approach. Probably not close enough to think about the move this time, but wants to be slotting in for a nice drive out of Knickerbrook because he's very quick on the entry to Druids. Carries a lot of speed in on a very narrow line. Traynor, again, just neat and tidy. The car's not moving too much. He's just placing it well and just keeping that 1 or 2 car lengths gap that's just a bit too much to be daredevil with on the brakes from behind.
Lockwood with arguably his best exit so far out of Knickerbrook and up the hill, but he's presented with an MR2 wall. No chance to get by either of those cars, even to overlap the tail of Stratton's car. So they're still in the same order. Edbrook may be marginally faster again, but it is tenths of seconds, and he needs to find 5 or certainly 4 in order to be closer to Adam Lockwood. And with the end of this one, 2 more to go, that's going to be a bit too much of an ask as the leaders stream across the line again. This time Neil Stratton is the fastest out there, although we haven't had an Edbrook time yet. No, it's not quite as good. So 2:19.7 from the race leader, 2:19.7 from Stratton, but slightly quicker. 2:19.8 and a 2:20.0 from the next 2 cars. They've all found basically the optimum pace of a Toyota MR2 Roadster in these conditions, and now it's very, very tough to overtake.
Yeah, the lead 2 just seems to have dropped Lockwood in this first part of the lap this time. Stratton's close, but not really close enough to look, especially not at a quick corner like Ireland. But let's see what kind of drive he gets around there. He's narrower again. He's cutting distance off the trainer car. A close battle at the final corner between the 72 and 88 car, I think that was. That's down in for 14th place between Tim O'Brien and Jason Crow. Across the line, side by side, that battle's going to continue to turn 1. Crow thinks better of it and slots in to have another go later on.
Yeah, still scope for that to change, most definitely. So Sean Trainer on course at the moment for another win and another sequential win as well. Made it 3 out of the last 3 earlier on. And now with the scope of getting a quartet on the bounce, but Neil Stratton quicker than him with, what was that, 2 laps or so to go. There'll be 1 more after this, and Stratton's exit again is very good, but there's no opportunity to get by or at least level with Sean Trainer as they head towards Water Tower on lap 6. First, second, third underneath the trees. Still in the same order then. That brilliant white of Sean Trainer's car. It started the race like that. It's getting significantly more muddied now because of the bits of Oulton Park scenery slowly being brought onto the racetrack. Again, a big wag of the tail from Scott Edbrook in the distance, but he's making the time pay and could be even closer this time because these 3 so close to one another are not at optimum pace.
No, and that was the first lap we saw Trainer go really defensive at the chicane, so that's going to cost all of that top 3 a bit of time. Stratton, though, had to go on the defensive from Lockwood just to give Trainer a little breathing room. A big wiggle from Edbrook into turn 1. He's not giving up. He's took a second out of the lead trio that lap, so still trying and rewarded with the fastest lap for doing so.
And he was best part of 4 tenths quicker than all 3 cars ahead of him that time. 2:19.4 is a significant shift. He's just going to run out of laps, unfortunately, and paying somewhat perhaps for what happened earlier on, although arguably, because this grid was based on fastest lap times, it was less damaging than it might have been had it been from a race result earlier when he finished 9th. It might have been better had it been based on the second fastest qualifying times, but that's not down to anything he has to do. It's how the regulations are written after all. And to start from 4th position, he has maintained that spot for the opening 15 minutes because the clock is now at 0. This therefore has to be the final lap, and although it's threatening to change at any moment, it hasn't done to this point, so Sean Trainer just needs to keep doing what he's doing.
Yeah, well, we'll see this time. Stratton's been so close so many laps, it's actually harder to carry any momentum past the car ahead of you. So this little gap that's been in the first half might help him sort of almost slingshot his way past Trainer if he's got anything left in the tank to do so, because that gap's come down from what looked like about a second midway through the lap to being back down to 2 car lengths. So perhaps backing himself up towards Druids here on this run up the hill might give him a better drive towards the final corner and 1 more lunge if there is one to come.
Well, it's been attempted already today. That was for 2nd place in the previous endurance race. Didn't go so well for Jamie Hadley. and there's slightly less water now on the approach to Lodge Corner, but Stratton for me isn't quite close enough. Lockwood is maybe a few inches closer to Stratton in turn, but they're going to work their way through Lodge Corner and stay in the same order for the podium. So it is 4 wins from 4, and that's now 6 for the year, isn't it, for Sean Traynor? So he's in a real rich vein of form, making it work a treat. Neil Stratton falls short by 0.7 of a second from Adam Lockwood in third, and just about the best that Scott Edbrook could manage from that race to finish in 4th position ahead of Jim Mew and Andrew Baranovsky. Class B won by Andrew Ruthven for the 2nd time today from the Sylvester car, number 37, Dan Sylvester, finishing 7th in class and 8th overall. Then a Class B car again of Vera Aldridge in 65 and Howarth in a Class C car, completing the top 10. Still waiting for the final few runners to head across the line. I've just noticed that, sadly, Martin Collins wasn't in this race, even though took a class victory, admittedly the only car in the class earlier in the day, but it doesn't look like Martin was able to start that race for whatever reason. Final few runners coming through, and this has been an entertaining scrap as well between O'Brien, Crowe and Dales, and it will be Tim O'Brien to just about win it from Jason Crowe. So that wasn't a class battle as such, but it was for 11th, 12th and 13th in Class C, 14th, 15th, 16th overall, and they certainly found one another, had somebody to race with, and I'm sure we'll be grinning very much at the end of 15 minutes of relentless action. A wave to the marshals once again to acknowledge their part in this, which we have done all day, and thanks again for your quick repairing of the track as well, whether you've been involved with that. I think marshals down at Old Hall Corner will certainly know that they've had a day's racing and repairing. And oh, brilliant, they damaged both front and rear car of Williams that had the spin. Andy Williams early in the peak. No, that was Auger, wasn't it? Number 72, number 76 rather. Auger. Martin Auger getting to the finish. So here is the confirmation of the result, and again Sean Traynor may well take some stopping at Donington Park if his current form is anything to go by, but Neil Stratton and Adam Lockwood will certainly do their level best to outscore them in Leicestershire. Scott Edbrook in number 53 finishing in 4th ahead of Jim Mew and Andrew Baranovsky, and the Class B winner was Andrew Ruthven. From other class finishers in that division, Aldridge and Heron.
If you ever weren't sure if Sean Traynor was maybe just measuring his performance there, he did smash in the fastest lap right at the death.
Oh, so yeah, good point.
2:19.0, a maximum points haul from that race. When we were talking about him being under pressure, and maybe he was just holding everybody by the forehead with his palm, letting them swing.
Perhaps that is a good little image there that you paint in people's minds. Yeah, there's an ability sometimes for drivers in certain championship years to just do enough, do what they do. But the thing is, he's not just outscoring his rivals, he's winning races as well. So getting maximum points hauls, which will be huge heading into the final couple of races. So that is the Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship done for the day at Oulton Park. We will shortly be hearing, we hope, from Sean Traynor and potentially others as well. And then we can turn our attention to the final 3 races on the bill this weekend at Oulton Park. But speak of the devil, here's Kieran Mogg with the race winner.
Thank you very much. Yes, we've got Sean Traynor, Neil Stratton and Adam Lockwood all down here. You can see there just how happy Sean is as he gets out of the car just to have a quick chat with Neil there. That's a fantastic battle between the two of them. Sean, just jump in here a second. You had to defend for your life on that one.
No, I wanted to push as hard as I could, and I thought at one point a few times I made a little break, only by about probably a second or so, and I thought, that's enough, and then he just came back, and it wasn't I was making mistakes. As I just said, I think he was probably, when you're out in front, you don't know what you're going to come across, so it's sort of, I didn't want to go and chuck it off, and I thought, as long as I can get good runs out of the corners, which I seem to, I didn't make any mistakes, which is quite a rarity for me this season, to be fair. But I knew Neil doesn't make mistakes either, so I knew that if I made one, he'd have been there to capitalise. So I've just thought, just drive it. When I see the last lap board, it was probably the happiest last lap board I've seen all year.
I'm not surprised, but obviously 2 wins from 2. You clearly do well in these conditions.
Yeah, I do like it, but to be fair, I used to really like it in the old Mark II, where these are a bit more sketchy, but it's these two, because they seem to be able to deal with it as well. So, but no, good day.
100%. Well, congratulations, 2 from 2.
Thanks.
Cheers, thank you. Let's have a quick chat with Niels. Neil, we saw then, you were just doing different lines every single lap, just trying to find a different advantage or not. It looked quite difficult.
Yeah, the grip was not on the dry racing line. The problem is Sean was always on that line because that's where the grip was. And I was conscious that Adam was behind me, and if I tried anything, he's just going to be down the inside of me. So a bit boring, but play it safe, and you just get a good result out of it. So
yeah, 100%. Do you think there's anything more you could have done?
I had one little bit of the sniff round Lodge, but to be fair, I think Sean had it well covered. So.
Well, still 2 from 2 podiums, so he couldn't ask for much more.
No, that's it. Two good results. The car's in one piece. Off to Donington next, so should be good.
Absolutely, congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
Cheers, thanks. Have a quick chat with Adam before we quickly float. Sorry, Neil. Just very quick. Obviously, you basically did you get the popcorn out?
Yeah, well, it was one of those. It was any move that any of us would have pulled would have been a bit of a kamikaze move. So I think we all just decided, there's a couple of little bits where we were going to try something, and then we just all sort of thought, no, we'll just sit here. Probably really boring to watch. It was all right in the car, but yeah, it's one of those. We all thought the better of silly moves. So,
well, still 2 podiums from 2 races. Congratulations.
Yeah, that'll do. I'll take that today.
Congratulations. Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, now we've got cars out on the track. That is it for the MR2s, but that's not all the racing. Back to you guys.
Turning our attention back to the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship then. Got information on the latest points, but first of all, let's make sure we've got the grid done and dusted. And this is from second fastest qualifying times. So, pole position for Ben Dade, number 17, who had a cracking run earlier on in the day, alongside Tom Collar in number 22 with some stories to tell. Remains to be seen whether Ben Powney's car, number 37, will be in second position on the inside of row 2 after an off during the first race. Martin West also was in the gravel at one point for the first race, but amazingly got it out and to a podium. Then Lucas Batt and Martin Shelton, 66 and 99, ahead of on row 4 Imran Khan, who had a storming first race. A bit more work on his plate this time from the inside of row 4, joined by David Bowen in 25. Then Mark and Matt, that's Crawford and Grouks, 55 and 15 on row 5. 6th position for Ayrton Rogers and Ross Lorham in 79 and 26. Lewis Ward and Ian Wells are next, 81 and 5. Row 8 is Callum Barnes and David Mason in cars 3 and 43. Jack Chapman along with Lewis Penston Smith are to be found on row 9. Lee Rogers, Luke Mason and Chris Southall and Simon Walker complete the grid, and it looks like Ben Powney is there. He is. So I was keeping my fingers crossed that the damage to the nose of that car was not too substantial. I seem to remember saying at the time, Pip, that he would have about 4 hours to fix that. Let's hope he wasn't spending all day doing it.
Yeah, it's a good recovery though, and the slate's clean for race 2. He's got a decent sight of the first corner, although the 17 car, that's the Dade car that won race 1, is aimed right across the track. So that's a nice aggressive Schumacher-esque sort of qualifying starting position. We're just waiting on the countdown here. There's the 5-second board, and the light's any second now.
So for the second time today, after a win earlier on for Benjamin Dade, we get underway for the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship. Cars left, right and centre, and down into Old Hall Corner. Does appear to be a good getaway for the 17 car. Oh, having said that,
it's
no,
West.
yeah, beg your pardon. Dade down to third, so West to the outside line. I'm trying to work out who he was battling with, because that was Collar, wasn't it? So West and Collar were neck and neck, with not a good getaway, therefore, from Dade from pole position. And it is Martin West who leads, making up for the difficulties in the earlier race. Remember, he was leading when he skirted off the track and into the gravel at Druids, so he'll be very, very wary of that. He kind of said to himself, or said to Kieran at the end of that race, it was a silly error. So, and Collar running a little too deep into Shell Oils. I thought that was going to be a lot worse than it turned out to be. Thankfully didn't find the grass, and I think the cambered nature of Shell Oils hairpin helped him in that. But yeah, stonking getaway from the West car, where, bear in mind, he started from 4th position, so from 4th to basically the lead by cascades.
Yeah, it was a cracking getaway from him. He was up alongside Collar into turn 1. And speaking of alongside, here they are again. Collar on the outside this time at the chicane. West should be able to fend that off as long as he doesn't drift too wide. And yes, they've kept positions. Dade very wide, just touched the grass but got away with it. And West using that wider sort of karting line, as you've said earlier. Further down the order, Khan's 8th to 6th on the start, so we'll see if he can repeat the podium heroics of race 1.
The Mazda points then after the Mazda 7 points after race 1, without drop scores, saw Martin West on 363, so a lead of 53 points over an absent this weekend, Craig Land, and Tom Collar third. The distance between those two, 61, but on drop scores brings it slightly closer, but really only West to Land, and Land, as I say, not here at Oulton Park. So Collar having to do a great deal of work, and intriguing to see the arm wrestle out front between both West and Collar. Josh Barrett, watching from home but keeping us in tune with all the points, thinks that as long as West finishes in the top 6 in this race, his points haul cannot be beaten at Mallory Park, so he'll be provisional champion if Martin West finishes in the top 6 in this race. He's side by side with Collar again. The disaster scenario here is if Martin West doesn't finish, of course, or if he goes off the track like he did in the first race and loses a hatful of places. So does he play the longer game here and actually allow Tom Collar through and by and just soak up the points for second? Well, Collar's done him on the straight, and before Island Bend, Collar with the bit between his teeth, because he's got all the time to try and make up in the championship.
Yeah, I think West might have breathed the throttle there to let that happen. You're asking for trouble being side by side so often with another car, and I think with the championship picture in play, maybe the smart decision. It has closed Dade back ups them a little bit, but you fancy the pace Collar had, he should be able to skirt away there, but he's very sideways at the chicane, so the top 3 are all still together.
Bit of a gap between 3rd and 4th positions, and that is Bowen further adrift, though down the inside there, Dade thought about a manoeuvre into Hislops. The suspension pretty tough on these cars, but the front right wheel of Tom Collar's car rocketed up in the air there as he hit the curb. Not Collar, but West, I should say, in 2nd position. Collar now leading, having had that very good run coming out of Old Hall, and yeah, just the element of maybe West going, do you know what, it's not worth fighting this. I'll still win the championship provisionally by finishing 2nd, and at Druids the 94 car is still in that spot, being wary of the whereabouts of Ben Dade, who was very quick in the earlier race, number 17. And Dade, this clear distance away then from the rest. The previous lap, the rest led by David Bowen in number 25. We'll see what the order is at the end of this, but the top 3 just starting to open out a little bit from one another.
Yeah, you can see the confidence Collar's got. He's very much sharper with the wheel than the 2 following, who are sort of being a bit more careful with the conditions. Collar's really quite aggressive with the wheel, so obviously a driver with the confidence to throw the car around in these conditions, and it's paying off for him. It's not a massive gap by normal racing standards, but a fairly big gap for 7-star cars.
Yeah, because these cars, you know, are kind of built to be good when they're racing with each other, not hugely efficient from an aero point of view, and that's deliberate. I mean, they're fast cars, they don't weigh a great deal, but they are tricky when you've got so little grip beneath you. Ordinarily, we'd be talking about nose to tail, probably 6, 7, 8 cars altogether. But at this point, they have stretched out, and maybe the philosophy from the Toyota MR2s is being taken into account here, which was 3 cars just settling for their positions. There's still time yet for this to liven up, and making a bit of a break for 4th position now is the 66 car of Lucas Batt. So Lucas Batt up to 4th place and had got ahead of Bowen on that lap. Certain parts of the circuit starting to look much, much wetter though now. So this is something else for everybody to be incredibly wary of. If the rain starts to hit, and we've seen some of the nasty stuff on our radar here in the commentary box, the yellow and in some cases the orange colours getting very close to Oulton Park. These are not the cars that you want to be in when you're fighting the elements at the best of times. Full open cockpit, and the rainwater, if it lands in your working space, doesn't go anywhere. It just sloshes around in the footwell.
Yeah, it won't be a comfortable time, but the drivers probably won't notice it until they calm down after the flag. Like, while you're driving, that's just what's happening. You see how aggressively Colin throws the car into the corners, but West's now starting to close that gap back up just a touch, and maybe the smoother touch is paying off as these conditions worsen up a little.
Keeping our eyes tuned to this battle then, because there is the possibility of cars leaving the circuit at any point. Very impressed with the views I've got of the crowd that are just at the rise there at Denton's. This day of weather has not dispirited you lot, so thank you for sticking with us and seeing this live motor racing. There's nothing else quite like it, as Collar and West are still locking horns. That time around, Martin West was a bit quicker than the race leader, so the gap at the line was 0.6 of a second. The closer you get, though, yes, that's going to help your aero, but it doesn't help your vantage point to see the road in front of you. And again, relying a lot on muscle memory, as squaring off the corner a bit for both the leaders at Shell Oil's hairpin. So they take the apex initially, then run quite a bit wide, and then there's a second apex now in this rainwater to get the car straightened up earlier and a good ping off the corner.
Yeah, West very leery off the right-hander of the chicane there. He's lost some ground to Collar with that moment, and Dade's dropping back off the pair of them as well. So Collar just have a quick look in the mirror to see if it's worth being defensive at all, but he's very, very aggressive with the wheel there. He's obviously comfortable with the initial sort of understeer moment in the car, and collecting it well. So there does a battle for 5th that seems to be forming behind David Bowen, as Khan and Powney are close. Powney perhaps not quite the pace we would have expected to see in an uncrashed and repaired car, but going well. It's a good proving for the car, and as he gets back into it after the accident earlier, we might see some progress from there.
There is another car that you could potentially lump into that scrap as well, which is Martin Shelton in 99. So Bowen, Khan, Powney, Shelton, 4 together and not separated by a great deal. Race lead is still rather close as well. That's not helping Benjamin Dade too much, though. He's seeing the 2 in front of him clear off a little bit with 6 minutes still to go. Once more, plenty of standing water on the start-finish straight, but thankfully not so much on the racing line, with the cars doing a good job in clearing that water, or at least as new rainwater lands, it doesn't stand much of a chance on the racing line before it's swept away again. Over the line goes Khan, and Imran Khan had gained places there on, what did he get? One on Bowen, so Bowen's fallen 2 positions.
Yeah, that's right. We saw that battle shaping up. So Powney's on the move as well. Khan, quite a big gap there back to those 2 already. So we'll see if that's unleashed him for a bit of pace, because to get through that did cost him 3 seconds overall. We got a spinner on the start-finish straight. That's car number 7.
Oh, neatly controlled, mind you, at the end, because with the flick turn, and the engine stalled, but now fires back into life, and Luke Mason has to do a second standing start, pretty much from his grid position, and has rejoined. Those yellows taken in, but I'm not quite sure how he ended up there, because it was well out of dear Lee. Anyway, car back into the race with a handful of places lost. But yes, Khan is charging. Powney may be struggling with the damaged car from earlier on. Bowen falls a few more places. He started 8th. So that means he had a very good start to the race, made places, but now is back to 7th position. So from a net perspective, he has gained 1. But it was the start was great because it elevated him to 4th position. But now is struggling a little bit with Lucas Batt up to 4th, but he's looking at an 8-second gap now to be back with the race leaders. Khan could yet catch Batt by the end, and we may have a challenge on for 4th and 5th positions. And Imran Khan is bringing Ben Powney with him potentially as well.
Yeah, Dade's just dropping off this pack again. West seems to be a lot quicker just in this sort of final sector of the lap. But Collar seems to be able to pull it out sort of from Cascades onwards for a few lengths. So the ebb and flow of the battle is quite impressive. West's currently got the fastest lap. No, briefly lost it and regained it on the same in the same sentence. But so the top two moving along at a decent click there. Dade just not quite able to live with that pace, but got a good safe margin back to the 4th and 5th place cars.
Yeah, Dade quicker again than he's been all race. Ben Powney with a new PB and Bowen as well. So before the really nasty weather arrives, I just wonder whether we're in a spell where the track is just starting to dry up a little bit, because there are quick laps up and down the order, including from the 2 race leaders. So Collar went quicker briefly, but then 7/10 of a second later, it was an even faster effort from Martin West. 2:12.3, 2:12.1 now, as around the right-hander at Shell Oil's hairpin go the top 2, with Ben Dade more and more of a speck within the rear-view mirrors of these 2 cars, now swinging left, right and left again at Britain Chicane.
Yeah, West kept it a bit tidier that time. He'd lost a bit of ground to Collar through that chicane on previous laps, but that sort of stayed equidistant and then we now enter the part of the track where he's been that little bit stronger. Collar a little bit wide on the approach, but that could be a chosen line based on the grip and his previous efforts. West very, very wide, but again, probably by choice, and it's working. That gap that was 7/10 at the start of the lap looks like less now.
I just had my heart in mouth then, because I was remembering the pictures we had of Martin West making his mistake at Druids and running out of road as he pushed a little too hard. But that was when he was the leading car on the road. He had to judge the conditions in the opening lap, and yeah, just overcooked it very, very slightly. But I do think that was a lot more controlled. This time Collar down the box into Lodge corner. 1:42 on the clock, so that is well short of a current lap time. This will be the final lap, therefore, for Tom Collar ahead of Martin West, and they need not be concerned about anybody else at this stage. Clear and gone, but in what order are they going to finish? From Ben Dade in 3rd, and then in 4th position it's Lucas Batt, after he made all the places in the early stages, but it's kind of got to 4th and then got stuck there. I think Imran Khan is far enough away. Well, having said that, Khan maybe a touch closer. Powney's there as well, potentially taking or making a distraction, and there's good dicing a little further down the order as well between 55 Mark Crawford, who has behind him still the car of Ayrton Rogers, and they are nose to tail, were nose to tail, still are nose to tail, heading into Old Hall right now.
How's the battle between Khan's taken quite a lot of time out of Batt on that lap, so that battle could close right up as we approach the flag here. If Martin West was consolidating for championship points, that seems to have he seems to have just thrown that away to be going for it. That's a big slide on the exit there. That's gonna cost him in this last run, I think. But we'll see if he's able to close that back up again with just a few more corners to go in the race.
So is that down to a bit more rainfall on the track, or was that just trying, knowing that the corners are running out, knowing that the seconds are ticking by? We're into just 10 seconds to go now. So confirmation that there will be the run up Clay Hill into Druids Lodge and then the charge to the line. But Tom Collar, a very good exit up the hill underneath the pedestrian bridge, and now heading past the trees at Water Tower. Good place to witness the action is on the inside of Druids, with 1 or 2 braving it out there. And now heading down underneath Paul Warwick Bridge for the final time. Collar to West. Going to get tighter, obviously, on the brakes. Is West thinking about it? He's within half a car length of it. But I think that was going to be a dangerous thing to throw one up the inside. The drive out the corner's pretty good, mind you.
Collar
And West is going to be side by side. And well, West briefly got it, but then it's returned in the favour of Collar. But that's an even tighter margin than we had earlier on for the low cost, wasn't it? Or was that Mazda 7? That was low cost finish. 0-1-3 in the favour of Tom Collar from Martin West. And it looks like they're almost still having that discussion heading down the avenue. Third position for Benjamin Dade ahead of Lucas Batt, and then Imran Khan ahead of Ben Powney and the 99 car of Shelton. But the difference between the two cars, 0-1-3 of a second, and Tom Collar gets the judgment, but very briefly they flashed through in the different order, and then it was presumably corrected by TSL, who will be double and triple checking that they've got the right call there. Fastest lap of the race done by West on that final tour, and the rest of them outside the top 10 now completing their action. Well, terrifically entertaining the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship has been all day today, with Wells, Lauren, Barnes, Ward, Penston, Smith, they're all crossing the line with 0 point something between them. So that was a tremendous fight as well. It might be for 13th position, but for them probably felt like for the win. And that is the tightest margin of victory or loss, whichever way you look at it, of the day so far.
Absolutely. I think in drag racing parlance, Collar was pedalling that car up the hill there. He'd gone in narrow just to be a little bit defensive, and wound up fighting for traction all the way up to the finish line.
Confirmation of the gap then, 13 thousandths of a second between Tom Collar and Martin West, with a much bigger gap then back to Ben Dade in third. Lucas Batt, fourth position, number 66, ahead of Imran Khan and Ben Powney, and Martin Shelton, David Bowen, Jack Chapman and Ayrton Rogers completed the top 10 ahead of 55 Mark Crawford, the 69 car of Lee Rogers, Ian Wells and Ross Lorham, and this was the fight for 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, all together at the line. So Callum Barnes and Lewis Ward will know that they've been in a race. Lewis Penston Smith involved in that scrap as well. Matt Grouks ahead of Luke Mason, Chris Southall and Simon Walker. Well, it's a great performance from Tom Collar. Unfortunately though, with that close finish, it does look like it's a championship to Martin West. Of course, that is only a provisional championship because there are still races to go. But as it was put to me, Martin West needed a top 6 finish in that race. He's got second by a nose after Tom Collar outperformed him, but it's still not going to be enough for Tom Collar, and his points haul, it appears, can't be beaten at Mallory Park, despite there being 2 races to go there as well. And on the balance of play, Martin West thoroughly deserves that championship.
Yeah, he obviously decided he'd rather win the race than just settle for second there, and it was great to watch. Look at this weather now that's coming down, and it's getting actually very dark here as well. So that'll be fun for the stock hatch drivers and stock hatch and mini drivers to see. But another good battle there in the 7s. Again, these cars, they run a less treaded tyre than their low-cost sort of companion series, so that it's a tricky business there. But actually, we didn't see as much movement in the cars as maybe we saw in race 1. So maybe some drivers picking up the conditions and setting their cars up a little differently. But yeah, a great job for Martin West, and if that is the championship, a big congratulations to him.
We call it in the business an unassailable lead without calling him an absolute champion. We're going to get to Kieran Mogg very, very quickly indeed, because the rain's really arrived, so don't want any delay on this. Kieran.
Thank you very much, and I can confirm it has got a heck of a lot worse out here. It is absolutely hailing it down. But let me quickly jump in with Tom Collar. Tom, if you want to jump under here with me. It's a bit wet out there.
Just a bit, yeah. I think we got the best of the weather for this. Just started raining on the in-lap. But yeah, happy with that.
Bit of redemption after earlier.
Yeah, definitely. It was, earlier wasn't ideal, but I think we all agree as a class it got pretty tricky towards the end. So yeah, to survive that and then that race, well, yeah, that's what it's about.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, it took everything I'd imagine to try and keep it pointing in the correct direction, because there's plenty of people that didn't. But difficult car to drive in this kind of conditions?
It depends. I mean, the majority of the race was good actually. There's the right amount of moisture, if that makes sense. The tyres work, so in race hard. Me and Westy were, it was nip and tuck. And it's like when it goes like this, when it's really heavy, that gets hard work.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Well, congratulations on ending the day like this.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you. Let's have a quick chat with Martin West. Martin, duck under here as well. Right. I've been provisionally told that you are the champion for this year.
Oh, very good.
Provisionally.
Provisionally, yeah. No, like I say, I was aware that I didn't need to go too mad in that race, but once you get the crash helmet on, it was too much fun. It was great fun there. Just couldn't quite get him on the last lap. It's just visibility. You just can't see a thing in front. You can't see where he is. You can barely see the rain lights in the rain. So it was just a case of following around, and I thought, right, we'll have one last go on that last corner. I just couldn't quite get the traction to get into the line, but great fun. It's been brilliant fun racing with Craig and Tom. Craig was pushing us to start the season, then sort of Tom's come into his own the latter part of the season. They've kept us honest, but it's been we've had some really good races, the three of us. Well, all of us really, sort of thing. Obviously Ben's pulled his finger out this weekend in the rain, done very, very well. Him ran it earlier on, so it's been good. It's just so cold now. You must be perished.
Well, I've been ducked inside, not too much, but 13 thousandths of a second it was across the line. So yeah, well, congratulations either way. Provisionally champion.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right, very, very quickly, we've got to go. But Ben, if I can just quickly jump in as well. Podium again. Second race of the day. That was a tricky one as well.
It was very tricky, yeah. Seriously wet, and obviously the first race I was in P1 the whole race. Yeah. So I had no spray. Yeah. And following these guys with the spray, it was chaos. Yeah. And I found a little bit of grip towards the end of the race offline, which I wish I'd done earlier on. But yeah, great double podium. All my friends and family here, so thank you to all those guys. And yeah, really happy. Oh, and thank you to John Lister also for giving me some coaching, teaching me how to drive this thing.
Awesome. Well, congratulations.
Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Now we've got cars on the grid. It is the classic stock hatches and the mighty minis.
Cars on the grid is certainly the plan, and yes, they've been released from the assembly area, but just look at the rain. I'll take you through the grid in anticipation of a race start, but it might be a little bit of a wait before we get there. So this is a grid that was taken from second qualifying times earlier in the day and sees Edward Cooper in number 4 in the white Nova to the right side, driver's right of the front row, joined by Martin Rogers in number 39 in the Peugeot 205. Then James Hazelhurst and Andrew Thorpe on the second row, ahead of Pete Morgan, who had a stonking first race, and Thomas Lintz in number 31. Jacob Wood, Ewan Lintz on the fourth row, number 10 and 73, ahead of Jason Wood in 41 and Pete Oskerby 58. And it's Darren Bassingthwaite and Alan Julie in 18 and 62. Then in their separate batch of a grid, 10 seconds after the initial cars get away, are the Mighty Mini Championship. Paul Jenkins on pole position in number 60 for that, alongside Morgan Bartley. Then it's 64 and 44, John Jenkins and Trevor Peters, with Greg Jenkins and James Jenkins 70 and 32 at the back of the pack, and that looks suspiciously like a reverse grid with James Jenkins at the rear. Paul Thorpe's back in the commentary box. You're nice and dry. How do you manage that?
I'm just looking at the conditions, and what you don't see on the live stream is it is incredibly dark outside.
Yeah.
But they are going for the race. The red lights have come on.
Well, we are underway, in actual fact, yeah. Corner
And
start.
Martin Rogers has got a cracking start. He's pulled away from Ted Cooper. Andrew Thorpe's not behind him, but Pete Morgan again had a great start like he did earlier, and he's finding himself up into third place by the third corner. What a cracking start. He found himself way further down the grid after he had a lap disallowed. Looks like Andrew Thorpe's gone a little bit wide, and now there's a gap back to, it looks like, Darren Bassingthwaite, I think.
So for the first time, amazingly, everyone did seem to get through Old Hall Corner.
It looks like Andrew Thorpe has got a problem. His car has slowed up quite a lot.
Yes. So it's the Peugeot 205 then that leads the way of Martin Rogers, and a great move there from Pete Morgan.
Look at the drag. I don't know how he's done that down that. He's got the tighter inside line for the next corner, so he's found himself in at second place from third, fourth row on the grid. What a cracking first half lap Pete has had. And we're just waiting to see they come onto this wet corner. But Martin Rogers got a cracking start, but he's now got his mirror full of Pete Morgan. And we saw how quick he was. And just looking at that, James Hazelhurst had a cracking start. Now, he's done all the maths. Him and his dad Arthur have been working on the maths during the break to see what James has to do to secure the championship. And he's found himself in fourth position, and that's exactly where he needs to be.
And I'm also hearing from Josh Barrett that if Hazelhurst doesn't finish this race for whatever reason, then Ted Cooper has to finish second to win it. Well, he's dicing for second with Pete Morgan at this stage. Morgan to the inside line in the blue and yellow Fiesta. The Nova back down to third position. That's the car that started in pole position. These are horrendous conditions, mind you. Trying to drive as fast as you can, but water everywhere.
Look at that puddle on the inside and the outside of that corner. Look at that puddle. It's quite, the rain certainly has come down, but look at that puddle.
Well, they call it Knicker Brook because of the brook that runs underneath the racetrack. But
I
to be
think
honest,
it's on it.
You could be forgiven for thinking it was the other way around right now. And yeah, that's not the place you want to be. But you only find that out on the opening lap, having driven through it. So they may try and tighten up the exit out of Knicker Brook, but the rain is still hammering down on the short, sharp straight out of Druids and into the final corner at Lodge. Can Rogers get his Peugeot stopped? The answer is yes, thankfully, and he looks like he'll lead the first lap.
And it looks like Alan Judy's been overtaken by the Minis already, but those conditions are awful. And Alan Judy had a lot of problems with mist on the inside of the windscreen. It gets so misty, and you need a really good demister to clear the screen so you can see where you're going. And I guess you can't see, but we see Martin Rogers there. He's still holding his own there in front of the Pete Morgan machine as they go down that straight and looking. Oh my goodness! We've got two cars off on the first corner. One is James Hazelhurst, and the other, I think, is Darren Lynch, who's on his side. Red flags, of course.
Red flag, yeah. Yeah, well, that was an inevitable decision because of the extent of the crash down at the first corner. And marshals will be descending very, very quickly indeed as well, but only when it is safe for them to do so. One car ending up on its side, which is the big concern. But amazingly, the door, and that's not the driver's door, it's now being opened.
That's James Hazelhurst helping Darren out of the car. Both drivers are out of the car and they're all okay. They're using, yes, they look okay. But of course now, interested to see if they restart this now, because that does mean that James is obviously out of the race. Now I've got to do some quick maths to work out what Ted needs to do. Now he will get this one pointer for starting the race but not finishing it. So that will bring his score. I'm just trying to hastily do some maths here, so you'll have to bear with me, Johnny.
No, that's all right. We'll give you the ample time, Paul, to sort it all out. The clock in the meantime has stopped at 12 minutes, but with the now a full red flag lap, some of that time will be taken away. The rescue unit is now arriving on the scene, but certainly the best possible early news is for both drivers to get out of their cars without the assistance of the medics. But a frightening moment, and I have to say that the tyre wall and the foam barriers have taken a real pounding this weekend, today specifically, because of that's where the rain seems to assemble most, and there's a river now across the racetrack from left to right at Old Hall Corner. So as the checks are being done with the drivers involved. They're going to be taken to the rescue unit purely as a precautionary measure to have them checked over, because if you have a big hit like that, you might feel absolutely fine at first, but that's often the adrenaline getting you through, and then as you calm down, there's a threat of feeling not quite right. Hang on a minute, Paul. I've turned you off because you. Yes. I could hear your brain ticking.
There was me and Pip here. We're drastically crunching the numbers.
Yeah.
So now, if Ted wins and gets the fastest lap, he will become champion. Just looking at the points. So James, in this position with this scenario, I'm assuming 192. We're not quite sure whether he'll get a point on the restart. So we're just trying to work out whether he can. This is definitely not going to be straightforward. But if he doesn't get a point for this, he'll end up on 192 points. Ted Cooper needs a 26 now. 26 is a win is 25 points, and the fastest lap is 1 point. Now, if he gets a win and the fastest lap, he will be on joint scores, but will get it because of his win earlier in the season. Now, the question is whether James will get a point for at least starting the first half of this race, but not starting the second. So there's a big question over who the champion will be, even on that scenario. But anyway, Ted Cooper has to do everything he can by winning the race to put himself still in with a shout.
I think you've covered that nicely.
I'll do my best.
It's a kind of rhetorical scenario at this stage, I suppose, but we're trying to cover all possible permutations.
It's been a few years since we've had anything like this. The last couple of seasons, we've actually come to the very last race, and the championship has already been decided. But we've never had a scenario like this, where it's been a long time. I think it was Pip. I think. Pip. Okay, let's go over to Kieran. I believe he's got a message for us. Yeah, you're on, Kieran.
Yes, hello. Weather update. It's very, very wet at the moment, and to add to that, the wind is actually picking up as well, so the rain is not really coming down so much as it is going sideways at the moment. There was a lot of standing water, and look, if you kind of rotate the camera to look down the pit lane, you can kind of see there's sort of starting to be trails of water, perhaps even streams of water going down the pit lane, and it's the same actually out on the start-finish straight as well. You can see down at the back of the start-finish straight, all the drivers are lined up just next to the marshals, just coming up over the crest of the hill. So it's very treacherous out here, which means obviously, unfortunately, incidents like we've just seen can happen. Mistakes can happen. It is very, very treacherous out here. But yeah, it's absolute. My brolly's going absolutely crazy, which is probably not the greatest thing to be doing. So I'm going to duck for cover now and head back to you.
Thanks, Kieran. Very much braving it in the pit lane, and it's just been getting so worse. I know many of you here witnessing this action in real are still braving it, still seeing lots of brollies up, keen for action. But unfortunately, the sorry sight of two damaged cars in the barrier, one far more heavily than the other, the 31 car up on its side of Thomas Lintz. I understand that's not actually his car as well.
No, it's not. It's the spare PDC car. He has a black Nova. It has some damage at Cadwell Park, which is taking longer to repair. So he's borrowed this one from Jason Wood. And yes, I think he's got some explaining to do.
Well, it had one careful owner, and that was probably Jason.
Yeah. But that's actually the car that I raced. I think it was 2019. I had to go in that in 2020 as well. I think. Yeah, I had to go in that car. It's really well built. It's Jason Wood and the PDC team. They really produce some well produced cars. They look so neat inside, lovely and tidy. So I'm afraid, Jason, you've got a lot to do over winter.
Yes, and the good news is that Thomas Lintz and Hazelhurst were able to go to the medical centre in the rescue unit, but they walked into the rescue unit themselves, so the early signs are good. Meanwhile, you have been charting the potential here. Should we get a restart?
We've got Pip on the Excel spreadsheet. We've got Josh at a distance, and we're now looking. My maths could be wrong, which is not not unlikely. Now looking at if it's what will happen they will end up, James will end up, and Ted, if Ted gets second, they will finish on the same amount of points.
So it's a tie, yes.
But Ted Cooper will get it because he got a win at Silverstone National earlier in the year. So, just checking that. Yes, it was Silverstone National. He got a win, so he will get the championship from that. So all Ted needs to do is to finish second, and it looks like, I'm sure Josh at a distance, I know you're watching online, if you could help us on this, we've got our heads scratching and our heads are steaming with all these maths problems. We really missed your brains down here.
Now, he says that his calculations say that assuming Hazelhurst doesn't start, and you've got to at this stage because his Peugeot's in a sorry state of disrepair, Cooper has to finish first or second. Fastest laps don't matter.
Yes, so that's roughly
Does he agree with that?
Yes,
Do
that's
you
what
agree with
we've just worked out. So that's 2 against 1. So it's 2 of them against me, and I'm wrong, I'm afraid. I've only been involved with the championship for 15 years. You think I'd have worked it out by now? But
Well,
you get a scenario like this, it's impossible. With all the different permutations that are possible, it's difficult to work out.
You had a 50% chance of getting it right. You zigged instead of when you should have zagged.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the story of my life, Johnny, I have to say.
Fair
Story of
enough.
my life.
Across the piece. I feel your pain, Paul.
But, yeah, like I say, they're just trying to get the cars out of the kitty litter. Now, they've still got them lined up there. I still think they're planning on restarting, but the rain has eased.
Yeah.
It has eased, and it's brightened up a lot from what it was at the start of this race. So, fingers crossed it won't get any worse. Oh, look at those wheels. Just stayed locked. That car is not coming out in a hurry.
I will say that phrase, the rain has eased, is very easy for you and I to say in the lovely confines of our commentary box.
Yeah, as long as they keep the door closed, that'd be fine.
Yeah, you might have a line of fans chanting your name because there'll be several people around the Oulton Park International Circuit absolutely wet through and deserving of a shower by the end of the day, and perhaps an alcoholic beverage, if that is your persuasion.
1 or 2.
But yes, potentially so. Well, we're not going to be restarting in the near future, so a chance to head to a little break. With the rain still falling and the repair work down at Old Hall Corner continuing, JCB on site now, as well as a flatbed recovering the second of 2 cars. One of them is already on a wagon and ready to be hauled out of the way, but the other one, the more damaged Linz car, which ended up on its side, is still being dealt with. So it's going to be a bit of time before we know what's going to happen next, because the cars involved in the Stock Hatch, the Classic Stock Hatch and Mighty Mini Championship have, for the moment, gone to Parc Ferme, Paul Thorpe.
Yes, I've just seen that. Now, this is, I don't know whether they're going to race later on or what, so we're very much not quite sure exactly what's going on. Now, I don't know whether they can call the race after just one lap, but if they do, as it stands with Ted Cooper finishing 3rd, now James Hazelhurst, he won't get as many points, but he's on drop scores, he will get more points. He'll get 12 points from ones that he dropped earlier in the year. So on paper, James Hazelhurst is the Classic Stock Hatch champion for 2025.
Yeah.
But we don't know if they're going to do it again later, or what. We're just not quite sure what's going on here in the commentary box.
The difficulty with what's shown on the TSL timing screen at the moment is that none of the minis have got any racing laps under their belts at all. It's just 0 laps. Now, is that as a result of the count back, or we'd only done 1 and a bit laps anyway?
It's very confusing. Yes, I really don't know.
I'm trying to recall the incident that involved the 2 cars at the first corner. Was that on to lap 2? Yes. So,
yes, it was.
So the red flag is coming out before some of the runners have even completed their first lap.
Yes.
And I'd be very surprised if that can be called a result, because you've got half the field that have completed 1 lap, and the rest of the field technically
haven't completed any lap.
Haven't done anything.
According to the timing screen, that's back to Andrew talking there, Jason Wood.
Well, as we continue to puzzle over this, rest assured that those in race control and in the timekeeper's office will have it all in hand at the other end of pit lane. And another man that's got it in hand is Kieran Mogg in Parc Ferme.
Thank you very much. I'm actually not in Parc Ferme. I'm in the pit lane. That is because all the drivers just drove straight through Parc Ferme. I don't know what's happening with the situation with their results, their finishing positions. What I do know is that we can confirm the meeting has been cancelled, completely cancelled, because of the standing water on the circuit. The marshals and circuit control have all deemed it not safe to race on anymore. So unfortunately, that is the end of the day from us here at 750 and from Oulton Park. So what I thought I'd do is just have a quick sort of roundup and a wrap-up from down the pit lane underneath this brolly, which I think is honestly going to break at any second, so I'm just going to try and do this quickly. So firstly, obviously, a big thank you to Johnny and Pip up in commentary. Big thank you to all the marshals. Obviously, we couldn't go racing without the marshals, and you know, they obviously give up their time to stand and watch everybody else race, so really, really big thanks to all of those around the circuit from here at Oulton Park. Also, just need to say a big thank you to everybody at Alpha Live. Obviously, we couldn't have brought you this stream without everybody at Alpha Live. As we had Stuart on the producing side, we had Dan as our runner, Luke behind the camera, as you can see now, he's just waving the camera. Then adding our circuit cameras, we've got Darren, Aaron, Liam, Luke and Zach. So big thank you to all of those as well. They have braved the elements, and I can assure you they're absolutely drenched out there. But from all of us here at 750 and from all of us here at Oulton Park, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time.